report and then the coffee report. However, and I want to give this strong warning, I have heard there are members who want to demonstrate during the debate of the coffee report. And I am warning members, if I see that kind of demonstration, I will stop the report. By the time Dr. Bed brought this, he wants an action. And I really want to thank Honorable Bed. Honorable Bed, thank you for raising that up. And now we have a solution. By the time my government accepts that we are going to review within 3 months, a review can be in the process, it can be terminated. Why don't we respect institutions? People are coming in with the t-shirts. I am waiting. I am aware, I know even where the t-shirts are. My father, it is not you, but we are waiting. What we want is an action. We are legislating for the poor people outside there. And still, I want to thank you, Abed, for that. Can we have the next item? Where is the chair of, yes, procedure?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, sometime back you instructed us to ensure that as we come here, we register and we roll call. Madam Speaker, I've always tried our side to put in my biometric features. The machines are not working. And today when I went the other side where I always go, it's also not working. So I request you procedurally.
Okay, we shall check, and because we are going to make sure that we roll call, which people miss out Parliament. Can we have the income tax? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3 weeks ago, the Attorney General laid on table the first progress report on the livestock compensation. And he committed that after every 2 weeks, he will be laying it on table. It's now past 2 weeks and that has not yet been done. So I'm just requesting that once he comes today, then we ask that he makes provision for it to be laid before we close this particular session. Thank you.
He will do that in the afternoon. Honorable members, I have had a look at the URA report, and I think we need a proper review of the URA Act. And because we need a proper review of the URA Act, I want to ask the minister to bring an amendment to the URA Act. We are not going to smuggle in anything in the bill. Let's have a comprehensive review in the report. Can you withdraw your report of URA so that you don't just smuggle in one thing at a go?
Madam Speaker, as you have guided, I beg to withdraw the Uganda Revenue Authority Amendment Bill 2022.
Is it seconded? Seconded by Silwani, by Enos, by Bahati, by Prime Minister. Thank you. By Honorable Alanyo, by Anifa Wakiso, a very good lady from Wakiso, from Dr. Bedi, from Namara Kamara, Kole Ochen. Yes. Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last week we were here in Parliament when the
I have not finished
Speaker...
what I am doing. You will bring a procedure. I am now putting a question that the URA report be withdrawn and a comprehensive amendment be brought. Those in favor say ante contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Item
Yes.
4. Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker.
on the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, who is speaking?
As part of the committee.
Let Patrick start.
Okay. Thank you so much for going through the URA amendment that was submitted. And thank you for your recommendation that probably the minister withdraws that same bill. Can we hear from the minister? You withdraw by telling us when are you coming back to the Parliament with the similar amendments as recommended by the Speaker. Are we proceeding well when the minister just withdraws and sits down without telling us how soon they are coming back?
Honorable Minister, can you make a commitment when you're coming back with an amendment on the URA bill? Because we've already set a precedence that the MD of NSSF is not a voting member, is an ex-official. We've made a very good, proper amendments in the NSSF Act. So can you commit when you're coming back?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we will expeditiously work on the processes of bringing the URA bill in the new session of Parliament.
Right Honorable Speaker, hold on. Exactly, this is what we asked for in the committee, that it would be prudent that they bring substantive amendments to the URA law. So I'm glad that now the minister is conceding on the floor of Parliament so that we have something broader so that the whole of this Parliament can have an input at a greater time and at a better time, so that we can make a better, stronger law based on notions of reason and for the good governance of object.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Honorable Silwani.
Right, Honorable Speaker, last week, while the Deputy Speaker was chairing Parliament here, the Honorable Rachel Magola, the MP for Bugweri County, raised an issue of Rwenzori rare metals, where the Prime Minister directed that these people should stop immediately the plans to evict people and what they are doing. Right, Honorable Speaker, as I speak today, yesterday, these people are busy in the communities, continuing with the activities, disregarding the directive of this Parliament. Wouldn't it be procedural right, maybe for the Prime Minister to inform us whether the directive is being fulfilled or not? Because these people are continuing to terrorize people, even with the directive. Because Right Honorable Banja said, I have used my power as the Prime Minister to stop this immediately. It has not stopped. These people are continuing to terrorize people.
Honorable, can we first go to income tax?
Item 4, Bill's second reading, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time.
Can you speak to your motion? Is it seconded? Seconded by Silwani, by Aru, by Abuburu. Can you speak to your
Right.
motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 Tax Act Cap 340 substitutes the definition of beneficial owner, to revise the definition of exempt organizations, to revise the tax rate applicable to individuals and companies for purposes of rental income, to provide for a ceiling on deductible expenses on rental income for extension of the tax holiday for Bujagali hydropower project for 5 years, to provide for the harmonization of the scope of qualifying sectors for tax incentives and related investment thresholds under the Income Tax Act, Cap 340, the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 349, Excise Duty Act 2014, and Stamp Duty Act of 2014, provide for exclusion of income from transportation of cargo embarking outside Uganda, to clarify the apportionment of income qualifying for exemption under the 10-year tax holiday, to provide for the definition of the business asset for purposes of Section 118B, and to provide for international development law organization as a listed institution, and to provide for other related matters. Madam Speaker, we formally tabled this bill before the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I understand they have scrutinized the bill and they are ready to report back to the House.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Vuru.
Madam Speaker, there's been a bit of consultations here and there on this report. And as of yesterday, we thought we were ready, but there's been some changes which have been suggested by members. And therefore, that the report on income tax is not ready. But Right Honorable, I'm ready with the report on excise duty and the report on the tax procedure. So I'm moving that we stand over this, and that when we are ready with that report, we'll start from where we are stopping now, where the minister has moved the motion.
Honorable members, this House has passed bills before the report of the committee. The inefficiency of a committee should not be brought to the House. No report.
Chair, even the majority report, I have a copy of the majority report fully signed.
You present your minority report. We have the bill here, and we shall work on the amendments.
But also, Madam Speaker, on the order paper, we are supposed to start with the URA bill. Okay.
You're supposed to start. The preserve of the order paper is on you, the chairman of finance. I am asking, is it on you, the chairman of finance, or on the speaker?
If it's your directive, Madam Speaker, then we can proceed with the draft as it is.
You don't have a report.
Yes, Honorable Sewungu.
I'm seeing a new scenario in this house where a honorable member, chair of a committee, is trying to usurp your powers. Secondly, if a report was signed by members and is on the other paper, because it cannot appear on the other paper without having been signed by members. Now, what is the chairman trying to insinuate on this floor of
Honorable
Parliament?
members, nobody can ever usurp my powers. The 415 votes I got are not 10 votes.
That's why I'm supporting you so much on that matter. So where the member, a chair, is trying to bring other ideas or other adjustments.
This is my house.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So let us proceed
Honorable
as you have directed.
Mwanga, can you continue? Honorable Mwanga, you continue.
Chair, I have a minority report, but
You read it.
I have a minority report, but Chair, with me here is also a copy of a fully signed majority report. Now, if the chair is cowardizing, permit me to read the majority report, then I follow
No.
and I read the minority report. I have a copy and the committee are tinkering this last moment with the majority report. But yesterday it was signed and you have a copy.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
There is a procedural matter from Honorable Eke.
Madam Speaker, our rules are clear. If a committee is not ready within the prescribed time to present the report, the House can continue with the bill as it is and make a final decision. Madam Speaker, do we want to operate and deviate from the procedure that is within the rule?
Honorable Avuru. Honorable Avuru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Will the chairperson follow procedure and listen? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you need to help out at this very stage. The chairperson needs to come clean as to what stage the majority report is. The minority report that Honorable Mwanga has is a derivation from the majority report. A minority report derives from the position of the majority. And for the minority to present, the majority has to come clean as to the existence or the non-existence of the majority. Where there's no majority, we cannot have a minority.
Honorable Namuga, when your leader of opposition is speaking, you don't stand up. What's wrong with it? It is free sitting. Avuru, can you sit?
Now that we have a problem, Honorable Speaker,
give me the report.
Let leadership of the committee come clean. And as what, because they are confused in the House. Let them come clean at what stage we are.
Honorable members, I don't see why you're causing all this chaos.
Chair.
I am saying first give me the report before you go to the microphone. Can you read this report the way it is? I've not given you. You people don't, I don't wish you to see the other part of Anita. Read the report. It can be amended in the House. Honorable members,
Yesterday,
I just want to remind you one thing. The leadership of the committees, I have powers to sack any of you for not doing the correct things. You're not going to continue disorganizing us in this House. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. The chair of the committee says the report is not ready. He is now standing to read the report. Madam Speaker, I want to request, without paralyzing the work of Parliament, that as a leader of this institution, maybe administratively you deal with that particular chairman who can go ahead with the business. Because there is no way you can tell Parliament in 1 second that the report is not ready. And in another second, you are standing to read the report. I want to request you, Madam Speaker, to promise that you will deal with that matter administratively, because, I mean, really.
We are going to deal with, I am going to deal with that issue. Leave it to me. I am going to deal with a member who attacked a honorable member in the steps, and I'm going to handle the issue of finance. Honorable Vuru, give us your report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to report on the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to skip the introduction and the object of the bill methodology, because the minister has already taken us through, and go straight to 4.0, observation of the committee. The committee identified various cross-cutting issues and made the following observations regarding the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022. Cross-cutting issues, 4.1, non-clearance of motor vehicles 9 years or older. The committee observed that Uganda Revenue Authority issued a 20 years and older from the date of manufacture will be compelled to have their final clearances done at the port of entry, that is Mombasa or Dar es Salaam, effective 1st July 2022. The committee further observed that the 3,000 strong business community under this sector usually does not have ready cash to execute transactions without borrowing, whereby most businesses operate using borrowed money. In this regard, banks and other credit facilitators have to verify goods, vehicles before extending the facility. In addition, the resale use of most of the imported vehicles is always based on current number plates. The committee noted that this will greatly affect the market since these vehicles will be acquiring number plates and it takes some time to reach the customer from the bonded warehouse. This has been possible through the warehousing regime, which allows vehicle importers to warehouse them up to 270 days. Recommendation. A, the proposal by Uganda Revenue Authority that all motor vehicles aged 9 years and older from the date of their manufacture are to be compelled to their final clearance date at the port of entry should be deferred to the financial year 2023-2024, when the economy is fully open and able to effectively trade. B, the exercise be taken in a phased approach with the first year targeting vehicles 15 years and older. 4.2, widening the tax base. The committee observed that there is urgent need to widen the tax base through measures that stimulate growth in the economy. And the strategic areas are as follows: enactment of the National Local Content Bill. 2, enactment of a Real Estate Agency Bill. You can read the details, honorable members. 3, reduction in illicit trade. 4, the committee noted that customers always shift to cheap smuggled products and informal market products. 5, I think this is more or less repetitive. Let me go to the recommendations. The committee the tax base. A, fast tracking the implementation of the objectives of the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. B, enactment of the Local Content Bill and the Real Estate Agency Bill 2022. Specific observations. Clause 4.3, 2B, amending section 2BB of the Income Tax Act. definition of the exempt organization. The committee observed that the clause amends the definition of an exempt organization in section 2BB of the Principal Act to include a research institution whose object is not for profit. The committee further observed that the above definition of exempt organization is ambiguous in that it does not go far enough to clarify whether not-for-profit oriented companies supporting business community in business development are exempted. The business management organizations that could benefit from a clear definition of a research institution to include associations such as Uganda Manufacturers Association and the Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, Uria. The committee further noted that including not-for-profit oriented companies under research institutions would be in line with the NDP3 program of private sector development, as more members of the private sector will be organized and supported. Recommendation. The committee for profit oriented companies in the definition of a research organization. 4.4, taxation of rental income. The committee observed that the following is needed to amend section 522 and the third schedule to the Income Tax Act to simplify collections of rental tax. The committee further noted that given that most of our small, the individual landlords have challenges of record keeping and the sector is generally informal, there is need to tax incomes and not expenses in regard to their rental income. The committee further noted that due to the high taxation on rental income, compliance remains low since the current taxes, compliance remains low. The committee took cognizance of the agreement between the government of Uganda and Ripon rental tax through digital solutions. The committee further noted that any increase in rental tax has a bottom line advantage to Ripo NAMI Inc., which shall benefit from higher revenues. The committee noted that the need to monitor and evaluate the performance of Ripo NAMI contract in future to ascertain if it has a positive impact through expanding the tax base in rental tax head. Recommendation. The committee recommends that all individuals taxed on gross income, and they should be in bands as indicated here. Members, I believe you can go through. We have indicated that those not exceeding 2,820,000 there should be a nil tax, and then those between 2,820,000 to 12 million, a tax of 7.5 on gross should be applied. Those exceeding 12 million and those above 60 million are taxed 15% on gross. And this applies for both individuals and companies. 4.5, clause 4B, amending section 21A, income tax exemption for manufacturers and hospital developers. The committee observed that the bill seeks to exempt manufacturers and hospital developers from income tax for a period of 10 years from the date of commencement of business. The committee committee observed that there is need to assess all exemptions and other tax incentives before more exemptions are granted. Recommendations. Committee therefore recommends that clause 4B, amending section 21(1) of the income tax be amended and government undertakes a comprehensive study on tax exemptions. Clause 4.6, clause 4A, an amendment of section 21 of the Principal Act, extension of the tax exemption to Bujagali hydropower project from 2022 to 2027. Observations of the committee. No return on equity, no non-remittance of dividends, and no board member by government of Uganda. I think that is self-explanatory. I don't have to go into depth of that. Members, you can read that. Okay, I comply, I'll read. While government of Uganda is a majority shareholder of ordinary shares in Bujagali Electricity Limited, it has never received any individual, it has never received any dividend, and it has no board member on, no member on the board. Out of the 460,000 shares, the government owns 360 shares. The value Uganda shillings 100,000, yet the value for each of the share for the other shareholder classified as Class A has a value of Uganda shillings 100. Based on the power purchase agreement, government is entitled to retained earnings, also known as return on investment or equity for the shareholders of 19%. This is provided under Section 4.4 of Annex D of the power purchase agreement. The table 1 gives the details and detailed summary of all this in terms implied in terms of and I beg you members to go through that. You can critically study it. Is Bujagali Energy Limited annual report and financial. B, non-remittance of retained earnings. Section 4.9 of Annex D of the Power Purchase Agreement provides for return on government of Uganda equity. However, the government does not receive any equity because the Power Purchase Agreement allocated no voting powers to Class C shareholders. Class A shareholders who are the minority receive their earnings, that in terms of dividends and retained. Secondly, preference share of value $69,910 US receive dividends every year, more than $70,000 US per year. $70,000 million. 70 million US dollars. Thank you, honorable members. I'm glad you are alert. For the last 4 years, that is between 2018, 2021, retained earnings worth a total of US dollars 950.91, equivalent of 3.61 trillion, has not been deposited on the consolidated fund. Drivers of electricity tariff based on power purchase agreement. The high electricity tariffs are attributed to the cost arising from payment for capacity charges. Debt principal, that is 22%, debt interest 20%, operation and maintenance costs 6%, and return on equity 52% constitute the cost of capacity charges. However, it should be noted that return on equity is misclassified as a cost, yet it is an earning or dividends. The rest of the items, that is debt principal, debt interest, are paid by government of Uganda through the debt refinancing undertaken in 2018. Bujagali Electricity Limited only meets operation and maintenance costs. Additionally, when computing return on equity for Bujagali Electricity Limited, they incorporate cost of corporate income tax, which is rather abnormal. However, it is critical to note that Section 4.5 of Annex D of the Power Purchase Agreement, the company is obliged to use its reasonable efforts to keep its corporate income tax liabilities to a minimum. Therefore, the proposal to exempt the company of corporate income tax is unfounded. Besides, corporate tax is charged on profit, not on cost. The company is overpricing the capacity charges so as to generate excess income after knocking off their return on investment to the disadvantage of the government of Uganda. This leads to getting dividends for bail. D, inadequate evacuation network. It ought to be noted that the main driver for high power tariffs is not the cost of power generation, but rather deemed energy, that is cost for unconsumed power. This is attributed to inadequate evacuation networks that constrain demand for the power generated, hence the need to incur capacity charges. Therefore, the best suited intervention would have to be would have to be to reduce the cost of developing evacuation networks and attract investments. On average, 783,008 billion Uganda shillings is required annually for the development of evacuation and distribution network. E, foregone revenue. Concern is raised on the fact that for the period 2018-2019 to 2020-2021, a total of Uganda shillings 299.18 billion had been foregone due to income tax exemptions to Bujagali hydropower. The foregone revenue for the said period is yet to be established at the close of the financial year. Nevertheless, the new proposed exemption period will amount to foregone revenue of a total of Uganda shillings of US dollars 113.8 million, equivalent of 432.44 billion Uganda shillings in the years 2023 to 2027, in return for a tariff. It has been established that the government forecasts to grant income tax exemption to the company until 2030. This is according to the restructuring plan of the loan. Unfortunately, despite repeated requests, government was unable to furnish the committee with the benefits in monetary terms that have accrued from the exemption, as well as enumeration of other exemptions that the company is benefiting from. Honorable members, I implore you to go through the table 1 about what I've just read, the revenue foregone. The cost of restructuring the loan costed Uganda additional $45 million. The committee recommends that when you review the accounts of BEL, it clearly shows that BEL, which is taking interest and dividend, is basically increasing tariff of power for no equity of their own equity. The committee recommends that early retirement of the loans be done. Government should ensure all types of agreements which commit government and people of Uganda should be scrutinized by Parliament. Where is it? I don't have it. Oh, page 12. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, my report has no page 12, but let me read this. F, which is lack of value for money. It should be noted that the anticipated tariff reduction from the new proposed exemption will be lesser than the expiring exemption, which has been asserted to have led to a tariff reduction from US cents 13.83 per kilowatt hour on 1st July 2017 to a projection of US cents 10.65 per kilowatt. This translates to a reduction of 23.2%. Hence, there is a value for money concern as to why the anticipated tariff reduction of 4.7% from the proposed exemption is far less than 23.2% for the said period. Ideally, based on precedent, the new exemption would reduce the tariff to US cents 8.15 per kilowatt hour, not US cents 10.112 per kilowatt hour. The committee believes that BEL has already allocated enough money for themselves to lower the tariffs at the consumer level without a tax waiver. The return on equity for BEL is 19% per annum and is deducted as an expense in the profit and loss account, which violates the principle of economy. Therefore, it is agreed, then there is no need for the exemption. Recommendation. The committee was not therefore satisfied with the explanations justifying another 5-year corporate income tax waiver for Bujagali Energy Limited. The committee is therefore recommending that requests be declined because the cost has been exaggerated by. Why they clap? I've not finished the report. Your people are hearing you clapping for more higher tariffs. The committee recommends that the Auditor General of Uganda carries out a forensic audit on bail to establish the excess money collected as a result of overpricing for tariffs, and the same be remitted to the consolidated fund, among others. You leave it here. I think we're at Pavia. I proceed to 4.7, clause 7, amendment of section 89 GB of the Principal Act, treatment of an intangible asset as a depreciable cost with 100% rate. The committee noted that clause 7 provides that where the cost of acquiring an intangible asset to a licensee, then such cost qualifies for full deduction in the year of income as other petroleum exploration expenditure. The committee took cognizance of the fact that the purpose of this amendment is to clarify that the same rate of writing off the cost of an intangible asset referred to in section 89 GB2 is the depreciation rate of 100%, which is referred to in section 89 GB 1B. That notwithstanding, the committee noted that section 89 GB of the Income Tax Act already provides for the manner of the treatment of the cost of acquiring a depreciable asset in petroleum exploration. Recommendation: the committee recommends that clause 7, amending section 89 GB, be deleted. Amendment of section 22 of the Income Tax Act to exclude seasonal farmers in agriculture. The committee observed that section 22(2)(m) of the Income Tax Act, as amended in 2015, permits the chargeable income of a person for a year of income. A deduction for any expenditure above 5 million shillings in one transaction on goods and services from a supplier who does not have a taxpayer identification number. The purpose of section 22(2)(m) of the income tax, committee noted, is to incentivize unregistered suppliers of goods and services such as farmers to acquire TIN numbers in order to remain competitive. However, in regard to this, in general, regards to agriculture in general and cotton in particular, the approach may not be practical. The committee noted that while the solution appears simple, the farmers should register or be taxed in order to remain competitive. The situation on the ground is quite different. To shed light on the difficulty of the application of section that, the committee noted that cotton is a seasonal crop and mainly owned by small-scale farmers holding 1/2 to 2 acres of land with an average yield of 300 to 500 kilograms per acre. The Guineas buy cotton in small lots from various farmers. Generally, small-scale farmers are not very sophisticated business owners and therefore may not understand the rationale for TIN registration. The procedures involved in the registration with the Uganda Revenue Authority. The committee further noted that many of the farmers may not have the requisite documentation as national identity card, business registration number to successfully register themselves. Additionally, many farmers may not even meet the threshold of a gross turnover of 10 million in 1 year. That is the presumptive tax threshold. The committee noted that while the Guineas have invested and social efforts to ensure that farmers are registered by URA and get a TIN, it is an uphill task that cannot be achieved in the short term, given that tax education is not the core mandate of the Guineas. Currently, they told us they're the ones trying to do that, to help the farmers. However, since the inclusion of section 22(2)(m) in the Income Tax Act in 2015, little sensitization to these farmers has taken place. Introduction of section 22(2)(m) in the Income Tax Act in 2015 has hurt farmers in two ways. First, processors are unable to buy the raw material from cotton farmers who are not registered, who are not having their tins. And secondly, farmers agricultural supplies in other laws such as 1195 that exempts agricultural supplies from withholding tax. Section 22(2)M needs to recognize the reality of its impact on small-scale farmers, especially the cotton growers, and exclude them from taxable deductions pending adequate sensitization and inclusion in the for them to acquire tins. Recommendation. The committee therefore recommends that section 2022(2)M is amended to exclude its application to the agricultural sector. 4.9, amendment to section 25(3), allowable interest on loans. Whereas it was not part of the bill introduced, the committee received presentation on the current application of section 25(3) of the Principal Income Tax Act. The provision introduced in 2019 with the objective of stopping erosion of profit through debt financing by multinational companies or overseas borrowings states as follows. 25(3), the amount of deductible interest in respect of all debts owed by a taxpayer who is a member of a group other than a financial institution or person carrying on insurance business shall not exceed 30% of the tax earnings before interest, depreciation, and amortization. Allowed normally before tax. However, this restriction on allowable interest to 30% was intended to apply to a group of companies, which in section 25(5)B is defined as group means person other than individuals with common underlying ownership. It was enacted based on action 3 of the base erosion and profit shifting of the OECD against profit shifting and base erosion, especially by multinational companies. Multinational companies, through aggressive tax planning, would bring in money from one of their companies outside the country and then repatriate it back as tax payment. It was intended to limit allowable interest deductions where loans are to a lender not resident in Uganda. The witness therefore argued that the law was not intended for standalone companies where lenders are in Uganda. This is because where a company has borrowed locally, there is a clear audit trail of servicing the loan, and the banks are also taxed on profits generated as a result of servicing that loan. The committee, however, had that in its application of the law, local companies are not being allowed as expenses interest on their locally borrowed funds. The committee was told that this is harming genuine business borrowing in the country. They added, Uganda is increasing. In addition, that is like local companies are being penalized for local borrowing, which is making the cost of capital in Uganda high. The committee also noted that disallowed interest payments as business expenses may affect future investments in the country, future local investments in the country. Section 25(3) of the Principal Act be reviewed to allow the local companies with domestic borrowing claim interest payments on loans as a cost. Madam Speaker, I beg to report.
Thank you so much. Did you lay the report on table? Can I have that report laid on table? Can you lay the report on table?
Madam Speaker, I laid the minutes yesterday, and now beg to lay a copy of the income tax amendment bill.
Yes.
I beg to lay.
Then there is the minority report to that effect. Chair, the minority report is also yours. Chair, Chair, the minority report is also your report, so you can invite.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, as we were processing this report, there were dissenting views, and therefore Honorable Chivumbi served us with a notice of coming up with a minority report. I beg that you allow him report.
Okay, and is a member of the committee.
Right, Honorable Chair. For beginners, from the outset, let me say, on this one, we agree with the majority report. And it's just a one simple issue, not very simple, has a lot of impact on our local people, where we want to have a varying view for which we recommend Parliament to follow our view. Areas of dissent are only on rental tax issues. Several issues arise with the proposed rental tax measures, particularly discrimination, impact on citizens, recovery and risk of a company called NAMI. The risk of NAMI, Honorable Speaker and members, in the year 2020, government of Uganda entered an agreement with the NAMI company with the objective of increasing rental tax collections. The company was charged with identifying individuals and corporations who are underpaying or not paying rental tax by deploying a tax compliance system based on NAMI's blockchain visualization platform. The system was adopted as a reform in rental tax collections. The proposed amendment in clause 3, 5, and 12 of the bill are an indication of a failed reform that was expected to develop a rental tax geographical information system solutions in Uganda. It has, however, been noted that the company is underperforming on its obligation on the agreement. For instance, the company was expected to contribute to the realization of 170 billion by the year 2021. Unfortunately, the solution has never been implemented. The committee was informed by the Uganda National Revenue Authority that the solution is expected to be implemented in June this year, 2022. Nevertheless, 117.2 billion was actualized in the last financial year, 2021, without the effort of NAMI company. A shortfall of 52.76 billion off the target. Instead to execute the contract, government has resorted to fixing the failed solution and the default with the fiscal intervention. And I can put on the table here, I have a performance. Rent tax in 17-18 was 88 billion. In 18-19, it was 115. In 1920, it was 103. This last year, it was 2021, it was 117. Following the review of the agreement between Uganda and NAMI, several concerns were noted. Government did not source the company through a competitive process. The agreement entered was poorly negotiated and contains provisions. The following are the critical aspects of the agreement. One, the project only operates in Greater Kampala metropolitan area that comprises all the divisions of Kampala City, as well as the neighboring municipalities of Mukono, Entebbe, Nansana, Wakiso. That is, so it is restricted. Secondly, even without any effort, government is entitled, even without any effort, the company is entitled to a share of 15% of the net rental income collected by URA. So even if we do nothing, as long as we base the year of 90 billion, any increment without doing anything, this company, as we collect more tax, takes away 15%. It is similar to the ones we have elsewhere, Lubowa and others. After every quarter of a financial year, revenue sharing payments are made after 30 days. So after every quarter, after 30 days, the company goes to URA and collects its money. Failure to remit revenue sharing payment attracts an interest of 12% per annum. That is the agreement. Project managers for the government and company have the authority to act on behalf of their respective parties in all matters regarding the project. So a project manager for URA can commit government of Uganda. Government is expected to assign an executive project sponsor to oversee the project at a higher level and assist in removing roadblocks. Government to provide the company with office space, supplies, furniture, internet, and other facilities. Facilities, software, hardware, other resources required for economic performance of services will be borne by government. Tax exemptions to import, export, re-import, re-export, and movement facilities related to the development, deployment, and implementation of the tax compliance system. All those are things this company godly enjoys. Government waived claim to sovereign immunity and provision to terminate agreement if rental tax compliance system is not set up within 1 year from commencement date at no cost. Based on the above provisions, particularly paragraph 572 of the agreement, it can be noted that any increment arising from the proposed amendment will benefit Reponami. A share of 15% of the net increment of rental tax. This is unfair for the traditional rent income in 2002 will be largely realized from a fiscal measure, not a prowess of the intervention of Reponami. The case we are making here is that Reponami said it's going to expand the base and collect more taxes. It's not doing that. Instead, we are here now in Parliament manipulating the tax policy to increase revenue, and it benefits for doing no work. Discrimination. The losers in the proposed amendment are individuals entitled to expenditure or loss of deduction. They are to be subjected to a flat rate of 15 tax of the gross rental income. Right, honorable colleagues, I've put here a table for easiness of discernment that, and I've imagined the rental income of 10 million. The current law, if you have 10 million income, you are paying annually for individual. You are paying 750,000. And if you do go ahead and implement the tax measure brought, you are going to now pay 1.2 million. A net stress on the individual of 450,000 shillings. For companies, I'm making no case. Because for companies, I'm like saying, okay, it can be as it is. But even for companies, there will be a net loss of from 750 to double the effect of the tax. It is also important to note that trusts, companies, and retirement funds would benefit from the 50% expenditure or loss deductions in a year of income, unlike individuals or partners. This is discriminatory. Individuals or partnerships also incur expenses or losses, especially repairs, when generating rental income. Now, the impact on the recovery of citizens. Additionally, citizens are recovering from the adverse effects of COVID-19 pandemic, particularly the lockdown that distorted their livelihood. Many individuals rely on rent income to pay school fees and meet medical expenses. Hence, any measure that increases their rental tax depreciates their disposable income amidst escalating inflation and commodity prices. Furthermore, any increment in payable rental income increases vulnerability of business hit by COVID-19. Staff who were laid off or suffered a reduction of wages, it would therefore be prudent not to increase rental income when citizens are struggling to revive their lives. Right Honorable Speaker, you are aware that among other industries in this country, the housing industry has the largest local content on all industries. It affects a brickmaker, it affects a welder, it affects a plumber, it affects a painter, people in cement. Therefore, when people's disposable income are stressed in the housing industry, the entire economy will suffer. So as we tinker with the policy here, we must know humble citizens are recovering from 600,000 parents failed to have registration fees for primary going children across the country. You are going to punish them now with a new tax. Whose benefit will go to a private company that ended a shoulder business with Uganda called Riponami? And it has no input. Therefore, our recommendation is very simple, Right Honorable Speaker, is that for this 1 year, when Riponami says it's going to apply its magic, okay, we don't manipulate the tax. So that when Riponami realizes the benefit for their ingenuity, they benefit from it. But for them to come here and for us, we increase a tax on our citizens and they walk away with the billions of shillings every 30 days, it will be extremely unfair of us. I beg to move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Honorable, yes, Law Pony. And then on this side, I want to thank the chair. After hearing what you presented, your suggestion is that we delete 4 clauses out of the 12. You are also saying that we amend 2 clauses out of the 12. In total, we are talking about the 6 clauses. 6 clauses. The implication that it has on the government is that the revenue projection from these incomes of 2022-2023 is going to be affected. That one we must put in mind, much as we are legislating for the poor people, but we must also be able to get money to construct hospitals, to work on roads. There is no other place that government will get money, not even from borrowing. So we must legislate with that in mind. And the observation that I have on page 6 of the report from the government side, As I said yesterday, your recommendations must speak to the observations must speak to the recommendations. And all of you are senior members in this parliament. You've been here longer than all of us. So we really, I'm reserving my comment, but as I promised you, we need an action on some of these things. Can we look at the income tax amendment bill? I want to request Honorable Chivumbi, Honorable Lok, to give me a team from his side, including Honorable Nandala, and then the minister with the Bahati, and the chair. Who? Omara and Herbert. I want you to do some consensus and we agree on how we proceed. As we agree on how we proceed, Nathan, can you stand up and lead the team out?
Madam Speaker, I'm ready. And my proposal, I would suggest that on that team we add the Katash.
No problem.
Since I'm now the one leading the team, because he has some ideas. I've just picked him. I don't know him very well, but
when elders are talking, you don't get up. So we are giving you people 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Chair, can you go ahead and read the next bill?
Item 5, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, ordinarily I should have been seeking for a clarification, but our rules don't allow us to seek clarification from you. As the team goes out to trace out a few matters, does that, Madam Speaker, mean that we are standing over this bill, or there will be no debate? What they bring, because me, I have very strong sentiments.
When they return, Honorable Semuju, when they return, we'll continue with the debate. So let's first hear from the next one also, so that we don't sit here like yesterday. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Is it seconded? Seconded by Jane, Azar, Wilson, Feta, James, William, Amos, Enos, Dr. Yume, Mawanda, Foyo Chan, Honorable Layo, workers. Thank you so much. Can you speak a bit to your report?
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, rather, the object of the bill is to amend the Excise Duty Act 2014 to provide for the definition of fruit juice and unnatured spirits and vegetable juice, to provide for the amendment of Schedule 2 of the Act, and provide for other related matters. We presented this bill to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and they are ready to report back to the House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And first of all, my apology for the hard start earlier this morning. we've got the report on the excise duty and it's been uploaded. Now, the objective of the bill, as highlighted by the minister, is first of all to define fruit juice, and then clarify, do something on excise duty on opaque beer, and then fermented beverages, and then also a main tax on plastics. Now, I go to observations of the committee. First of all, we observe that there is need for stability of the excise duty. At the moment, taxes account for 45 to 55% of the cost of production. And for any investment, businesses go extra mile to do the planning based on the obtaining tax. And sometimes the planning could be 2 to 3 or even 5 years before they come up with a line of production. So to enable proper planning and compliance, the excise duty or the taxes need to be stable.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, Rule 82 is on the dress code in this parliament. And it goes in greater detail to explain how we should dress. Is the honorable member who has just walked in dressed like a pepe curry? Is he in order? Honorable Musira, sorry. Is he in order to walk into the chambers of parliament as if he's going on stage to perform? Madam Speaker, in total violation of our rule 82. It gives details of what you can put on. And Madam Speaker, you gave every MP a copy of the rule. And I don't think it was for a joke. You're supposed to put on a suit, shirt, a tie, a pair of long trousers with a jacket, a kanzu and a jacket, a safari suit. But he chooses to come here as if he's going on stage dressed like a pepe curry, that famous Congolese musician. Is he in order to enter the chambers of parliament dressed like he's going on stage?
Honorable members, Honorable Masila has always dressed smartly like that. And is dressed very well. And when you look at how he's dressed, that is a traditional attire from his ministry of Salvation Army. Rastaman. Yes, Rastaman, you can sit. Honorable Semuju, Rastaman is very smart. Can we go ahead?
Thank you.
Rastaman.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I'm on page 2 of the report and I'm talking through the points there instead of just reading everything verbatim. So I was just saying that we have a problem with our...
Are you reading the report or you're talking to the report?
I thought if it's preferred that I read, I can read, but I thought...
No,
okay.
Honorable Chair.
Okay.
The rules of this house are very clear. If you have a report, read the report.
Okay. Stability of excise tax regime. The committee observed that there is need to enable proper planning and implementation of investment plans by enterprises through a predictable and stable tax regime. The committee noted that any new tax measure should therefore be thoroughly scrutinized to assess its impact on macroeconomic stability and the competitiveness of the sector in line with NDP 3 and the policy of export promotion and import substitution. The committee noted that on average, tax accounts for between 45 and 55% of the price of final product. The committee further noted that in particular, the excise duty regime is reviewed on an annual basis, and yet investment is planned for a period of 3 to 5 years. The committee therefore recommends that government develops an excise duty regime spanning for 2 to 3 years to facilitate proper planning. B, digital tax stamps. For financial year 2018-2019, budget approved for the financial year 2018-2019, the budget approved the use of digital tax stamps with the objective of addressing tax leakages in excise payments. Although the objective is much appreciated, the implementation of the regime increases the cost of doing businesses through installation cost incurred by companies. The committee further noted that digital tax stamp increases the cost of exports as companies are forced to change branding designs just to incorporate the DTS, especially for export products. That notwithstanding, the committee was cognizant of the central role of DTS, DTS plays in domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Some of the benefits include: 1, improvement in the capacity of Uganda Revenue Authority to track and trace capabilities of taxpayers as a means of improving compliance. 2, the increased production of real-time data. 3, the empowerment of consumers. 4, the improved protection of legitimate businesses against unfair competition. 5, the protection of consumers against harmful products. 6, improve the prevention of illicit production and counterfeiting. 7, improve real-time tax accounting and reconciliation for tax stamps, and real-time enforcement and prosecution. The committee therefore recommends: 1, that digital tax stamp payment be restructured to consider the increased excise duty collections to ensure the government and the country benefits commensurately from the solution. 2, that DTS be applied only to taxpayers carrying the right excise duty payable. C, development of different tier thresholds on excise duty regime. The committee observed the need to promote local content through the development of a separate tier threshold for new innovative products which utilize local raw materials, mainly in the agriculture industry. This should consider products at introduction stage to enable them benefit from the sunk cost, since targeting them for tax discourages innovation and reduces the expected revenue development through the value chain, especially the supply chains. The committee therefore recommends that a separate excise duty threshold be developed for innovative products that promote the utilization of local raw materials, mainly in the agriculture industry. Then B, specific observations and recommendation. Clause 2, amendment of Section 2 of the Excise Duty Act 2014, and this is on definition of fruit juice. The committee observed that fruit juice has been redefined in the bill to mean an fermented liquid extracted from the edible part of fresh fruit, whether the extracted liquid is diluted or not. The committee was informed that the proposed redefinition of juice as provided for in the UNBS standards that are aligned with international definitions and classifications of juice. The committee was further informed that redefining juice in the manner proposed in the amendments will bring raw materials, and that's juice pulp and puree, under the excise duty levies. The committee noted that the proposed wording will also lead to double taxation because fruit puree and pulp will attract excise duty, as will the final products they are used to manufacture the juice itself. Furthermore, instating excise duty on pulp will mean that the cost will be extended to farmers in a form of reduction in prices. The rationale is to exclude puree for industrial use, but maintain the tax on ready-to-drink juice, whether diluted or not, and to avoid double duty on both the puree and the final fruit juice. The committee therefore recommends that clause 2 be amended to define fruit juice as unfermented liquid extracted from the edible part of fresh fruit, whether the extracted liquid is diluted or not, but does not include fruit puree for industrial use that is not ready for final consumption. This redefinition will ensure that there is no double taxation of both the fruit pulp raw material and the fruit juice itself. B, clause 3, amendment of schedule 2 of the Principal Act excise duty on opaque beer. The committee observed that clause 3A seeks to amend schedule 2 to the Principal Act to reduce excise duty on opaque beer from 12% or 230 per liter, whichever is higher, to 12% or 150 per liter, whichever is higher. The committee learned, innovated, and set up a Kibuku factory, which unfortunately closed in 2018 over an progressive excise duty on opaque beer. The unprogressive tax on opaque beer rendered Kibuku uncompetitive with other local brews such as Tonto, Ajono, Mulamba, Marua, Kwete, among others. Due to this, annual VAT worth 5 billion has been lost, and an average of 3.6 million kilograms of local maize and over 1,000 farmers supplying maize have lost the market. 6,000 direct and indirect jobs linked to the factories have also been lost. The committee therefore observed that while the above proposal to reduce opaque beer excise rate from 230 or 30 to Uganda shillings 150 or 12 in Excise Bill 2022 is welcome, it is not optimum for the business to operate. And probably just to add here, it's like government is trying to negotiate with the opaque beer industry to see if whether they can start again. But at 150, they said no, they're unable to start and they just be testing the market. Now, it's against that background that the committee is recommending. Actually, they had wanted it reduced down to 5% or 50 shillings. However, the committee is recommending that clause 3A be amended to reduce excise duty on opaque beer to 10% or Uganda shillings 100 per liter, whichever is higher. The next one is on kombucha. Now, the committee observed the second schedule of the Excise Duty Act 2020 has excluded alcoholic kombucha drinks among items paying the 12 or Uganda shillings 150 tax regime. As with opaque beer, kombucha drinks are locally sourced and manufactured. It therefore serves the segment of the population that would, in the alternative, resort to illicit trade or untaxed and untaxable products such as local brew, tonto, ajono, mulamba, marua, and ikwete. While meeting with the Kombucha Drinks Manufacturers Association of Uganda, the committee was informed that kombucha is an applied term to mean fermented sugarless tea solution with a combination of yeast and bacteria. The committee was further informed that the kombucha product contains two categories. It contains the alcoholic kombucha and then the non-alcoholic kombucha. The committee learned that both alcoholic and non-alcoholic kombuchas undergo fermentation processes, although they differ on the number of days spent in fermentation. The committee learned that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 is amended under item 5D to include non-alcoholic kombucha under the category of products in a reduced tax regime of 12% or 150, whichever is higher. However, due to high fermentable nature of kombucha, only 2% of kombucha products remain non-alcoholic, as it will require long-term cost of refrigeration to maintain them in non-alcoholic state. The committee further learned that kombucha drink manufacturers employ more than 65,000 youth. The committee therefore noted that alcoholic kombucha should be included under item 2 to protect the nascent industry from the high tax regime, whichever is higher. That's a tax regime of 20% or Uganda shillings 250. The committee therefore recommends that Schedule 2, Item 3 of Excise Duty Act be amended to include alcoholic kombucha drinks among items applying the 12% or Uganda shillings 150 tax regime. This will encourage more manufacturers of the alcoholic kombucha to become tax compliant and join the formal sector, thereby expanding the tax base. Finally, Madam Speaker, D, clause 3D, amendment of item 11, schedule 2 of Excise Duty Act on plastics. The committee observed that item 11 of schedule 2 of the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 seeks to increase excise duty on bags of polymers of ethylene and other plastics to 40% or 400, whichever is higher. And that is from 253 at the moment. The committee further observed that the Excise Duty Act 2021 was passed under Schedule 11 and provided for 2.5% or $70 ton on all polymers to ethane and polypropylene imported into the country as a green levy. The committee learned that the above law was enacted to ensure that all plastic product manufacturers and importers would directly contribute to the government to ensure a clean and healthy environment and ensure the three R's, that is, reduce, reuse, and recycle, which are international practices for plastic products. This tax has been able to contribute about 60 billion towards the government consolidated fund as the Green Environment Levy. The committee was informed by Uganda plastic manufacturers and the Recyclers Association that although the above was reached by negotiation, it has still proved too high and led to the closure of some of their member factories. The committee therefore concluded from the above that the high excise duty on plastic is not justified. The committee recommends that clause 3D, amending item 11 of the Schedule 2 of the Excise Duty Act, be deleted. Madam Speaker, that's the report of the committee, and I have no notification of any minority report, Madam Speaker. And members here would agree with it.
Thank you so much for the report. I got a notification of the minority report. Who writes minority reports? A minority report is part of the major report. So what you need to do next time is to hand over a copy of the minority report to the chairman. Now that chairman, you know, you can ask for the minority report to be read.
Can I, Madam Speaker, that's the procedure, and other members, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi submitted the minority reports, and I have them. Can I now, Madam Speaker, formally request for a copy of the minority report?
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Msereko.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm glad that you've ruled wisely on that matter. But as well, I would like this House to come alive on minority reports. And when you state that you want to move it, they keep running away. As a matter of fact, I don't want that to come through here, but you've ruled and we all abide. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure from Morris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the chair of the committee, through your office, humbly requested for the minority report before Honorable Nsereko continues. But Honorable Nsereko is continuing to read the minority before the chair gets a report. Is it procedurally right, Honorable Speaker, for Honorable Nsereko to continue before the chair receives part of the report that is supposed to defend?
Honorable Nsereko laid the minority on table and is even uploaded.
Thank you, Honorable Chivalia. But I want to go into a lot of that. I'll leave you.
Can you read the report?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'll go into a few highlights, and my views are very clear that on excise duty, the committee interfaced with a number of proponents, but for me, I'll directly go onto the component of fuel and state that with the increased fuel prices, we observed that 70% increase has been accrued on fuel since January 2021 for a negative effect to the economy, especially on the transport and overall value chain for raw materials and finished products, but also the cost of living. Right Honorable Speaker, as a stopgap measure to curbing the high inflationary rate, we have been here several times in the House and tasked the government to tell us to come with a solution as regards the increasing prices of fuel. And they have promised air after air after air. The only tool.
Honorable Nsereko, does government give air?
But that's the on
no,
fuel.
I'm asking.
On fuel.
Is there air that is can be given by government?
In quotes, air.
No, you use a parliamentary language.
true. They have promised to come up with something and have come up with nothing. So promise after promise. And Right Honorable Speaker, I'm glad you've been asking the question on fuel number of time, even members of parliament. Whenever we attempted to debate the matter, we were told to wait for the budget. Now the budgetary time has come. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, of course, we accept that there is a spike in prices of fuel all over the world, and we accommodate that. We are also alive to the fact that the cost of living and the inflationary rates have gone up all over the world, not only in Uganda. But in the East African region, you had Her Excellency Samia Suluhu coming in to increase wages of government employees by 23%. President Uhuru announced an increment of 12%. Disposable income of our people in Uganda is diminishing every single day as a result.
Are you reading that from the report?
Therefore, yes, this is my report and I'm summarizing it.
Can you read the report as it
As a
is?
stopgap measure, Right Honorable Speaker, it is part of the report, it's what I've said. As a stopgap measure, we recommend a reduction in the excise duty levied on motor spirit, which is gasoline, by 750 shillings, which would bring the cost, the tax to 700 shillings for motor spirit gasoline, which is petrol, and then for diesel, which is gas oil, will reduce, our proposal would be a reduction by 500 shillings only, Right Honorable Speaker. If the House so wishes, that is a proposal we have laid on table, and we can propose our amendment when we move to committee stage, Right Honorable Speaker. The other observation we made, Right Honorable Speaker, in summary, was the issue of relaxing taxes on kombucha drinks, so that our people continue to be drunk. For me, in my opinion, this is promoting laziness. Yes, you know it, Honorable. And if we could not take away tax on bread, why take away tax on alcohol? Right Honorable Speaker, we also have a view.
Honorable members, I want you to put in mind we are looking for money.
That is
wherever we can get money, if it is from the
Right Honorable Speaker, as well as I wind up so that members come and debate the report. When you said that we should look for money, we realize that there are some goods here that are tax-free in excise duty. For example, sugar confectionaries in the same schedule, chewing gum, sweets and chocolates. Why not tax that? I'm giving that as a proposal to the House. Look at that avenue. Since we are looking for money, chewing gum is a luxury. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, the procedure matter is that the report is restricted to fuel, but the matter has the member has taken liberty and gone into lots of other issues which are not in the report. It's talked about kombucha, it's not in the report.
No, he was responding to your suggestion of reducing to 5%. Yes, Oily City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me way. I stand to support the minority report. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the excise amendment bill came in at the right time when there are looming prices of fuel. Right now, as we speak, vehicles are parked at home, businesses are stranded, people are not working. Inflations have become inflations, the prices of commodities have gone so high that as we speak now, Right Honorable Speaker, even when time for reporting back to school came, 50% of Ugandan schools have not gone back to school because parents cannot afford increased school fees, increase prices of the requirements at school, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last year, the tax exemption report showed that only in financial year 2020-2021, this government lost about 7.5 trillion shillings, Ugandan shillings. And the same report said, for the past 5 years as a country, we have lost 21 trillion shillings just in tax exemptions, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we believe, because I know many of our colleagues here are asking, how are we going to get money to support this budget, which is just coming in tomorrow? I believe if we did exempt by 50%, we can recover this money, which as Parliament, we will have waived on the fuel prices. And I also call upon members on that side, the ruling side, support us on this, because really, I know each one of us in the constituency is just feeling it. We should.
Yes, it is a maiden speech.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. It's my maiden speech since you took up that seat.
So can you finish?
Let me finish. I call upon honorable members to support an amendment of those proposed amendments in the minority report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Serwanye.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chair for the report and the Honorable Sereko for the minority report.
And let's have a minimum debate so that we will be able to go to committee. That is the most important one.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to talk about basically the opaque beer, which to the logic of the committee, they want to reduce because they make it from local materials. Right Honorable Speaker, beer and alcohol are inelastic products. At whatever price, the quantity demanded is the same. That is the small economics that I read, Right Honorable Speaker. Even if you put beer at 100,000 a bottle, the people who drink beer will still buy beer, Right Honorable Speaker. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, these are addictive products. Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable
members, area where
honorable members have respect when somebody is making a submission.
Right
now, on terms of beer, those who take beer are known. And that is luxury. That is luxury.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the area where I think we should get a lot of taxes as government in areas of to make people drunk and become problems sometimes to the society.
We may not get a lot of taxes, but reasonable taxes. Reasonable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the second bit is on fuel. It is important, however, for us to handle this tactfully because we need taxes to keep moving the economy ahead, because the issue of fuel cannot only be sorted by taxes, but we should also make a law in the excise duty amendment bill that will at least give Ugandans relief on the issue of the high fuel prices, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and I request that the House moves in that direction, Honorable Members.
Dr. Yume? Yes?
The procedure matter I'm raising, Madam Speaker, is that we've reported back, and we've also had the minority report, but we've not had the response from the executive on these matters.
No, executive comes last. Honorable Yume?
Madam.
A motion.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Rule 59N allows us to stop a debate and go to decision making. The nature of these bills, and I've been here speaking from experience, most of the work is done at the committee stage. The motion I am moving is that, Madam Speaker, you put the question, we go to the committee stage under Rule 58, 59N. And the nature of this rule, Madam Speaker, gives you no option but to put the question.
Is the motion seconded? And honorable members, you can put your input. Your input can be felt better at committee stage. Now we on Luale, just talking because we want the cameras to pick. Yes. I am still asking for a secondment.
Yeah.
I'm asking for a secondment on the motion. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Katesh, Silwanyi, Amosi, Jane, Nagoli. They have not spoken. They have not spoken. You have issues that you need to resolve in these things. Honorable members, you've had the motion and it has been seconded. I now put a question that the Exercise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time. Those in favor say at the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Whether you say no.
The Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022. Clause 1. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 2 is amended by substituting for the proposed definition of the word fruit juice in paragraph A the following. Fruit juice means unfermented liquid extracted from the edible part of a fresh fruit, whether the extracted liquid is diluted or not, but does not include fruit puree for industrial use that is not ready for final consumption. Justification: to exclude fruit puree for industrial use from being constituted fruit juice.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maranga.
Madam Chair, when they introduced the digital tax on juice, people have bought juice extractive machines. They are no longer using bottled juice like in parties, functions, and they sell them in bottles. And these are, in glasses. These are markets for the bottled products. So this juice is not being taxed in any form, and it affects the business of those who sell priced goods. I mean, digital tax goods. So where are we categorizing this form of juice?
Katesh?
Thank you very much, Chair. The proposal I'm going to make will actually answer the concerns he has. Madam Chair, the is going to undermine two aspects. One, the local processors of juice who are doing it at Bujagali level, who are not categorized as industrial, if you use this definition. But most importantly, the addition of the word industrial is not necessary because it's much imported puree and pulp from all over the world. So the way it was captured should remain. After all, the concern that the committee had is already catered for under the Amendment Act 2017 2EB, which provides that juice and vegetable juice, except juice made from 30% of pulp from vegetable or fruit grown in Uganda. So this one is sufficient to address the concerns of the committee. Therefore, I think that the proposal to redefine beyond what was captured is not necessary. Thank you.
So you want us to maintain as it was?
Yes.
Honorable Minister. Chair, do you have something to say?
With the clarification we've got, which was not available at the time of the committee proceedings.
Madam Chair, we did not provide any amendment to this clause, and we
Okay.
stand by our provision. in the
I
bill.
put a question that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Clause 3, Chair.
Madam Chair, we move that clause 3 is amended to 3A in paragraph A by substituting for the proposed item D the following. D, opaque beer, 10% or 100 per liter, whichever is higher. B, by inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph A, the following. F, any other alcoholic beverage locally produced other than the beverages referred to in paragraph A, made of fermented sugar tea solution with a combination of yeast and bacteria, 12% or shillings 150 per liter, whichever is higher. C, by deleting paragraph D to maintain the status quo. And justification, 1, the amendment will encourage the reopening of companies that had closed as a consequence of the higher tax that had the effect of lowering the cost of production, and 6, to lower the tax on opaque beer to enable the manufacturers. 2, to provide for low tax rate for alcoholic beverages locally produced from fermented sugar tea solution with a combination of yeast and bacteria. And then 3, the proposed tax rates under paragraph D seeks to impose a higher tax on the recyclable products and leaves the non-recyclable products with a lower tax. Now, actually, the recyclable products are 7% and the non-recyclable are 93%. So we thought that it's not rational.
What was the tax before?
The tax is 70 per $70 per ton, which is 3 shillings.
That was before the
Before,
amendment.
yeah, that's the current.
This is the current. In percentage.
The
No.
percentage.
In percentage, what was it?
So, sorry, this is, D is plastic. That's on plastic.
I am saying what was the tax in percentage of opaque beer?
Opaque beer.
Yes.
Opaque beer. It's being, that is.
The current tax.
It's 12% and 250.
So what is your basis of reducing to 10?
Madam Speaker, as I
Information.
explained the House.
Yes.
Madam Chair, currently opaque beer is at 20% or 230 shillings per liter, whichever is high.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is the area we want to really move, that this House adopts to instead increase the tax on opaque beer, because this is where government can get money, right, Honorable Speaker, because there is no benefit to the economy, there is no benefit to our people. This is where we should tax so that we get taxes and then we can use these taxes to construct roads and develop our infrastructure. So this is an area where we should not reduce, but the House adopts, I move a motion that the House adopts that we increase the tax instead of reducing.
Madam Chair.
Or at worst, right, Honorable Speaker, we retain, at worst, the worst case scenario, we retain the 20% and we don't reduce anything.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. The fact that we amended clause 2 has an effect on clause 3. It has an effect on clause 3. Here from law.
Madam Chair and honorable members, actually this clause should be 3A should be deleted completely. And if you go to the proposed amendment in clause 3A, it is solely proposed at facilitating Nairobi is limited to resume production of Chibuku. And the moment you do that, you are throwing out all other people who are preparing their local brews, Tonto, Chikwete, and what have you.
No.
So consequently, government seems to be held hostage by the multinational companies against their own people. So,
can I hear from?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't want us to misunderstand opaque beer. First of all, is manufactured by the local people. This is an improved, this is an improved beer that comes out of the Marwaz, such that it is a health standardized beer that now, instead of people taking an unhealthy beer, they are now taking this locally manufactured beer where Ugandan people have invested.
Honorable members, order in the House.
Madam Chair, these locally, the small and medium enterprises, Ugandans who have heavily invested in this sector are now also going to be affected if this price is increased. I mean the tax. Secondly, Madam Chair,
Honorable members, as I've said, clause 2 has an effect on clause 3. You ask yourself how. Because clause 2 introduces a definition of fruit juice, which we have rejected, and we have maintained the previous one. So what is the impact that is there that you want us to achieve after reducing the tax? Why don't you maintain the previous tax?
Madam Speaker, this
I'd
what
given it to Katesh. I'd given Katesh.
Madam Chair and members here, when we are doing registration, one of the things we must be careful about is take away emotions. And looking at tax as something that you can easily adjust without doing a detailed study. Tomorrow we shall be looking at the supply. Madam Speaker, yesterday you mentioned this appetite of reducing taxes without understanding that it has an implication on what we shall be discussing later. We must be we must exercise it carefully. Having said that, Madam Speaker.
And just to add on what you're saying, reducing taxes on non-essential goods.
So, Madam Speaker, the proposal that was put in the or 12% is sufficient, in my opinion, to revive. For you to recommend a reduction from 150, 50 shillings, and from 12 to 5%, you will have to explain the consequences tomorrow as you allocate the supply. Members, what I'm saying is that what has been provided, in my opinion, is sufficient. We don't need to touch it further to reduce it. Let us see how it plays out in the year, and based on statistics, maybe can advise in the next subsequent year.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I don't want to be intimidated that the voters are watching.
Exactly.
The same voters want hospitals in their places. The same voters want roads to be worked on. The same voters want security. This business that voters are watching. You say drunkards are watching.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, as a clarification, Madam Chair, the notion that is here, and I want honorable members to understand, is that the Ministry of Finance, the one that is looking for tax, is the one coming with a proposal to reduce it to 12%. Because the act is here, and I can read the schedule where that, and clearly it is 20% or 230 shillings per liter.
Honorable, read from this one.
Thank you. So, this one, because, Right Honorable Speaker, what we have here is 2021, 2022. Okay? And what we are talking about are the non-alcoholic beverages. But when we talk about opaque beer, this one is not explicit, Right Honorable Speaker. This one is the compendium. They are all the same. Now, on opaque beer in particular, this one in 2020, 2021 was 30% or 650. The minister in 1 year came and sought for relief to 20%. Now, in 2021, 2022, it's at another relief of 12%. There is a problem there that you need to tell us.
Honorable members, can I hear from the minister?
Madam Chair, I think Honorable Sewungu, it is in the interest of all of us that we get this information. then we can be able to debate thoroughly. Madam Chairperson and honorable colleagues, why Madam Chair, why we are proposing to classify opaque beer under 12% or 150 per liter, whichever is higher, is for one reason. In about 3 years ago, when I was still the chairperson, an argument came that we must tax the non-essential items highly, especially alcohol. And this opaque beer was not spared, despite of the advice which was given to us by the industry players. When we did that, the factory which was producing opaque beer in Chibuku closed.
Which one was that?
And the producers of the raw material which was being used have no market, did not get market. We came up with a proposal which is current now, which we thought would bring this industry into the market so that the local material can be produced again and the people should start getting money. This has also not worked. Our studies and consultations with the industry players is that if we introduce 12% and 150, they should be able to get back to the market. And once they do so, we shall get the taxes we want. Our local producers will get the income from the production of raw materials they use. Right now, at the moment, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, even if we raised it to any rate we want, as long as the factory is not producing, we shall not get any revenue. Clarification.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, I want to thank the Honourable Minister for seeking my clarification. You see, Honourable Musas Henry, you first go back to your Rwanda constituency and look at those local, kindly listen, because you have accepted to take my clarification, and we normally don't fight on this microphone, we talk with sense, and you accept that. The proposal you are bringing, as a matter of fact, you are throwing out all local brewers. That's the fact about this. The only way you can sustain this is by maintaining the status quo. Secondly, when you go to Rwanda, where you come from, but it is my home as well. Through the chair.
What is the status quo?
20%, I think. Yeah, because Madam Chair, the issue of throwing out other local brewers who prepare your muramba from Rwanda and other local brews is not correct. Secondly, you know, when you keep the status quo, still the other cost media, but the moment you are creating another entry of a national company to prepare Chibuku. Please, you are not on the microphone, I'm the one, Honorable Member. And you can seek, but I'm also seeking. But what do you lose, Honorable Minister? Honorable Minister, what do you lose by maintaining the status quo? What do you lose?
Honorable members of Parliament, with due respect, honorable members of Parliament, can we, honorable members of Parliament, I know how indisciplined you can mean to be, but all of you, not only you and we are saying, let's move from 20 to 12 so that these people can be able to get back to business, more employment. If they catch up, especially after COVID, we are only budgeting for 1 year. 1 year. And in that 1 year, we should be able to assess what could have happened. Yes. Honorable member. Honorable members. Honorable members. Now,
Madam Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I know that there are some biases against the alcohol, but as you very well know, that you cannot do away with alcohol. Even Jesus turned water into wine. So, Madam Chair.
honorable members, I want to tell you, when you're in the house, you don't use the phone to make calls in the house.
Madam Chair, the minister is right because he's from an informed point of view. First of all, they have seen these factories which are employing Ugandans and also having suppliers close. Now that evidence is there. I have not heard.
Honorable members, the committee is recommending 5% and 50, and Uganda shillings 50. We are rejecting that committee decision. Now we are taking the minister's proposal of 12% and 150. I now put a question that clause 3, further amendment.
Madam Chair, procedure. It was at 20%. You refused to remove tax on bread. You're removing tax on beer.
A question on opaque beer. I am putting a question that clause 3 be amended on opaque beer as proposed by the minister. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Can you sit down? Honorable members, I will suspend a member from this house. If you cannot respect the chair, the ayes have it. The next.
Madam Chair,
You know, I don't know whether you understand. Maize. This thing uses sorghum and maize. It is for your own benefit. Yeah? It is a validation. For me, my constituency, it benefits. Yes, next.
Madam Chair.
Hello? Yes.
Madam Chair, in clause 3.
Honorable member, stop distracting the chair. We are still moving on.
Madam Chair, in clause 3D on plastics, Amendment of item 2, schedule 2 of the Excise Duty Act, plastics. Madam Chair, the recommendation of the committee is to delete the clause. We would like to appeal to Parliament to approve our proposal because of the following reasons. One, our proposal is meant to tax manufacturers of plastics that do not have recycling plants in order to encourage cleaning and conservation of our environment. Number two, if this clause is deleted, it means that plastics can be imported to Uganda without paying any taxes. Uganda will have to incur the cost of cleaning up of the environment that has been polluted by imported Kavera free of tax. Madam Chair, under clause 2C, clause 3B(c), we propose to amend it as follows. Any other undernatured spirits of alcohol strength by volume of less than 80% to attract excise duty of 80% or Uganda shillings 1,700 per liter, whichever is higher. The justification, Madam Chair, is that after consultations, we realized that in this financial year, in the next financial year, we promised the country that we shall not be increasing taxes. And the proposal we had initially introduced was leading to increase in taxes when the businesses are still beginning to recover from COVID. Number B, the proposal reduces the risk of trading in illicit alcohol and hence improved tax revenue. We have
Honorable Minister, I thought we had passed alcohol.
Sorry?
We have passed alcohol. We are now on polythene bags.
Madam Chair, I think I need to clarify.
Yeah.
Would you like to handle one by one?
That's what we are doing. Your opinion on polythene bags.
Oh. There are quite several under 3, but with your guidance, I take your guidance. Let's deal with one by one. I've proposed is on plastics.
What is your proposal on plastics?
Madam Chair, our proposal on plastics is to ask Parliament to agree with our proposal as it is in the committee and to reject what the committee is proposing.
As it is in the committee and reject what the
Madam
committee
Chair, I think.
Are you maintaining what is in the bill, what is from you?
Yes.
Of 40%?
Yes,
or 4,000 per kilogram, whichever is higher?
Yes, the committee proposed an amendment which I'm rejecting.
Yes, of a deletion.
Yes.
Committee, yes.
And I gave my strong reasons, Madam
Committee? Committee, give us your explanation for deletion.
Okay, Madam Speaker, This whole issue has a long history to it, but let me try to summarize the facts. First of all, there was a big issue around the plastics in 2018, and I was privileged at that time to be chair of the Natural Resources Committee, and I made input to trying to ensure that we can see a way of resolving the issue. And at that time, as a negotiated settlement, as a negotiated settlement, we reached understanding that in order to clean our environment, that in order to clean our environment, companies should be encouraged to reduce the use, see if we can reuse whatever is available, whatever is there in the environment, and also that we can recycle. It's against that background that the National Environment Management Act was passed. And as a result of that act, the plants, the manufacturers who could recycle increased from 28 to now 70, with a huge investment in this area. More recently, I think it was last year, they agreed on what they came together as people involved in plastics. They agreed on what they call the green. That is what I talked about earlier as the 2.5% or US $70, which is now projected to generate 60 billion shillings. Now, what the minister is proposing is targeting the people who can recycle, and the people who can recycle, and that's mainly the people manufacturing the carrier bags, are 70% of the whole plastic industry. The 93% that cannot recycle, and those are things like plastic, wrappers, and the whole sort of things that you normally see, are being left out in what is being proposed. And what we are saying is that we should maintain the status quo so that everybody contributes to cleaning the environment. And with what is being proposed, actually, it means that those who actually contribute, and those are the largest, 93%, as I've said. And within that group, at the moment, we have only one factory, which is Coca-Cola, which is actually recycling bottles. That with what is being proposed, they will not be contributing anything. So, the minister is not giving any rationale. We asked them, Madam Speaker, to provide us with a justification, to provide something in writing, why they are proposing this amendment. Up to the last minute, they did not provide anything. Information from Honorable Karim.
Thank you, Chair, for giving way. I'm giving information.
And when you're looking at this section, I want you to read it together with the NEMA Act, Section 76, which says that the plastics made out of ethylene above 30 microns and not listed under Section 9 should not be taxed. That is the NEMA Act.
Thank you, Chair. I was giving information to my chairperson. When you look at the excise duty schedule, plastic products, the clause they want to substitute, which is D11, they are targeting a certain type of Vera Right now, we are charging all polythene at 2.5% or $70 per ton, whichever is higher. But the minister is suggesting to target a specific one which has categorized with codes. So our proposal as a committee is to maintain it the way it is. All plastics should be taxed, should be charged at a uniform rate, not targeting only the recyclable ones.
Can you clarify which are these polythene bags with the code 3923.2100 and then 3923.29? We need to be very clear on which are those.
Chair, when they talk about this code, they are talking about the usual polythene bags we use in supermarkets, the ones after we've bought stuff, the ones they give us our things in.
Are they above the 30 microns?
But according to the explanation, these are the recyclable ones, the ones that can.
I want something either above or below.
No, the bags of under 30 microns were banned under that.
They were not banned.
That's what we agreed, Madam. They were banned. Under 30 microns were banned. There may just be a problem of.
Yes, the ones below the 30 microns were banned.
Yes, please.
Then above
that, we agreed that we'll reduce the use, make sure that we encourage being reused. And by encouraging being reused, that's why we are saying they should be of a larger micron, much larger, other than the thinner one, which cannot be reused. And then also recycled. And that's what I was explaining, that with the recycling, with what is being proposed, it threatens the industry, it threatens the huge amounts of investment that has been put in this sector. But there was information also.
Percent to 40%. See the big difference. Honorable Minister, are you saying?
I have information. Madam Speaker, I have information.
Chair, information. When you look at this amendment, it's brought in bad faith because it's targeting only 5%. So this increment to 40% or 4,000 shillings per kilo is targeting only 5% of the polythene on the market, not the entire polythene. If it was targeting all the plastics, that would be very fine.
Okay. Yes, Faith.
Honorable Chair, the increase from 2.5 to 40%, we looked at it as prohibitive to send away a specific section of players out of business. And then it protects another specific section. So we saw it as discriminatory. We thought maybe somebody war. So we refused. That's the basis on which we thought it should be deleted. And we said, if we really want to ban plastics, then we should ban for all, not a section of players and leave out the others. That's the spirit, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, the current law talks about plastics and plastic granules. That implies that anything that has plastic, including the clothes that we have, including that.
He's giving us information.
I was just giving information, then you can make a decision. The current law talks about plastics and plastic granules.
The member is a member of the committee.
I'm giving information. For you to debate on an informed point of view. That's the purpose. I'm not debating. But when you go to the current act, it says with plastic products and plastic granules, which are taxed at 2.5 or 70 per ton. In the current format of the law, it becomes very hard to know which item contains plastic and should not be taxed or should be taxed, including the clothes that we are putting on. Some of our shirts and clothes have plastics. So the purpose of having this amendment was to help them identify, tax those that should not be in the market. And in doing that, they brought this amendment and they put the prices, the rates higher so that they only deter the plastics that are bad to our environment. Now, the only problem that we have here, when you go by this definition, you leave out a lot of more plastics out. So it is a bit discriminatory. The only thing we need to decide as a house, if we are to maintain the current status quo at 2.5 and $70, then we redefine, we look at the definition to actually deal with the plastics that we don't need. If we are to take the new rate, we should also look at the definition and include the plastics, for example, the bottles, the carbons, and all that, so that we do not leave out anything that is not taxed. So it's the decision of this house to look at what is bad for the environment and what is not bad. But the whole problem is in the definition, it's not in the rates. So when we are arguing, let's argue about how best can we define plastics that we don't need and how best can we define those that we don't need. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the deviation from 2.5% to 40% is an overtaxation, and that defeats the principle of equity. So it is either the minister accepts to maintain the 2.5%, or we take the committee position.
Madam Chair,
Are we together, Honorable Minister?
what is the minister doing? Madam Chair. The status quo remains.
No.
Yes. Because we are deleting.
Honorable members, can I hear from the minister?
Madam Chair, in the interest of moving together as the House, as we have always done, I want to propose that the new proposal in this bill be deleted.
Honorable members, we are deleting the new proposal and maintaining the 2.5 or US 70 per ton, whichever is higher. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
No.
The ayes have it. We go to F. Minister, are you okay with the F, the alcoholic beverages?
Madam Chair, we are still on C, on clause 3. And
okay.
I would like to propose an amendment under clause 3BC as follows. Any other and unnatured spirits of alcohol strength by volume of less than 80% to attract or Uganda shillings 1,700 per liter whichever is higher. The justification with the government decision 2022, 2023, and number two, it reduces the risk of trading in illicit alcohol and hence improved tax revenue. Madam Chair, we consulted further with the stakeholders widely, and they have no objection of maintaining the current excise duty rate of 80% or shillings 1,700 per liter for both locally and imported spirits.
So you're deviating from the committee decision? You're maintaining what is in the bill and deviating from what the committee, the bill.
Procedure.
Okay.
This one was at 60.
Yes. So we are putting a question on what?
No, now we are saying what the objective is that we maintain
80. Honorable members, the Honorable Minister is proposing that we, on locally produced unnatured spirits at 80% or 1,700 per liter, whichever is higher. And then the imported is also at, the imported is at 80. 80 and what? and 2,500 and 2,000. That is for the imported. I put a question that the minister's amendment as proposed be considered. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, for clarity, the imported is at 100, not 80%.
No,
It
it's
stayed at 100.
reduced to 80. He changed, he reduced to 80. Next, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Right
Are you
Honorable
done with-
Speaker.
Are you done with the amendments?
Right Honorable Speaker, this bad spirit of our colleague here.
Can we have an amendment from Honorable Sereko?
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me propose an amendment to the second schedule of this bill, the Excise Duty Act. Honorable members, I refer you Honorable Minister, can you stop distracting the speaker?
Yes, Honorable Sereko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and Madam Chair, I propose an amendment on the second schedule of an amendment on second schedule of the Principal Act, the Excise Duty Act, in paragraph 8. I think on the small compendium, it's page 456. To the effect that motor spirit gasoline, that is petroleum, at the moment, the rate charged per liter is 1,450, and our proposal is a reduction by 750 shillings per liter. And the justification was already given, Right Honorable Speaker. The increase in fuel prices have driven up the cost of living. The wages are no longer commensurate with the increased cost of living. All departments are now asking for increase of wages because they can no longer meet their demands. Disposable income is becoming minimal and slim. Most of government workers are running on loans, and what they had saved is no longer available because it's now consumed in transport. Different government departments other than those where you have people running on free fuel cards like ministers and others are the ones that are not feeling this. But the ordinary person that wakes up in the morning and makes their money has felt this. The increase in diesel prices have led to the increase in the prices of goods. We've tasked this government to come up with a proposal for 6 months on how fuel prices will go down, but to no avail. The only remedy we remain with, honorable members of parliament, is one, is the whip of the tax. If we reduce this tax by 750...
You have brought your amendment. We have understood.
Then on diesel, on part B, on gas oil automotive light amber high-speed engine, termed as diesel, it is at 1,130 per liter, and we propose a reduction of 600 shillings that will take it to 530 shillings. I appeal to you all and persuade you to support this position in the interest of this country, and I'm certainly sure that this will be a good stopgap measure to help our people get back on their feet. It will reduce fuel-led inflation, and it will also automatically send disposable income into the pockets of the people. I'm also well aware that for sure people will desist from asking from pay rise as a result of allowances based on mileage and fuel. So assuming in the last 2 years you've been paid allowances based on mileage and the mileage is capped at a liter at 3,000 shillings. Tell me how you're making those ends meet if it's not commensurate with the pump price today. So in this, you will not only, by denying this, you will not only be cheating yourselves, but also cheating other people. That is my proposal, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, maybe the additional proposal there was the introduction of taxes on sugar confectionaries in the same schedule. Sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets and chocolates, which this government, in its way of looking for tax, in its wisdom, only exempted to zero, nil. I don't know whether those are essentials, sweets, chewing gum and others.
Sugar, confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets, chocolates have been nil. What is your suggestion?
Our
What
suggestion
percentage?
on sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, sweets and chocolates should be at 20%.
Yes. Let's dispose one by one. Yes.
Start with the fuel.
Now you've given us a.
Thank you
chewing
very
gum.
much, Madam Chair. The proposal by Honorable Sereko is a very good political proposal.
Which
But
one? Of
technically,
chewing gum?
yes,
On which one?
on fuel,
Uh-huh.
but technically untenable,
I'm saying let's start with chewing gum.
the fuel.
Chewing gum.
I thought chewing gum, I have no comment. I wanted to
Okay.
comment on fuel.
I put a question that we amend
Part
six-
16.
part 16
Yes. Of the-
on sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, reducing the 20% duty. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Now go to fear.
Madam Chair, on fuel, Madam Chair, the implication on the fuel proposal of reducing will result into 1.5 trillion revenue lost. I have looked at I've had the benefit to look at the numbers from the industry. If you reduce that fuel by 700 shillings, you are going to have 1.5 trillion deficit. Madam Chair, diesel and petrol, the taxes on diesel and petrol account for, on average, 25%. We all know that one of the big drivers of fuel has been the increase in the bar of fuel, plus the global challenges of transportation. I would like to request members to exercise some level of caution when we are dealing with tax reductions, because taxation, you cannot deal with it in a very short-term manner. If you propose a measure that is going to draw down the revenue by 1.5 trillion, that means we must be able to reduce our budget by. Since you have raised we have adopted the other proposal of confectionaries, I would propose that we maintain the rates.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, we have a report of the Committee of Trade, which demonstrated that from December to March, where we had crisis of fuel, the country received in volume terms the biggest ever of oil into the country, of fuel. So the issue is not about tax because, yes, the issue is not about tax because more volumes came in the 3 months of January to March, more than we had in September to December of last year. So I am opposed to it. That what is important is we need to check on grid and we need to have the Ministry of Energy to exercise its mandate in terms of making control. So we should not allow
Information. Thank you very much.
We should not allow the proposal that is being made by honorable member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam,
Yes,
Madam Speaker, last 2 weeks back, the Minister of Finance was on because because of the tax, the fuel prices being so high. Reason being people are not in production, and with or without Madam Speaker and honorable members, whether government reduces taxes on petrol and diesel or not, government is making losses. The only thing government can do is to do a reduction on fuel and also do the recovery, as we had said. We have told you last financial year alone, the tax exemption report indicated that as a country, we lost 7.7 trillion shillings to exemptions. In the last 5 years alone, we have lost 21 trillion shillings. We believe if we did exempt the 1.5 trillion shillings, which would have waived on fuel and diesel and petrol, can be recovered from these exemptions if we reduce them by 50%, Madam Speaker and honorable members.
Yes, Faith, then Kanya.
Madam Chair, we are handling the issue of fuel, which is proposed by Honorable Nsereko. There is no evidence that if we reduce taxes, the pump prices will go down. There is no evidence. Secondly, Madam Chair, a few weeks ago, this House passed that we functionalize the road fund. When we put in the 100 on fuel, it was meant for road fund. Now, when we want to remove that, what will we put in the road fund? So my proposal, let's allow it to stay in the way it has been for now. There is no tax being added on fuel.
Honorable members, Kanya.
Madam Chair, some time back, a committee of finance led by the current Minister of Agriculture, we investigated the cost of high fuel price. Even went to Mombasa, met importers and so forth. Besides tax, there are two important aspects that this House needs to address. We need, and Attorney General, through you, Madam Chair, we need to have the competition law in place. As we speak now, fuel operators and importers are making super abnormal profit of more than 1,000 shillings. So even if you reduce the tax by 500 shillings, they will not, because what they do hoarding. Because we just hold on, let me make this point. Kindly, I am informed. I'm sorry, I will give you the opportunity. Now, as we speak now, Madam Chair, this country does not have competition law. There is monopoly, there is hoarding, because we do not have a regulation. So I'm saying, Madam Chair, even if you reduce tax now by 500 shillings, the fuel importers will do hoarding and the price will go up because they're used to making super abnormal profit. Therefore, what we need to do, I am saying beside the tax, because I don't want to legislate here and then my people in Tororo don't benefit. And then we enrich the rich people. We order the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, within a period of 1 month, to bring the competition law in this place and we solve this problem once and for all. For now, we maintain the status quo and then move forward.
Honorable members, considering the severe implication of this proposal, it has a lot of impact. Katesh has just talked about it. Faith has talked about it. I propose the Minister of Energy and together with the finance, study this matter, and you can bring in an amendment to the exercise duty anytime to this effect. For me. Honorable members, when I'm giving you a guidance, I am saying come back and present, go and study it. It has just come. Go and study it and bring it back. Don't think the fuel prices are only affecting one person. We are only lucky that the Honorable Nsereko raised it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we do take your guidance that this is the matter which has just come to us, and also considering our preliminary figures, I want to play to the House that we be given time to study the implications of this proposal thoroughly and then report back to the House in 3 months.
Honorable Sewungu.
Madam Chair, I want to thank you very much and being considerate. However much we come out to raise our issues that you have given us time. Madam Chair, as the Minister and honorable members goes to study this matter, let us also take an interest in this. What is happening out there, Honorable Chair, is that Shell, Total, bring fuel here. But then other companies buy fuel from these particular people and they sell their fuel at a lower price, whereas those who have sold to the other buyers continue selling at a higher price. That's very abnormal in this country.
No, that is what.
That one company is selling to a retailer.
Now,
this is totally abnormal,
Honorable,
and I think we need to give key attention to this.
You come and speak on this side.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Honorable Sewung for giving that.
You know, he's a fuel dealer.
But, what Honorable Sewung is raising is that the truth is this: fuel is bought on auction, on quotas. He knows. Open tender system. So when somebody has done an open tender system and got his 100 trucks and others, now Shell and Total never sell to people that in trucks. They will put it for their own facilities, and also they would run up to buy from others. The only difference is that the operational costs of Shell, they have one name in Netherlands, in London, what the operational costs are what? High. So whatever they do, every liter you buy here in Guru is costed on that. While for me, Nandala, who brings my truck from the border, my operational costs are very low. Definitely, my charge will be what? Low. But the fuel is the same. It is the same, no difference. So the other people now, because they have the best advertising method, they say, go Shell, go Total, it's the best. But the true story, this fuel is what? The same. And for them, because of the cost. So the whole thing which you have to address, which you want to ask the Minister of Finance and Energy to sit down and deal with the bottleneck from the point of, they say up there, up to here. If we sort that, the price of fuel here will go
Thank
down.
you, Honorable Nandala. I put a question that clause 3 be amended. 1, in item 16, that is the sugar confectionaries, chewing gum, opaque beer by maintaining what is in the bill of 12% or 150. B, on imported unnatured spirit of alcoholic strength by value of 80% or more than, and we have reduced from 100 to 80%, and 2,500 to 2,000 per liter. And D, whichever is high, D we have maintained as what is in the bill for plastics. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too.
I put a question at the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act, the Excise Duty Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled. Honorable members, we constituted a team of brains to go and discuss on the issue of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022. Can I have a report and a brief report to the effect, and then we go straight to committee stage? And I request, I really want government, I want you to listen attentively to the findings of the select committee on Bujagali. And you need to take an action for the good of this country.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. honorable members, as you are aware, I was the one who was chosen to lead the team, and these are the members I led. Honorable Bahati, the Minister for Trade, Honorable Musasizi, Honorable Ekanya, I led my lead of opposition, Honorable Chivumbi, Honorable John Taira, Honorable Batua, Honorable Roy Katale, Honorable we have a staff, we use Moses Kagwa, Honorable Mara Paul, Honorable Jane Abura, Honorable my dear one, Jane Pachito, the Vice Chair, Honorable Katesh, Honorable Nangoli Gerard, Honorable Karim, Honorable Wanda. Colleagues, if there's anybody I've missed, I beg your indulgence and excuse me. Madam Speaker, when the committee went, I want to state from onset, there was no politics. Everybody who was there was discussing as a Ugandan, and lead counsel was Honorable Tayewa, and I will allow him to speak a few minutes after I've made this presentation. And the issue we framed are the following: whether we should grant an extension to Bujagali for another 5 years, whether the financial records of Bujagali Energy Limited represent a true picture, whether the government of Uganda, whether the agreement between the government of Uganda and Bujagali was made in good faith, and whether the tariff which is being charged is the right tariff. So, Madam Speaker, we considered the accounts of Bujagali, which runs from 2018 to 2021. The accounting period is 31st. Madam Speaker, this is what were the findings. I'm sorry. These were the findings. That, Madam Speaker, there's a calculation of the monthly capacity payment of what government is supposed to pay Bujagali. And I'm going to ask all members to hold their pens and write what I'm going to read. The capacity payment for any month M shall be calculated as follows. And that is CP. CP will equal to RTD, you write RTD, plus ITD, plus TERR, plus CIT, plus OT, plus OM, plus MC, plus GOU, double ERR. If you have made a mistake, we shall repeat it later. And this is what it represents. I told you capacity building is CP. RTD means the amount of repayment of tariff debt, the amount of payment of tariff debt component for that month. There's a section. ITD means the amount of interest on tariff debt, the interest on means the tariff equity repayment, the tariff equity repayment and a return on that equity. And the CIT means the corporate income tax. OT means the amount of other tax component. OM means monthly operation and maintenance fee. MC means miscellaneous charge. And the other one, DOR means the government of Uganda equity return and return on components. Madam Speaker, that is the formula. The committee interrogated this and looked at the accounts. It discovered the following: that the debt is being paid on time, the interest on debt is being paid, the return on equity is 19%, the corporation tax is supposed to be after making profit, the remaining charges are also being paid. And in the financials, Madam Speaker and my colleagues, after payment of the return on equity, there is a payment of dividend. And the committee observed the following: there are three classes of share capital. There's class A, there's class B, there's class C. Class A Class C is for the people of Uganda, $20 million with no voting right, with no dividend. Class $67,910 with the highest dividend over $70 million per month, per year. Madam Speaker, we looked at the accounts, the financial statements looked misleading. And because of that, we tasked Honorable Tayewa to analyze further, Madam Speaker, at an appropriate speak for minutes, but these are the findings which we want to conclude on, that given the misleading information we had and the computation being done in a wrong way, it has led to the tariff rates to be high, because the equity owners get two types of payments, 19%, and they even get dividends, which they are not entitled to. This has pushed up power, which would have been less than 5 cents by now. Now, for us to harmonize this, we have agreed that we allow government 6 months. 6 months to go and come back to carry out value for money in the Bujagali. And in these 6 months, this will be done with consultation with Parliament. And Madam Speaker, the committee proposes that you yourself, in your wisdom, you will constitute a committee which will work with the government, with those auditors of government carrying out value for money, to establish the true position who has been benefiting from this project. Madam Speaker, given the type of agreement we have, if we put in every figure as it's supposed to be, the value of the return on equity, if it's the 10 shares of 19% on $10 million, would have been $1.9 million, as opposed to a notional interest of average of $100 million per year, plus dividends of over $70 million per year. Madam Speaker, within that period of 6 months, we propose that the report which will come out should be presented to the House latest by 1st January 2023. The reason we're raising January 20, somebody will say it will be a public holiday. So if it's a public holiday, you rather bring it on 31st December if it's a working day, or a next day after 1st January. The purpose is that Parliament should scrutinize that report within 3 months and come up with final recommendation as far as Bujagali project is concerned. Is it okay? In that regard, because we are talking of 6 months, plus 3 months, 9 months, it's in the wisdom of the committee that for now the status quo remains for a period of only 1 year, which is a final period as far as Bujagali is concerned. Madam Speaker, it is very difficult to lead very professional people. They pull here and here, but I believe I did my best. So I want Madam Speaker and members of Parliament to give my colleague Honorable Tayevo just a small hint for about 3 minutes and Paul 1 minute to conclude on this. But in all, I want to thank my committee. Can I sit here, sir?
Chair BCU, thank you so much. And thank you for leading the professionals. How about just 1 minute and Omara 1 minute, because we are going to constitute a team that will give, we've already got information that we require. So just give us a brief. How about you come here?
Oh. Right Honorable Speaker, we went through the financial statements of BEL for the years 2019 up to 2021. We went through the power purchase agreement between the government of Uganda and the Bujagali Electric Limited. Madam Speaker, the return on equity, as said my senior colleague, on the share capital of Bujagali is 19%. And for those who don't know, return on equity is the net profit over the share capital. Madam Speaker, the financials clearly indicate that Bujagali brought in only $10 million. Therefore, the 19% or return on equity would be 1.9 million. Madam Speaker, we also found out that in the computation of the tariff, they paid 67 million to Bujagali, which is 52% of the composition of the tariff cost, which in our thinking is too higher. They should have actually, yeah, all these are in dollars. They should have actually have paid them $1.9 million because that's what they're entitled to. Madam Speaker, because of that big payment, that's why the cost of tariff, why the cost of power is high. And as a result of the high price, this company actually looked at is that in the year 2018, 2019, they made a profit of $60 million. The actual figure is actually 60,168,147. In 2020, they made a profit of 56,832,593. In 2021, they made a profit of 79,827,885. Yes, US dollars. All these are in US dollars. Madam Speaker, out of that, they were able to pay dividends to the shareholders who only contributed $10 million as share capital. In the year 2018, they paid out a dividend of $68,500,000 US dollars. In 2019, they paid out $72 million US dollars. In 2020, they paid out.
Can you summarize? We are going to have a committee that is going to bring.
I'm summarizing this, Madam Speaker, and we still believe that the accounting standard or principle of full disclosure would actually mean that if there is any money that was spent outside the share capital of 10 million should have been disclosed within the financial statements. Madam Speaker, these honorable members will agree that if you are going to have a project, the project should be financed by two sources of income. It is either share capital or loan finance or both. And these sources of income must be clearly disclosed within the financial statements. But what we see here is that the $10 million which was paid, and then the money which is from loans, and loans are clearly indicated how they will be repaid with the interest. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Omara, 1 minute.
So much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank our chair, Nandala, for moderating and bringing us together to agree on the way forward. Madam Speaker and honorable members, it is now very clear to us that the agreement that the government of Uganda signed with Bujagali was very unfair to Uganda. That said, we have met all our commitments. Bujagali has been collecting all their return on equity and all the tax repayments and interest. But there has been profit which was being made, which they were not entitled to. Unfortunately, they were taking away that money as a payment on dividends, and we are taking nothing. So that's why we have recommended that the Auditor General, together with us and all the stakeholders, we go through the financial statements to establish how much money they have taken over the years, so that we can really take that money to consolidated funds. What we have seen also, Madam Speaker, is that this loan, the senior loan should have been paid by 2023, which is 1 year ahead of us. But the clever people during loan consolidation and restructuring put the repayment period for another 10 years, where the payments now comes due in 2032. And the cost of negotiation is $45 million. And by the time we finish, we would have paid more money to Bujagali. This was based on a very wrong decision because Bujagali is not suffering from any cash flow problems. We have enough money there to accelerate loan repayments. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, there's enough money on depreciation and retained earnings. We are going to look at this, and with this money, we should be able to pay all the loans for Bujagali. And then the government of Uganda will begin to have all that money going to consolidated fund. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, first of all, again, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity you gave us, and especially me to lead the team. And as I said, I led a very tough team, but I've seen no minority report. So I'm so happy. But also I want to thank my team for working. Let us do this thing as Ugandans. The tariff power affects everybody across the board. And I want to tell the government of Uganda, even if it involves us going to explain to the president of Uganda, we are ready to do it, because there are people who fear to tell him. We are here to tell him that we are being cheated by these so-called investors. And Madam Speaker, this should be the opening one. And we can assure you we are going to save people of Uganda from this theft. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to ask Madam Speaker now that we can now move to committee stage.
Honorable members, I want to make these remarks before we start the committee stage. I am happy the Attorney General is here. We are the majority shareholders we must have the voting rights. That means we need an inclusion in the board as Ugandans. We cannot afford having no Uganda in the board. We need that to be done immediately. That's one. The dividends that are paid to Bujagali, to those people, should also be paid to us. Our contribution is 20 million, theirs is 10. How come we are not getting dividends? We need dividends as Ugandans. We need to have a forensic audit and determine value for money. A forensic audit must be done immediately. I therefore announce the committee, a select committee that should go and work together with the audit, work and find out what is happening in that area, and thereafter we'll have a meeting with the executive on this issue. And I want us to remove politics from it. Honorable Chivumbi, when I say now, let's go and call a spade to the president, he should be able to do it. It's not about a party, it's about Ugandans. I will have Honorable Taebwa, Honorable Mara, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, Honorable Karim Masaba, Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafabi, Honorable Katesh, Honorable Katalin Loy, Honorable Nakut, and Honorable Afoyo Chan. Those are 9 members of the select committee. And this team will be led by Honorable Katesh. We need a report to that effect. I want to thank you. And I want a report in this house. Tell me how much time do you need since you have looked at the accounts. Nathan, how much time do you need? I am giving you 3 months to make a report to this house to the effect. And on that reason, therefore, it is also an agreed position that we give them a waiver for 1 year.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022, Clause 1.
I put a question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I put a question that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put a question that Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, the committee the committee recommends that clause 4 be exemptions so as to inform any further tax exemptions.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, are you okay with the deletion?
Madam Chair, we stand with our proposal in the bill.
Chair, I thought clause, this is where we have the Bujagali, not so. Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, in 4A, we are subsection 1, as we are substituting it for that's to begin with. Then because we have now agreed.
We are substituting 2027 with the 2023.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Substituting with 2023.
Yes.
But also the other one, the committee had initially deleted the whole section. So that's the only part which is coming back according to if we have agreed as a house. That's why the chair first had been all deleted. Was to remove Bujagali and these exemptions which have been talked about where it has been done in other laws, that we need a comprehensive study first before more exemptions can be granted. This is basically dealing with exemption. And Madam Chair, if we delete B, C, we are able to save about almost 3 trillion shillings from the report we have.
So can we have A redrafted, how it should be?
Madam Chair, just like we are saying in 4, we have in subsection 1 AC by substituting 2022 with 2023, and we're done. Then the rest is deleted.
Okay.
Yes, that, I concede, Madam Chair.
Chair.
Madam Chair, on A, I have no problem with the new development of substituting 2027 with 2023. However, on B, Madam Chair, the proposal is seeking nothing else but to harmonize what already exists in other acts, the VAT, stamp duty, and the others. So I pray that Part B stands.
Madam Chair, as a committee, it has been agreed that these tax exemptions and the waivers need to be reviewed. A total analysis has been carried out that we're losing over 7 trillion shillings per year. And we are not ready to grant more, and if Parliament agrees, we're not ready to grant more until a total analysis of what has been granted, the benefits.
Honorable Nandala, we made a ruling in this and said we want to know all the beneficiaries of tax exemptions. And before we do that, we are looking for money. We are not waiving off before we get a report. We want to know the basis of the waivers. Katesh.
Madam Chair, I'm actually surprised that my brother here, the minister, is attempting to not to defend this. We are trying to help government. There are studies which are on record that show that the cost of exemption is bleeding our budget. So for goodness sake, government, let us put that stop on the exemptions, do a study. It is part of actually your domestic revenue mobilization strategy. Let us analyze the cost benefit of these exemptions. It will help us unlock the tax revenue that we need. Otherwise, we are going to have a problem in financing our budget.
And we've passed a resolution to that effect. Can you concede?
Madam Chair, I concede.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put a question that clause 4 be amended in A as proposed by Honorable Mafavi and replacing 2027 with the 2023 and deleting the rest of. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, Chair.
Now, Madam Chair, the clause 5, we are proposing that it's amended in paragraph C by deleting the phrase, and any excess of the expenditure and losses shall be carried forward to the subsequent year of income. This is based on the objective, the justification for this, Madam Speaker, the justification for this, Madam Speaker, is to do away with the proposed gross allowed of 50%. And if you remove the gross allowed of 50%, it by implication brings it down 15%. And this will make it easier for tax administration.
Thank you.
Taxpayers from carrying forward the excess of the expenditure will also ease the complication in accounting.
And Honorable Minister, since we are operating a cash budget, today we set a precedence that we should not carry forward.
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee and I therefore concede.
Thank you.
Chair, we have an issue with this one. This is where Riponami is going to reap this country. It's on this provision. In my minority report, I emphasize that we need a year for Riponami that says it has magic technology to improve our revenue, and in which it will net off 15% of added revenue from the base of 90. Now, if we manipulate the tax now and increase revenue, inherently, Riponami is going to be a net beneficiary of a natural growth of revenue. So our own bone of contention was this year, we see if, because we are tired, Honorable Speaker, we are tired of companies like Riponami, SICPA, and a category of them that come here, do nothing, and reap our country. We only benefit because we have manipulated the tax. So our bone of contention that now this is going to be their first year of implementation. Let us see their magic bullet they have. Then later on next year, if we see they have not done much, government should be informed to terminate this agreement. As I explained, it's so horrible, so bad an agreement, and we need to investigate chambers and entities that negotiate these agreements. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my bone of contention is that we don't increase the tax on this one. It stays as that it has gotten a solution for it not to benefit because we have increased the burden on Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker.
I wanted to find out, are we making this amendment for only Rapo what?
Chair, it's not only Riponami. The way the formula is, and the committee should have been very explicit, is that we are not saying there's going to be no tax, payable on rent. It's going to be there.
So what are you suggesting?
So we are suggesting that for this financial year, let's not tinker with the formula as it is. So that Riponami can do its magic. Now, if Riponami is found to not operate, then government will be informed that you entered a very terrible deal. But right now, there will be more revenue generated because of a tax increase on rent, and Riponami will walk away with the benefit.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes.
I'd like to give a clarification to the House that the agreement with the Riponami did not bring any variations in the taxes. What the proposal is seeking, Honorable Chivumbi, is about clarifying taxation of rental. And it's basically to ease administration and compliance. Where I think you are coming from, you know that when we do this, perhaps Riponami will collect more, will collect more, and therefore demand more in terms of payment. But I want to, Madam Chair, there are matters of policy in nature, like what Honorable Chivumbi is addressing, which we can deal with. I'm proceeding very well. No, you
No,
can.
he's on procedure. He's on procedure.
Yes.
He's on procedure.
No.
He's on procedure. Henry is on procedure.
So, Madam Chair, therefore, I would like to appeal to the House that in the spirit.
By the way, this is a new insertion. It's a new insertion. After 1A, they're inserting it. It wasn't there before. It is an insertion. Yes.
Madam Chair, I would like to invite the House to the budget. We support our proposal as amended by the committee, and we move.
Madam Chair, what I wanted to help our colleagues understand, the Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi is not saying that government will not raise more revenue. He actually agrees with you. However, you government have signed an agreement with a blockchain company in technology that states they'll introduce a solution that will help you raise more revenue in rental income. Don't worry. It has failed to give you this solution. And for that, it takes a percentage of the rental income collected after the increment. Now, having failed through blockchain technology, and this is why you need to understand technology, it runs to you to raise a new formula, which is based on gross automatically. A new formula based on gross, which we would all like, will give a spike in this rental income by another 200 billion. And this company will walk away with 20%, which would be 40 billion for no business done, for effort done by Parliament. There is a reason you should interest yourselves in technology. Because by one mere statement, like you saw in the agreement, which talks about blockchain visualization, data processing, is in short, you're performing for them. Therefore, we agree that this will boost government revenue. What the Honorable Mwanga is saying is that, in short, they are just using this Parliament as a conduit to realize the effect of profit. Therefore, the issue here is, Honorable Mwanga is trying to impeach these very insane agreements that we are signing with tech companies from a point. No, it's not in the bill, but it is implied. When the revenue goes up, therefore, there is a benefit for someone else. And then
can we hear from another person? We've understood what you're saying. Let's hear from the chairman. What was the basis of that inclusion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, when Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi brought this matter to the committee, we generally, all of us, almost unanimously agreed that it was a bad agreement with Riponami. That is agreed. But his contention is that if we increase the rent, the rental tax, we'll not know how much Riponami has contributed. But we are saying, let's deal with this. Then we can deal with the issue of Riponami separately. And Madam Chair, my opinion is that
we are dealing with the principle, with the bill, not with an institution. The institution can be handled the way you're going to handle Bujagali.
Madam Chair, actually we were of the view in the committee that after we've disposed these bills, then we can deal with the issue of Riponami as part of our oversight responsibility. But you may choose, Madam Chair, to set up another ad hoc committee specifically to look at that issue.
Nathan? No, we cannot have so many ad hoc committees.
Support the chair of the committee. He has made it clear. What thing we have to distinguish here, we have to know what will be Riponami. Where does it start to earn the 20 what? Of course, it was 20. Now they have reduced it to 15%. By the way, to reduce, of course, some people also said, but we want to thank the former leadership of Uria, which was properly sacked because of that agreement. Because they had stuck, it came with 20, and they are tax exempt. Then eventually there are people who put up issues. I think then they, I'm told somebody short sense. They reduced it to 15%, and one of them was sacked is around here because of the Riponami. So, Madam Chair, the minister should help us to understand from here, from maybe. Does it, when we increase our tax now as we are making, so that the tax base is going to become wide, at what point does the Riponami come in? And that's why the chair of the committee is suggesting, I don't think we need another local committee, is suggesting that now after this exercise of the bills, the next work to be done is that Riponami agreement to see what happens, and the minister maybe at that particular time will come up to explain proper where does the Riponami start to earn its 15%.
Yes, and in doing the oversight role, I think the committee should be able to make a follow-up on that particular company, Honorable Chivumbi. And I am happy you're a member of the committee.
Chairperson, actually for me, the committee knows that we did a lot of good work on that very provision. But it's high time, Right Honorable Speaker, we use. Madam Speaker, that committee is not supposed to talk without asking me. Is he procedurally ready to continue speaking when the minister has spoken?
Honorable members, I think let's not legislate for a particular company. Let's make the bill, and then Katesh, you have something. A shadow minister, you are not supposed to speak.
Comes in. Of course, I was busy both in the budget and taxation. I was running two committees at the same time. I delegated some of my powers to him, but I've since called them back. Honorable Chair. And I would not reduce a former role to a shadow minister to that extent. Right Honorable Speaker, a bone of contention should be understood here. Sometimes in my language, which I'll use, when you have a banana and it, this ripped banana, and it has a crack somewhere, he knows that on the general, the Uganda say, that's why you start ripping it. Now, there was no way we could start ripping these fun agreements one by one. And don't, Honorable Speaker, target only Riponami. We should go even for SICPA. We go for all those.
Honorable, I have given you powers to go to all the companies that you use. That is your oversight role. And report
on how many days
I
can consider on this, and report in how many days, because they are.
Tell me how many days do you want?
You give us 2 months as the Committee of Finance.
2 months, Committee
And
of
the report.
Finance. First of all, I had given you 1 month to report on all the exemptions, and you have not reported. I am going to write back to you. I am going to write to you. I now put a question. Honorable members, I put a question at clause B5, clause 5. Be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 5 as amended.
I put a question at clause 5 as amended, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
A deletion.
Madam Chair, clause 7, the committee is recommending that it be deleted. The justification is 89 GB of the Income Tax Act already provides for the manner of the treatment of the cost of acquiring a depreciable asset in the petroleum exploration.
Yes, Minister.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question that clause 7 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8.
Madam Chair, the committee recommends that clause 8 be deleted. This is because the proposed amendment is very restrictive, for it seeks to remove the 7 days within which a taxpayer makes a payment after furnishing a return.
Minister.
Madam Chair, I concede.
I put a question that clause 8 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Deletion.
Madam Chair, on clause 10, the committee recommends that it should be deleted. This is because the proposed clause seeks to restrict business asset to mean only land, and yet land is a factor of production. Actually, the minister had offered to withdraw it, but we did not get the.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, it is true I agreed with the committee when I appeared, and I therefore concede.
I put a question that clause 10 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Clause 12. Chair.
Clause 12, Madam Chair, this is a proposal of amendment that clause 12 is substituted with the following 12, amendment of third schedule to of the Principal Act. The third schedule to the Principal Act is amended by substituting for Part 6 the following. Part 6, rental tax rates for individuals. Gross rental, we are proposing, gross rental income not exceeding 2,820,000 per annum. That's around, I repeat it. Not exceeding Uganda shillings 2,820,000 per annum. That is 235,000 per month, nil. rate of tax nil. Exceeding Uganda shillings 2,820,000, but not exceeding Uganda shillings 12 million, rate of tax 7.5%. Exceeding Uganda shillings 12 million, but not exceeding Uganda shillings 60 million, that is 5 million shillings per month, 10%. 60 million, 15%. So the same as companies. The proposed amendment has categorized the rates into thresholds, taking into consideration the differences in rental income earned by individuals engaged in rental business, making it a progressive tax. I don't know whether I need to clarify that here, the issue we are dealing with is that the minister is proposing Madam Chair, what we are Madam Chair, what we are proposing here, the minister had proposed that we should have a flat rate of 12% for individuals, that we don't allow them any expense as cost which is allowable. Now, what we are saying that's going to be unfair for the individuals, and he had also proposed that there shouldn't be any threshold. And we thought that makes it very difficult taxing even somebody with a Mizigo who is probably earning 100,000 a month, that it is even not cost effective for URA to go chasing people with 100,000 to collect this tax from them.
So you're making it a progressive tax.
Yeah, so what we've borrowed the principle of pay as you earn. And Madam Chair, we are borrowing the principle of pay as you earn, that those who earn more should pay more. And that's the recommendation of the committee, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable.
Madam Chair, there's also, on the other side, for non-individuals, we also amended that we don't carry forward losses, and therefore we propose that a tax of 15% on gross income for companies.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I think we need to put these things into context. My proposal is for individuals, we said we tax at 12%, irrespective of the rental income earned and irrespective of the expenses incurred. For the companies, our proposal is to allow 50% as expenses. Then we tax another 50% by 30%.
Honorable
No.
Minister.
You can seek clarification, but not information. Because I'm well informed on this subject. Would you like me to clarify?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm giving my senior colleague here information and clarification. According to the committee report, we are proposing 15%, which is a flat rate of the gross. So when you get any income you're earning and you remove 50% a deductible and then subject it to a 30% taxation, it is 15%. I think he's confused with the math, but we are trying to just make it simple and make it very easy such that companies cannot claim in the next financial years on deductibles. So it's the same rate the committee is proposing, but the figures are confusing him. 15%.
Madam Chair, on the issue of non-individuals, the issue of non-individuals that the minister is reintroducing, we've already dealt with it in clause 5. So we don't have to revisit that unless it's being recommitted.
Yes.
Madam Chairperson, that's why I have to be given time to explain these things for the House. First of all, Honorable Karim, what you are trying to say, achieving the 15%, is what we call the effective tax rate. The effective tax rate, we arrive it after charging 30% from the 50% remaining. What Honorable Kefa is saying, we passed the amendment, yes, but also clause 4 is about the schedule. And what the schedule is bringing, what I'm trying to address is the proposal which Honorable Jane has just presented. It is seeking to defeat our proposal of application of allowable expenses to 50%. Madam Chair, I have a question to ask. I may not be answered. Do we need revenue from rent?
Can we make the amendment and we move on? If you're rejecting it, state the amendment. Now you're lecturing us.
Madam Chair, I don't agree with the committee proposal, and I want to propose an alternative as follows. That for individuals, we propose to maintain the threshold of 2.82 million, which means that anybody who earns below the threshold does not pay rental income tax. However, Madam Chair, we propose that anyone earning rental income above the proposed threshold be subjected to the tax of 12% of gross rental income. For companies,
Honorable Minister, before you move on, we need a progressive tax. Don't put everybody in a just a blanket, a flat rate.
But if, Madam,
Honorable Musasizi, when you look at our proposal, actually, you'll be generating more income. But what the committee is looking at taxing those who are earning a lot of income at a higher rate than the people who are earning very little. And to give him an example of the issue of the companies, why we are telling him that our proposal is way better. You take, for example, a company that is earning 10 million. A company which is earning 10 million, 50% of that is 5 million. And 30% of the 5 million is 1.5 million. And the committee is recommending a flat rate of 15%. A flat rate of 15% still on the income of 10 million is 1.5 million. That is our argument as a committee. And then we have a progressive tax on individuals, because we have individuals who are earning billions in rentals, who are earning billions of shillings in rental income. And there are those who are earning very little, as low as 2 million. So we want to differentiate the two.
Katesh?
Yeah. I want to support the Honorable Minister and state the reasons and appeal to my colleague why. First of all, having a threshold is good. It will protect the small people who are trying to do developers. So that principle is very good. What I don't support is having bands created.
So
It is going to be a tax administration. It's going to create implementation problems in tax administration, but also you're going to have people doing a lot of tax planning schemes to fit within the bands. So we would rather provide a threshold, protect that man who is trying to, man or lady who is trying to do small investments. Then we have a flat rate of 12%. Madam Speaker, that will be progressive. If you want earn 1 billion, you apply 12%. If you earn 10 million, you apply 12%.
Thank
then we
you.
move forward.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause shall be amended as proposed by the minister. As proposed by the minister. Honorable Musasizi, those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move
that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the income tax amendment bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Income Tax Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled. Honorable member, thank you.
Bill second reading, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Chivumbi, do you have?
We do report. And if it's the wish of the sponsor of the bill, he can briefly speak to it and we go to the committee and we tackle coffee in the afternoon.
Honorable Minister, can you speak a bit to your minister, to your bill? Present, move a motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time.
Is it seconded? Seconded by Attorney General, by Finance, by Kinkizi, by Amos, by Bahati, Prime Minister, by Honorable Minister. Can you give us a symposium by James Azar? A symposium on your...
Madam Speaker, the Tax Procedures Code Bill seeks to amend the Tax Procedures Code Act 2014 to provide for the time frame for registration of tax agents, to provide for the temporary closure of business until compliance with the requirements of the electronic receipting and invoicing or tax stamps, to provide for disclosure of information on contracted services, to provide for pen stamps, printing over and defacing of tax stamps, forgery on tax stamps, failure to use electronic receipting or invoicing, forgery or electronic receipt or invoice interference with the electronic fiscal device or the electronic dispensing control device, and to provide for payment of informers and other related matters. Madam Speaker, we presented this bill on the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I'm aware they considered the bill and now they are ready to report back.
Thank you for the synthesis of the bill.
The Tax Procedures Code, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022, Bills Committee stage.
Hansard, I want you to capture the bill. Now that there was nothing in contention, capture the bill. I mean the report and have it in the Hansard. So we can move to committee stage. Honorable members, before we go to committee stage, I put a question that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the second time. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill. Clause 1.
I put a question that clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
I put aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4, there's an amendment. Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 4, we propose that that clause 4 is substituted with the following. 4, amendment of section 33 of the Principal Act. Section 33 of the Principal Act is amended. A, in subsection 1, by inserting immediately after the word payable, the words or for failure to comply with the requirements of the electronic receipting and invoicing or tax stamps within 30 days from the date of the notice. B, by substituting for subsection 2 the following: where a taxpayer does not pay the tax due or fails to comply with the requirements of electronic receipting and invoicing or tax stamps after service of a notice, or authorized officer may issue an order to close down part or the whole of the business premises of the taxpayer for a period not exceeding 30 days. And then C, by substituting for subsection 5 the following. 5, if the taxpayer complies within the tax obligations under subsection 1 during the period of closure, the commissioner shall immediately remove the notice referred to in subsection 4. And the justification for this, Madam Chair, there is need to undertake a comprehensive study of tax. Okay, on one, the feeling was that before that the person is given notice. And then we discussed for how long the notice is required. We thought that having it in the Principal Act at the moment is too short a notice, especially at this point in time when the system is just being rolled out. And I think the others are fairly consequential to that.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, we agree with the principle as proposed by the committee that indeed any taxpayer or anyone else needs to be given notice before any action is taken, which may have an adverse effect, or any action for that matter, because that is the principle of the Constitution. However, for tax purposes, longer periods of time given to persons allow for breach of tax principles. For example, if you give someone purpose within 30 days, you have in essence told them, go away. The 7 days is a short period. In fact, ideally, if we are not against the Constitution, we would not even give notice. But we need to give a short notice, and honorable members need to appreciate that while we need to give the notice, we need to be able to allow, we shouldn't be able to allow the intending tax offender time to arrange their spaces. So, Right Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, I propose that we do take the principle, but allow for 7 days notice. It should be sufficient. Secondly, the system that we are talking about now, Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, you did give notice of this IFRIS in the last cycle, and it came into force by law a year ago. So everyone is expected to have notice of this. So we are proposing that a 7-day period will be sufficient for these purposes. We propose.
In the current act, it is 14 days. 7 days, 7 days. Now the committee is proposing 30 days. What was your basis of varying from 7 to 30?
although Attorney General has,
And then there is the one of 14 to 30.
although the Attorney General has argued that the system came into place about a year ago, I think it's generally accepted that the system is just being rolled out. And because it's still being rolled out, it's still new, we thought that people need sufficient notice and not just to close them down as it is at the moment. And as we look at these laws almost every year, we thought that if we can look at it again, probably next year, by then the more people would have got used to what is happening, and it will not be a surprise to them. So we can probably reduce it to what the Attorney General is proposing.
Madam Chair, considering the committee's strong view and our strong view as well, I would like to appeal to the House that we settle for 15 days as a win-win.
I concede, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by Honorable Musasizi. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question that clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Madam Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay.
Report of the Committee of the whole House.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the bill entitled the Tax Procedures Code and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the Committee of the whole House. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2022 be read.
I put a question that the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2022 be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Act 2022.
The bill passed and title settled. I want to thank you so much, honorable members, for all this time. I want to thank the committee. I have only one pending report from Honorable Ayume. Honorable Ayume, you are the only one who will have not presented the report in this session. It is 14:30 to 30. We are suspending the House for 1 hour.
That envelope.
Strategy.
Well done. Okay.
Oh, okay. So what, there's a man coming there to assess, eh? Then we will take it for how much to work on it. I told that man to send me the video. Send them was there who are doing what to do. Now. Oh, no. How many people are there? Can you extend? No, you extend a bit.
Business and mom, send
Another
who is processing? The other one you were never let me see. You were saying the guy should be one for the very front.
Let me show the TikTok. Show the house. Show the house.
What are you going to
that guy accepted yesterday? You know, in the evening we were big black man.
A different apartment.
No,
Oh, okay. So I sold it. No, it's not supposed to be. Yeah. But
You have forgotten the story. You told me you never told how he kept to
Okay, you wait. I'll remove you myself.
Come and remove. You have never told me to. Annoyance.
Selling at 200 after how many years? When you sold? That and one. Oh, 360.
Honorable members, Mr. Simbwa.
Cappuccino is now reactive. Cappuccino is now working. It's not Johnny Walker, but Cappuccino will. Cappuccino is fair. Cappuccino is going to
Honorable members, I want to welcome you for the afternoon sitting. And I also want to thank you for the morning sitting. We achieved a lot. At the end of the session, the issue will be how many bills did you pass? How many motions did you pass? I can comfortably tell you all the bills that government, we only have one bill left. So we are good to go. And it is not because of us, it is because of the committee. It is because of the committee. For us, we are ready to handle all the bills and we are ready. Honorable members, one of your core roles is appropriation. And we are going to do appropriation tomorrow. Don't say you're not told. We'll do appropriation tomorrow. The whole country will be watching whether you are there to represent them. They will start asking you, why didn't we get money and that kind of thing. So be here tomorrow and we do appropriation. And I want to remind you, the preserve of appropriation is for Parliament. The moment you are allowed to give out your powers, then you're finished. This afternoon, we are going to receive two reports. The report from Naguru. We constituted, because of the complaints that we got from the tenants who had been in Naguru for 15 years. We decided on 1st March 2022, this House appointed an ad hoc committee to investigate on Naguru-Nakawa land allocations. This was after the 15 years when the Ugandans were displaced from that area in the name of putting up a satellite city. The land was allocated to developers. The report is going to be presented. It was concluded, and I think they interacted with a number of stakeholders. So can we have the chairperson of Naguru ad hoc committee present? Honorable members, just a minute. Have Honorable Musa Sizilei's document.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the corrigenda to the draft budget estimates for financial year 2022-2023. I beg to lay.
Please lay the report stands referred to the Committee of Budget for consideration. Can I have a report of Naguru-Nakawa?
Motion for adoption of the report.
Honorable members, you're going to start studying on procedure order. I have been sitting here since morning. I sat here since morning yesterday. I don't want you to show me the constitution. I know what it is. We are here to receive the reports. You are the same people who say that you refuse the reports to be laid on table, to be read. Not so. Let's receive the reports.
Motion for adoption of the report of the ad hoc committee on the Naguru-Nakawa land allocations.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this is the report of the ad hoc committee on the Naguru-Nakawa land allocations. Before I start to read the report, I beg to lay on table, Right Honorable Speaker and members, the copy of the report and the minutes of all the meetings that we conducted as a committee. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and members, honorable colleagues, this is the report indeed again on Naguru-Nakawa land allocations. I will start on page 4, the introduction. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, on 1st of March 2022, the Parliament of Uganda, while exercising authority vested by Article 90 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 191 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, constituted an ad hoc committee to investigate the Nakawa-Naguru land allocations following a member raising the matter on the floor of the House. An ad hoc committee has constituted. Their names of members, Right Honorable Speaker and members, and the terms of reference. I request that I go into the real issues. And the report is uploaded on our iPads. There is a background the report that is on page 5. OPEC Prime Properties Limited stroke Government of Uganda agreement. On 5th October 2007, the government of Uganda, being desirous of dropping the Nakawa-Naguru housing estate in Kampala through the construction of a modern residential, commercial, and institutional properties and premises, being represented by the Ministry of Local Government, entered into a public-private partnership with OPEC Prime Properties Limited and OPEC Prime Uganda Limited. The contract was to construct 1,747 residential units for purchase by the registered tenants of the Nakawa-Naguru housing estate, having the first priority. The project was expected to be completed in 10 years. This notwithstanding, the 1,747 residential units were expected to be completed in the first 4 years from execution of the PPP agreement. Under this agreement, government contributed land, approximately 142.5 acres, where the developer was fully responsible for the technical, financial, operational, and building costs of the project. Page 6, challenges faced by the project. The project did not take off immediately as expected due to, among others, court actions, investigations by the Inspectorate of Government, challenges associated with vacation of tenants, and Kampala City Council also delayed to approve the master plan. However, government had agreed with OPEC Prime Properties to construct the housing units, which would be sold at the subsidized cost. Following the giving away of Nakawa land, OPEC needed a commitment on the initially agreed subsidy to the housing units, but the government did not commit itself. OPEC had hoped to make good the loss of the subsidy by dropping the Nakawa portion to commercial project, which would generate more profits. Eventually, all the above challenges were resolved, save for subsidy concerns. The government executed a memorandum of understanding on 18th May 2007 with the registered tenants who agreed to vacate the Nakawa-Naguru land to pave way for land clearance. There's an attachment there, an appendix 2, it is in the documents that I laid. Government undertook to keep the tenants updated on the progress of the redevelopment and to give them first priority to purchase the subsidized residential units within 6 months from the date of communication of offer. The site was finally handed over to OPEC Prime by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda on 14th October 2013. Allocation of the Nakawa-Naguru land. Government allocated the Nakawa land to Aga Khan Foundation for the construction of a teaching hospital, among others. Government then held negotiations with OPEC Prime Limited for surrender of the land, for surrender of the land, to which OPEC Prime agreed to surrender 24.426 acres back to government through an addendum number 2 assigned on 28th October 2015. There is also an appendix. Notwithstanding, OPEC Prime was still under obligation to divide the project as agreed area in 10 years, but with the residential units being completed within 4 years, respectively, and accord the former sitting tenants the first priority or right to purchase 1,700 residential units, among others. Termination of the PP agreement. OPEC Prime failed to deliver the project by 5th October 2017, as agreed with government, and due to former's non-performance and breach of the PP agreement on 9th August 2018, it was terminated. On 18th April 2018, OPEC Prime Limited notified the Attorney General of its intention
to commence arbitration. OPEC Prime proceeded to file an application to court miscellaneous case number 41 of 2018, seeking a court order halting government from terminating the PPA agreement. Nonetheless, government proceeded to terminate the PPA agreement on 9th August 2018. The High Court of Uganda at Kampala in miscellaneous cause number 41 of 2018 granted order restraining government from evicting OPEC Prime from the Nakawa Naguru land on the 29th August 2018. But government, in defiance of this court order, went ahead and re-entered the land. OPEC Prime filed an application for contempt of court against Attorney General, ULC, Honorable Kutana Mwesigwa, Honorable Bet Amongi, Honorable Baguma Isoke, which was successful million each. But this was later paid by government. After termination of the PPA agreement, the land reverted to government. Then we got the settlement agreement between OPEC and government. On 17th September 2021, a settlement agreement was executed between the developer and Attorney General, leading to a consent withdrawal dated 22nd September 2021. Later, OPEC Prime filed an application to court, miscellaneous application number 1568/2021, to vary the terms of the consent withdrawal to include terms of the settlement agreement. The Attorney General conceded to the application, and a consent variation order was issued by High Court, but this was later annulled in a review of another application 223 of 2022. It was held that then we caught in this application 1568 of 2021 that varied the onset withdrawal under miscellaneous cause number 41 of 2018 was unlawful and declared null and void. Consequently, the pending application number 06 of 2022 that arises from another application number 1568 of 2021 is of no legal consequence and hereby declared a nullity. In January 2022, following the allocation of the land at Naguru by ULC, OPEC Prime filed contempt proceedings at the High Court under case number 06 of 2022, arising from another miscellaneous application number 1568/2021. The application for contempt of court was overtaken by events following the filing of another application number 223 of 2022 for a review and setting aside of the variation of the consent order, which was successful. As can be seen above, the High Court agreed with the applicant that following the consent withdrawal by parties, the court became factious official and incapable of reopening the matter to vary the consent withdrawal. Hence, the consent variation of the withdrawal order was a nullity. This further implies proceedings were best was a nullity. This, notwithstanding, the High Court also held that the settlement agreement as signed on 17th September 2021 remains a contract between the respondent, Prime Properties, Uganda Limited, and the Attorney General, and reflects what the parties agreed upon, though it has no force of a court decree since its inclusion under miscellaneous application number 1568 of 2021. And on page 9, then the methodology, I think, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I can proceed to the terms of reference. The methodology is clear, and we're highlighting the people that we interacted with and the documents that we considered. So we proceed to number 10, page number 10. And we are handling on terms of reference, this is term of reference number 1, to ascertain the various claimants, the nature of the claims they have in the land, the basis of such claims, and further establish the genuine ownership of the disputed Nakawa-Naguru land. Size of the land. The Nakawa-Naguru land is 142.5 acres. Of the 142, they are allocated to Aga Khan Foundation for construction of a modern teaching hospital, leaving a balance of 82.5 acres. Following the termination of the PPP agreement by government and subsequently entry into the land by URC, being the custodian of government land, the land reverted to government. The lease initially offered to OPEC Prime was cancelled, and the record was re-entered into the register as Uganda Land Commission. Subsequently, allocated there, Anil Damani, 3 acres, Arab Oil Surprise and Exploitation Limited, 4 acres, the Shen Uganda Limited, 3 acres, Dembe Enterprises, 3 acres, Dominion Partners Limited, 1 acre, Ecom International Limited, 0.30 acres, Fakrudin Properties Limited, 1.42 acres, Fanero International Ministries, 4 acres, Gash Logistics Limited, 0.8 acres, Global Paper Products Limited, 0.6 acres, Masterlinks Uganda Limited, 3 acres, Mera Investments Limited, 3 acres, Rocco Construction Company, 2 acres, Mart Consult Design Limited, 2 acres, Rudra Hardware and Tools Limited, 4 acres, 7 Hills Apartments Limited, 4 acres, Wash and Wheels Country Home Limited, 0.85 acres, International Medicine of Virginia PC, 15 acres, Ntinda Wholesalers and Traders, Ntinda Wholesalers Traders, 2 acres, National Library, 2 acres, Uganda Heart Institute, 10 acres, Nakawa Division, 3.09 acres. On page 12, we continue with the table. St. Peter's Church, 1.10 acres, and Aga Khan Hospital, 60 acres. The committee observed that Fakrudin Properties Limited and Ecom Company Limited have not yet been issued certificates of title due to the fact that they have not yet completed the process of acquisition. However, it was noted that Fakrudin has been frustrated by URC by denying them a new assessment, yet the 45 days was still valid. These are 45 days of offer. The lease offer was for 45 days. It was still valid, but they were denied an assessment. Ecom declined the offer because it was too small for their project. Other claimants, despite the fact that land reverted to government and was subsequently allocated to beneficiaries listed above, there are some other persons that have made claims as follows: allocatees by URC, registered tenants, institutions, and third-party claimants. Registered tenants of Nakawa-Naguru Housing Estate. As earlier pointed out, in 2007, Government of Uganda signed a memorandum of understanding with the registered tenants who would be given first priority in the purchase of subsidized and decent accommodation. The MOU therefore paved way for the registered tenants to vacate, and the eventual site handover was done by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, on 14th October 2013. In the said MOU, government covenanted in paragraph 2 to maintain a register of all tenants of Naguru-Nakawa Housing Estate, engage a private developer to undertake the redevelopment of the said estate, give periodic information as necessary to the registered tenants on the progress of the redevelopment of the said estate. Ensure that on completion of the construction of the dedicated flat, the registered tenants will be given the first priority to purchase the said flat erected by the developer. Observations. The committee noted that the core purpose of the project was to create a satellite city with modern settlements, facilities, served and equipped with modern social amenities. The project was to construct 1,747 units, which were to be subsidized for purchase by the former sitting tenants. The committee noted that after termination of the PPP agreement, government decided to give ex gratia of 17.797 to the registered tenants for the loss of the opportunity to purchase the condominium properties. The committee, however, received various petitions from the alleged sitting tenants who claim were left out of the list and would therefore not benefit from the forbearance that government had promised on the first call on the purchase of the condominium properties. The committee examined their claims, but could not establish the genuineness, especially since some of them were registered long after the PPP was signed. The committee noted the advice rendered by Solicitor General of Uganda to the Parliamentary Commission in respect of the legal strength of the MOU dated on 24th May 2013, wherein he opined that a memorandum of understanding is a simple gentleman's agreement which does not create any right, duty, or binding nature enforceable by a court of law. In a case that is highlighted there, Marina versus Passe, Bilton 1966, as it reads, to all something EL 894, the term understanding was held to mean something quite different from a binding legal contract. At most, the word connotes a gentleman's agreement, and the attachment is on the Appendix 4, which I tabled. In light of the above, the committee observed that the registered tenants of Naguru-Nakawa have no legal claim over Nakawa-Naguru land. It further observed that despite a cabinet directive of 2019 to have the ex gratia funds made available to the Ministry of Law Government by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to compensate former tenants of Naguru Estate, a decision which was also communicated to the association. To date, it has of the findings above, the committee recommends that payment of ex gratia of Uganda shillings 17.79 million should be expedited to bring the issue of the former tenants to an end. The existing institutions. This category comprises of institutions like Naguru Infant Primary School, KCCA, Nakawa Division Headquarters, inclusive of the Estate Community Center and the St. Peter's Church. Where the church got the certificate of title for the land that they occupy, KCCA, Nakawa Division Headquarters, inclusive of the Naguru Estate Community Center and the Infant School, have not received their certificates of title despite having allocation to the land they occupy. Recommendation. In light of the findings above, the committee recommends that government should expedite the process of giving the two entities titles, namely Nakawa Division Headquarters and the Naguru Infant School, to safeguard their interests. Third-party claimants. This category includes parties that had entered into agreement with opaque prime properties and had developed on their portions of land, the land. These include Richam's Investment Limited, Hakimu Mlindwa, Acacia Properties Limited, Shanto. This category claims an interest in a total of 12 properties on the side land. Following the termination of the PP agreement and OPEC suing government under clause 2 of the settlement agreement, agreed to recognize third parties with dropped portions who executed agreements with OPEC Prime Properties Limited and OPEC Prime Properties Uganda Limited. It is worth noting that the Solicitor General, in his legal opinion to the Permanent Secretary of Lands, Housing and Urban Development on 18th June 2020, opined that third parties who had made developments on the land measuring to 12.17 acres should be provided leases in accordance with the cabinet decision. However, he further stated that persons and companies that entered into agreement with OPEC Prime Properties Limited had no legal claim against government of Uganda based on the principle of privity of contract. The then Attorney General, Honorable Biarhanga, in a letter dated 8th July 2020, addressed to the chairperson of VLC, stated that individuals and companies that brought land for OPEC Prime got no interest in the land following the termination of the PPP agreement, which formed the basis for the grant of the land to OPEC, and once terminated, land reverted to government of Uganda. The agreement between government of Uganda and OPEC was a foundation on which those dealings were based. The termination of the PPP agreement effectively extinguished any right or claim that was founded on that agreement. The government of Uganda therefore owed no obligation to those third parties with the destruction of the foundation on which transactions were built. Anything built on that foundation collapsed. The committee was therefore curious as to why the Office of the Attorney General sought to bind the government in the agreement for third parties without legal basis. The committee noted that even though the settlement agreement recognized the third parties with developments on the land, KCCA informed the committee that some of the third parties had no approved plans, implying that such developments are illegal structures and do not attract any value in the eyes of the law. The commission informed the committee that on 13th January 2022, it sat and revised the previous allocations that had been made. It was able to reserve 12 acres for OPEC Prime and the third parties with the developed portions, and resolved that the land is surveyed to account for the revised land sizes. It must be noted that no commission minutes were adduced to corroborate this. The committee, however, notes that the Attorney General, Honorable Chiriwa Chiwanuka, deviated from his predecessor's position and signed a settlement agreement. He did not address his mind to the establishment of illegal structures which were constructed without KCCA approval by allowing compensation to the same by government under the settlement agreement. Observation: the government has no obligation to fine. The government has no obligation to the third parties who bought land from OPEC Prime Limited. The committee noted that any right claim to third parties founded on the agreement between OPEC Prime and Uganda and government of Uganda was legally enforceable and not was agreement between OPEC Prime and government of Uganda was legally enforceable on and not, it was legally enforceable on OPEC Prime and not government of Uganda. The payment for local construction of 15 billion was irregular because its claims should have been against OPEC Prime and not government of Uganda. Recommendations. In light of the findings above, the committee recommends that the settlement agreement should not be implemented by both parties. The IGG should investigate further this matter with a view of bringing out any wrongdoing. The government should recover payment made to local construction. The illegal structures on Naguru land should be demolished and the responsible KCCA officers be held responsible. KCCA, in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, should develop a plan for Naguru and ensure strict compliance by developers. The next time of the former occupants in the Nakawa-Naguru estate land in light of the ongoing disputes over the land. The verified number of registered tenants of the Nakawa-Naguru estate is 1,747, as per submission from the Nakawa-Naguru Tenants Association. As earlier pointed out, the tenants entered into an MOU with government to vacate the land for developments and were assured of accessing the modern housing units at a subsidized rate and would be given first priority of purchase of the units after the project completion. However, this never happened because the project did not take off as earlier planned and anticipated. Government therefore decided to pay them an ex gratia amounting to 17.797 to each registered tenants. The committee also received some petitions from some tenants who claimed to have been left out by Tenants Association that they were bona fide tenants. This was not verified, as we earlier on highlighted. The committee was informed that government has since not honored the registered tenants, despite several requests being made to the Ministry of Finance by Office of the President to pay the registered tenants. This notwithstanding, the committee or from a sense of moral obligation rather than any legal requirement. Despite this finding, government committed itself to pay. Recommendation. Since the government committed to pay an ex gratia payment, it should honor the same without further delay. The next term of reference was to examine the process through which the land in the Nakawa-Naguru land estate was allocated to various claimants. As Ari observed, after the termination of the PPA agreement between OPEC Prime Properties and Government of Uganda and subsequently entry of the land on 19 September 2018, the government regained ownership of the land. According to URC chairperson, after the minister, Honorable Betty Kamia, visited the land in Naguru on 26 February 2020, there was an influx of applications which prompted URC to start the process of issuing guidelines to the applicants. The URC commenced on the process of reallocation based on three categories: presidential directives, ministerial directives, third-party development, and residue land for fresh applicants. URC, in a meeting held between 9th to 12th, actually it is 9th to 12th February 2021, under minute 3/2/21, came up with a criteria that applicants were to follow. This criteria was then pressed on the notice board and included the following: legal existence of the company, stock partnership, particulars of directors, any audited books of accounts, experience in handling similar projects, governance, stock company structure, business plan for development of the land, proof of tax compliance, proof of source of funding, submission of support documentation for the applications. This process attracted the attention of His Excellency the President of Uganda, who made a letter dated 26 June 2020, shared his concerns as follows. We quote the letter, the presidential letter. I therefore need to be convinced that companies you have allocated the land have both technical and financial capacity to develop it and are not mere speculators. I also need to be informed about the projects they are going to undertake and what strict conditions have been given to them by government to ensure compliance. In addition, there is a need to consider whether the proposed projects are compatible. In the meantime, the process of issuing titles to individual companies, save for the hospital, internal medicine of Virginia PC, should be halted pending the submission and consideration of your report. This hospital should be allocated 15 acres as earlier communicated. This directive was re-echoed by the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in a letter to the chairperson of URC dated 8th February 2021. And she opined, I'm reliably informed that during the week that commenced on 1st February 2021, Uganda Land Commission allocated part of Naguru land to the following organizations. Eventually, this was against express directive of His Excellency President of the Republic of Uganda through a letter.
Is it eventually or unfortunately?
Unfortunately, sorry, Right Honourable Speaker. Unfortunately, this was against the express directive of His Excellency the President of Uganda through a letter to you, reference PO/19 dated 26 June 2020, in which he directed that the process of issuing titles to individual companies, save for International Medicine of Virginia, be halted pending submission and consideration of your report. Besides, through several communications by the Attorney General, Solicitor General, and myself, it has been made clear that Naguru land is still a subject under the administration of Cabinet, which set up an interministerial committee chaired by the Minister of Kampala, Capital City Authority and Metropolitan Affairs to examine and recommend to Cabinet how to deal with third-party claimants and other interests on Naguru land. I therefore direct that the process of allocating land in Naguru, beginning with offer letters to allocation to offer letters, allocate through surveys and mapping, production of deed plans, valuations for payment of stamp duty, and production of certificates of title be stayed until Cabinet has discussed the interministerial committee report and made decisions. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee observed the following. The committee saw no evidence of communication lifting the presidential and ministerial directives. The committee observed that URC did not follow its own set criteria in allocating the Nakawa-Naguru land. The documents from some of the applicants reviewed did not comply with the set parameters, and these entities are as follows. Right Honourable Speaker and members, honourable colleagues, International Medicine of Virginia Limited, Internal Medicine of Virginia PC Limited, they never interacted with URC as required. They have no offer letters. There are no forwarding letters. They had no audited books of accounts. They had no proof of ability to execute similar projects. No known address, i.e. not traceable at all. No original documents for consideration as required by law. Right Honourable Speaker, Fanero Ministries, Right Honourable Speaker and members, honourable colleagues, Fanero Ministries, no experience in handling similar projects, no proof of source of funding. It's a company limited by guarantee, not permitted to do business. No proof of tax compliance. Right Honourable Speaker, Arab Oil Surprise and Exploration, no experience in handling similar projects, no proof of source of funding, no proof of tax compliance, no audited books of accounts. Masterlinks Uganda Limited, no experience in handling similar projects, no proof of source of funding, no proof of tax compliance, no audited books of accounts, no bank statements. However, due to influence peddling, the certificate of titles were issued to the above entities despite the obvious non-compliance to the URC set parameters. With the above findings, it is clear that the actions of URC in allocating and issuing of certificates of title was in contravention of the set criteria. Recommendations: the Secretary, URC, and commissioners should be held accountable and indeed retire in public interest for the omissions in the allocation of Naguru land, they should vacate offices also. The leases between URC and the entities that did not qualify for allocation be terminated. The next term of reference.
Honorable Chair, you said due to influence peddling.
Right Honorable Speaker, as we
By
come
who?
in our report, we will clearly bring out
Okay.
where we found influence peddling to have happened. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the other term of reference was to establish the total amount of proceeds from the sale or rent of land in Nakawa, Naguru Estate. The committee established that all the Nakawa Naguru land was leased out to various developers by government. During the process of leasing, all private entities were required to pay rent premiums and stamp duty following assessment by the chief government valuer. URC realized 10,288,400,000 as premium and 468,300,000 shillings as ground rent. The table below shows payments so far made as at March 2020. You can go through the table. It was established, we on page 26, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, it was established that institutions such as Uganda Heart Institute, National Library, Nakawa Division Headquarters, St. Stephen's Church, and Ntinda Wholesalers, Virginia International Medicine, never paid premium. Honorable Betty Kamia, who wrote to URC to waive off, who wrote to URC to waive off premium ground rent, and they were issued.
Honorable members, kindly listen to the report.
Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the other term of reference was to establish any possible fraud activities or flaws committed in the disposal stroke allocation of land in the Nakawa, Naguru land. Land allocations. The committee established that following the re-entry of Naguru land by URC, the commission proceeded to allocate the land on the basis of the following: presidential directives, cabinet decision, URC criteria. Most allocatees informed the committee that they got information about availability of land at Naguru Estate through brokers, who aided them in the application process. The URC, on the other hand, submitted that the visit of the Minister of Lands, Honorable Betty Kamia, and the technical team, they had an influx, that after the visit of the minister, they had an influx of applications. In order to handle the applications, they issued notes detailing the requirements which the applicant should submit alongside the applications. The URC never issued an advert for the available of public land. In this regard, the committee observed that URC acted in non-transparent manner. It indeed acted in a manner devoid of integrity expected of a public entity. As a result, entities and individuals who had capacity to develop the land were deprived of the information and knowledge of the land availability. The committee further established that URC does not have formal criteria for allocating public land. The committee also established that the commission lacks an inventory of the land under its custody and mandate. Because of this, it is the applicants who identify government land and bring it to the attention of the commission. The committee invited all the land allocatees, as highlighted above, through adverts in the press, invitations and summons, and most of them turned up. Limited. The committee also found that URC, in its interaction with allocatees to assess their capacity to develop the land they applied for, did not interact with the internal medicine of Virginia, save for chairperson who only physically interacted with one Farouk. Efforts to reach them were futile. Indeed, it was the testimony of the commission that a search for internal medicine of Virginia PC turned out to be futile. Even when they were offered an opportunity to interact with the commission on Zoom at an agreeable time, nobody showed up. You referred to letters from the chairperson URC, excuse me, URC to Internal Medicine of Virginia dated 6 October 2020 and 29 September 2020 respectively. Those letters are attached in the document. The committee further took note of the letter of the president dated 16th May 2021, Appendix 7, in which he stated, some time back, I met the owners of Internal Medicine of Virginia PC who are interested in building a specialized hospital and medical school in Nakawa, Naguru Estate. I direct the Minister of Lands to have 15 acres allocated to this group on the Nakawa, Naguru land. I have been informed that the group have registered a local company in Uganda for the same project. However, are having challenges registering the land in the new names. Because my directive indicated Internal Medicine of Virginia PC and not Internal Medicine of Virginia Limited, I therefore direct that you register the land in the names of Internal Medicine of Virginia Limited. Even then, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, processes, even when the committee ran a public advert in the media, nobody showed up. Appendix 8 is attached. As such, the committee wondered what criteria was used to evaluate and approve them as suitable for allocation without ever interacting with the company. The committee could not examine their financials to determine its ability to undertake the mooted investment because they were a newly formed company, no business plan or even tax clearance was submitted. They did not even attempt to comply with the criteria for assessment prescribed by URC. To make matters worse, despite the chief government valuer assessing a 4.5 billion of premium and annual ground rent, Internal Medicine of Virginia ended up only paying 300,000 as peppercorn ground rent for 15 acres. Refer to a letter by the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Lands, 25th January 2022, addressed the Secretary of Uganda Land Commission, attached here to and marked Appendix 9. The committee concluded that Internal Medicine of Virginia is a non-existent and a sham of an investor. As such, the land allocated to them should be recovered and lease terminated. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the committee observed that despite the lease allocation to Virginia, to Internal Medicine of Virginia being a presidential directive, the URC in implementing it ought to have complied with the law and its own set criteria. For avoidance of doubt, URC in its meeting held on 9-12 February 2021, under minute number 3/2/221, paragraph 3.1.3, set the following criteria for assessing the suitability of applicants. Information about company which would require a study of the company profile, certificate of incorporation, memorandum of understanding and articles of association, governance structures, particulars of directors of the company. 2, in the requirement of URC, financials of the company in regard to bank statements and tax clearance certificates. Experience in terms of applicants' brief on similar undertakings, magnitude, size, and value of developments over the last 5 years investment plan, use and relevance of project in the area. An analysis of all the application data reveals that URC ignored its own set parameters, especially in the allocation and lease offers to Internal Medicine of Virginia, Master Links Uganda Limited, Fanero Ministries, Arab Oil Supplies and Exploration Limited, If the criteria had been followed, none of these entities would have qualified for allocation of land in Naguru. Their respective certificates of title should be cancelled. It is the considered view of the committee that such land should have been allocated to genuine investors who can offer the same solution like what was touted as being provided by Internal Medicine of Virginia, such as Medhill Group of Companies Limited. The committee interacted with them and were found credible and with a demonstrable experience through their wide network of hospitals in Kenya and Rwanda and Uganda. China Friendship Hospital, who have requested government for more land for expansion. It is important to note that the said investor, Medhill Group of Hospitals Limited, has a presidential directive that has not been honored even when they met the criteria set by URC. A further analysis of application data shows that the following applicants fully complied with the set criteria and qualifies for the allocation. Excuse me. Right on the speaker, and these are the following: Anil Damani, Dembe Enterprises, Fakrudin Properties, Rudra Hardware and Tools, Dominion Partners, Seven Hills, Gash Logistics, Intinda Wholesalers, Dashen, Global Paper Products Limited, Mera Investments Limited, Wash and Wheels Company, Home Limited. The committee recommends that certificates of title of the above companies be upheld. Interference by the ministers on page 31. A further review of the application data established that Honorable Persis Namuganza, then Minister of State for Lands, brought to the attention of URC presidential directives for allocation of land to entities, yet such presidential directives were non-documented, traced, or even available to the committee. A case in point, in a letter dated 24th January 2020, the minister brought to the attention of the chairperson URC entities and persons whom the president is purported to have issued directives for allocation of land. These included Anil Damani, Seven Hills, Princeton Children's Medical Center. The committee noted that these presidential directives were non-existent, and Mr. Anil Damani denied ever writing the letter to the minister and denied the signature appended to it. It was also observed that Honorable Namuganza Persis abused her office and authority by directing URC to allocate land to entities while purporting to be communicating a presidential directive which were non-existent. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, recommendations. In light of the above findings, the committee recommends that Honorable Persis Namuganza be held accountable for abuse of office, for misleading URC into allocation of land to individuals and entities following presidential directives which were non-existent. Recommendation number 2, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. Parliament, being aware of the decision of Fox Odoi Oweo versus Attorney General and Twinov Sinje Saverono versus Parliament, urges the appointing authority to temporarily relieve Honorable Namuganza Persis of her duties to pave way for investigations by the relevant organs of government. The committee noted that the undue interference by ministers and other government officials in the process leading to re-entry of the Nakawa-Naguru land portrayed government in bad light and resulted into financial loss upon the ministers being found of contempt of court and being ordered to pay 50 million, a cost that was borne by government. Right Honorable Speaker, these ministers included Honorable Mwesigwa Rukutana, the then Deputy Attorney General, Honorable Betty Amongi, the then Lands, Housing and Urban Development, and Honorable Baguma Isoke, the then Chairperson of URC. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends as follows. The committee recommends that monies that were ordered by court to be paid by individual ministers but was paid by government be recovered from them. Recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, recommendation number 2, government officials should always respect and follow the law in execution of their respective mandates. Right Honorable Speaker, and honorable colleagues, variations in allocation. The committee noted that although ULC formally communicated the acreage of land allocated to allocatees, the certificates of title issued to them indicated less acreage than allocated, with no explanation to the allocatees. Whereas these offers of less acreages were communicated by the secretary to the commission, there were no minutes of the communication availed to the committee to support such reductions or variations in size, connoting the existence of a fraudulent intent. The ULC explained to the committee that due to very many applications and directives at hand for the scarce resource, they made several adjustments to the allocations with no justifiable reason. The variations that were done were as follows. There is a list, a table there. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I request that we proceed. You will go through the list. No, they explain the variations. As earlier noted, no commission minute was available to the committee to explain these variations. Similarly, some allocatees protested the variations as no explanation was given. The committee observed that this exposes government to a very serious legal risk, which could result into litigation in courts of law and as a result lead to loss of funds. Recommendations. In light of the above findings, the committee recommends that Secretary to ERC, Ms. Barbara Emario, should be held liable for altering the size of the acreage without a commission minute to the effect. Recommendation number 2, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, allocations and lease offers should only be communicated to potential leases upon proper ascertainment of the size of the parcel allocated to them. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the next term of reference is to propose measures to safeguard interest of government in the Nakawa-Naguru land. Having highlighted several challenges throughout this report, the committee recommends following measures to safeguard the interests of government. In a bid to resolve the confusion that is evident in the relationship between the ERC and the Ministry of Lands, and in the process of disposal of public land, committee recommends that government fast-tracks policy and legislative proposals. Recommendation number 2, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee, having established that ERC does not have an inventory of the land it pretends over, administers and manages, the committee recommends that all government land be identified, surveyed, and titled to avoid loss. In this regard, URC should have a proper inventory and land register. The committee observed that URC lacks both financial and human resource capacity to satisfactorily execute its mandate and has often relied on the Ministry of Lands about unscrupulous land dealers. The committee therefore recommends that the personnel and technical capacity and financial capacity of the commission be strengthened. The committee also recommends for appointment of a more technical competent commission with exposure and experience in land management. URC should exercise its rights comprised in the lease agreement with the leases to ensure the terms and conditions of the lease are fully complied with and take timely appropriate action for those not compliant to avoid further reoccurrence of the opaque prime scandal. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the other recommendation, the current commission should be retired in public interest for abuse of authority and violation of the executive authority. Government should follow the law and obey court orders to avoid unnecessary reputation and litigation associated risks. The next term of reference was to investigate any other matters incidental to the Nakawa-Naguru estate. The committee, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the committee did not have adequate time to diverge into other incidental matters, but found it pertinent to comment on allocation of land to local construction limited and settlement agreement. The committee, in its interaction with ROCO, was inclusive of the 1.7 acres for which they were compensated for by government. ERC, in its meeting held on 9th to 12th, 2021, under minute number 3/2/21, allocated 2 acres of land to ROCO Construction Company Limited. The chairperson informed the committee that in allocating 2 acres, they considered 1.7 acres on which ROCO had initially constructed a slab for opaque prime. The committee noted that ROCO Construction had been compensated 15.72 billion in lieu of any interest they had in 2 acres area allocated to them, inclusive of the slab. This figure is inclusive of 8% interest rate per annum. ERC, in its status report dated August 2020, stated as follows: ERC considered opinion is that ROCO has no legal basis for any payment as it failed to fulfill its obligation with opaque prime at the time of re-entry, which would be a basis for its claim. ROCO therefore has no claim on the land. At the time of this report writing, there was no evidence that government of Uganda had instituted any legal proceeding against opaque prime. There were irregularities in signing companies as reflected in the deed between government of Uganda and ROCO. Whereas there was a presidential directive to effect payment to ROCO Construction Company in a letter dated 20th September 2021, Appendix 11, it should be done within the law. Mr. Ramadan Gobi, who signed the deed of settlement and assignment on behalf of government, Appendix 12, made payments to construction company on 18th October 2021 via invoice number SP050/October. Before the deed settlement and assignment was signed on 19th November 2021. He informed the committee that he was implementing the presidential directive, which stipulated that he should effect payments immediately as reflected in his letter. The committee recommends that the land allocated to rock construction be revalued, taking into account the appreciation in value and fixture thereon before the lease offer is made. Government should recover 15.72 billion paid to ROCO from opaque prime. Mr. Ramadan Govi should be cautioned for making payments to ROCO construction irregularly. The presidential.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Honorable members, if you're not satisfied with the caution, you will suggest an amendment. That is how the House is handled.
Right Honorable Speaker, and colleagues. The other recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the other recommendation is that presidential directives should be implemented.
Honorable members, you're losing a point. Kindly listen to the report, then you will debate and make your own amendments.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. The next is Uganda Land Commission. The vacation of the chairperson of ERC from office, temporary pending determination of the court matter, challenges the commission, rendering their decisions questionable. Legal framework. The committee observed that there is no clear legal framework guiding the operations and relationship between the Ministry of Lands and the commission to enable smooth and transparent management of land owned by government. Conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the ad hoc committee delved into all details of Naguru-Nakawa land, allocations as per the terms of reference, and came out with the recommendations highlighted above. This should form a basis for a long-standing solution to the challenges in the development of the area for the good of the country. The recommendation should create a basis for more transparent and accountable system of disposal of public land in the whole country. Suffice submit that there is urgent need of legal regime to streamline the process of giving out and use of public land. I would like to thank members of the committee for commitment they exhibited in short time and beg to report to Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member of Parliament and the Ad hoc Committee. Honorable members, you've heard from the chairperson of the committee. I just want to find out something from the Land Attorney General. Once there are presidential directives, do you act as they are or you act within the law?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, when you receive a presidential directive, you determine what provisions of the law are available for you to implement it. So you implement them in accordance with the law.
Thank you. Land Attorney General, the presidential directives, should they be in writing or just a verbal, like I come to you, the president says do this and this?
Right Honorable Speaker, there is no standard for which you receive a presidential. I've been here a very short time to know how that works, but I receive mine in writing.
In writing, okay.
So that's, but I don't see what would stop the president from calling me and instructing me to carry out.
That is okay. My question is answered. If you're not satisfied, me, I'm satisfied. Land Attorney General, I still want to ask something. I just want a clarification. You know, you are the legal advisor for the country, and it would be good for us to know, to learn more from you. When you're making a payment, do you make a payment before the deed is executed, or you execute a deed and make payment? Because what I've heard, Rocco was paid a month before, then the deed was signed later. What was the basis of payment?
I would answer the question by saying, Right Honorable,
okay.
The agreement could be formal or informal, but the ideal situation would be you enter into the agreement first, have it executed, and then make the payment.
Lastly, the Land Attorney General then said the third parties were not supposed to benefit. The fact that Rocco was a third party, in your own understanding, was that payment right?
Running the risk of answering the question for which I am found culpable, and honorable colleagues, the payment to Rocco will be correct because cabinet made a cabinet decision that the people who had developments there should be compensated with land. So yes, it would be correct. But secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the Rocco situation—
Rocco was not a sitting tenant. There's a difference between the sitting tenants and then Rocco who had a contract with the OPEC.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining, Right Honorable Speaker, that at the time of entering the deed of settlement and assignment, Rocco had entered into an arrangement with OPEC Prime to be paid using the land. So the deed of assignment instructed that that money should be recovered on the basis of the deed of assignment.
You're very good, Attorney General. The debate is open.
some clarification.
Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much for those questions you have begun with before the debate. However, let us not be misled by the Attorney General before this House. Honorable Speaker, I was in the ninth Parliament. I was among the members who investigated the matter of Basajja Balaba giveaway of 149 billion. And indeed, the President was giving directives to Honorable Chidu Makuya, who was the Attorney General, and the Minister of Finance by then Saida Bumba. But at the end of that day, we met the President. I was there myself. The President told us that his directive is not a mere path, but it's not correct. It's not a matter of taking it, but as the Attorney General, he must advise him on the directive before he makes a mistake. And that's how we censured Honorable Chidu Makuya.
But that's what he has said. That's what he has said.
No, but he has said, Honorable Speaker, I have noted him very well. He said that once he gets the directive, he takes it. That's what he said. He looks at it.
Honorable Seungu, he says you must act within the law.
That's what we are saying. So what, according to the question you have asked the Honorable Attorney General, was he acting in the law? Actually, Honorable Speaker, when I look at the directives of the President, they are under 2021. But the transaction of this business of Naguru land began in 2006.
Honorable Seungu, I understand your problem. You've been sitting here since morning, so you must be tired. Susan
Yes, but you
Amero,
don't take such directives.
Honorable Susan Amero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. I didn't know that there were some Ugandans here who are patriotic. Thank you very much for the work you have done. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start with the issue of the compensation for the sitting tenants. Considering the land value of Nakawa in the current state, current market price, Nakawa is a prime area that everyone would want to have land. Madam Speaker, 17 million shillings that they are talking about compensation for these people is very little money. And therefore, we would like to ask government that these people be considered according to the current market price, because you destabilize them from wherever they were living comfortably.
Ex-gratia.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Susan, ex gratia is different from compensation.
Okay.
So what the government would do is to reconsider, but that is ex gratia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, you have asked the question that I was about to ask. That one of Right Honorable Speaker, I'm not comfortable with the recommendation of the committee to just caution Mr. Ngobi, the PSST, in that he has just taken less than 1 year in the office, but the irregularities he has caused this country are enormous that we cannot just continue to caution him. He needs to leave that office because he's abusing it terribly. Right, Honorable Speaker, I therefore move an amendment that he be retired in public interest, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Susan. Honorable Susan, just a minute. On an appointment of a president, when you read the case of Fox Odoi versus Attorney General, and then you read the case of Severino versus Attorney General, it says Parliament does not have powers to order somebody out of office, but we can urge the appointing authority to have that person out of office. I want us to be mindful of the law. even whatever we are discussing. Councillor Isibambi, is that correct? Please, on the microphone.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the committee for a good report.
Put on your mask.
Yeah, okay. I would like to thank the committee for a very good report. It has given Parliament the directorate of the land grabbers and the cartel in mismanaging land in the entire country. I was a land administrator. From page 1 to page 37, the names mentioned as individuals and the companies are the people involved in land grabbing in this country. So we have gotten now the opportunity of addressing the relevant authorities to investigate those characters behind it. I don't support the recommendation to uphold some applications. Let us first look at the genesis of this allocation. How did they get to know that land is available when the notice was pinned at the land board of Uganda Land Commission? Do they work there? They have testified that actually they go to know through land brokers. But there is a procurement method under the PPDA, how you go to acquire public properties. So, Right Honorable Speaker.
So you want to make amendment?
I want to
that
make
all-
an amendment that the entire parcel of land should revert to government. Mulago Hospital is looking for land. Public facilities are not, even Parliament of Uganda. So we should cancel the entire transaction because it's tainted with fraud, irregularities, and illegalities. I therefore submit that the report be amended to cancel all the titles and land should revert back to ULC as public land. I beg to submit.
By the way, the Naguru Hospital, Naguru, which is next just to the land, is also looking for land. So we could, Attorney General, take note of this. We have actually removed the money for purchase of land for Naguru from the budget because we want you to allocate land to Naguru Hospital. Mapendusi, that line up, then you're all going to speak.
Right Honorable Speaker.
For me,
thank
we
you.
can even sit up to midnight.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Members, 2 minutes.
I want to join my colleagues in thanking the committee for doing a wonderful job. Right Honorable Speaker, unlike the opinion offered by the honorable colleague, I feel if there are entities that are found to have followed procedures to avoid having serious legal implications, I think the recommendation of the committee should be respected. But Right Honorable Speaker, just based on the advice you offered, that this Parliament does not have the power to cause the removal, I therefore want to, using your advice, I want to join my colleagues in urging the appointing authority to consider relieving some of the officials who have been mentioned. For example, the ministers who have been mentioned, and also there are ministers that have been mentioned, including Honorable Minister Passis. I think these are people who should be relieved, and the appointing authority should consider giving them the opportunity to rest from holding those public offices. Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join colleagues in applauding the committee for their good investigation. Madam Speaker, this report leaves many of us worrying how things are done in this country. This reminds me of the famous Temagalu saga, where payments are done even before any documentation is done. I wonder, the people we appoint to hold public offices, how they take their responsibilities, and whether they think when they appointed, they should do things without following the laid down procedures. Madam Speaker, the committee did not refer anything to the office of the IGG. And I would include a recommendation that some of these people are referred to the office of the IGG, but knowing that, aware that the sitting IGG has also been mentioned. So we also go for
Honorable members of Parliament, IGG is not Betty Kamia. IGG is an office. Much as honorable members, much as Honorable Betty Kamia is mentioned in this, it does not deter us from referring anybody to IGG. Yes.
Yes, finally, Madam Speaker, I also join colleagues that to urge government to reconsider the 17 million for the sitting tender to be reconsidered and reviewed upward. Thank you.
Honorable members, don't repeat what has been said. We've already agreed. Ex gratia will be handled.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee that gave us this report. For the record, Right Honorable Speaker, I grew in Naguru Estate as a secondary student. In my housing estate as a secondary school student in my A-level. The issue of Naguru and Nakawa housing.
Honorable members, there is only one meeting here.
Thank you for protecting me.
And have your meetings.
Thank you for protecting me, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of Naguru and Nakawa is a very old issue, more than 30 years. And center in the issue of Naguru-Nakawa was the user clause that land would remain residential area for low-income earners who work with government and KCC. In the report, Right Honorable Speaker, the tenants, the bona fide occupants have now been left on the sidelines, and now we are now not clear on the user clause. We run a risk of having that place occupied by all sorts of business. I request the Right Honorable Speaker that the user clause of that land be clarified along this report so that we know for sure how that land will be settled for the benefit of the low-income earners. I thank you very much.
Senyonyi, area MP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll come, Doctor, don't worry.
Madam Speaker, this is an issue that is very close to my heart because the land we are talking about is within my constituency of Nakawa West. Madam Speaker, we debate these reports, recommendations are passed, but I hope that ultimately, one, we get to learn, but two, that action gets to be taken. This particular piece of land, hundreds of people were evicted over 10 years ago. They were crying in pain. Many are living in slums. Many died. And they were told, look, we are evicting you here for your own good. Why? Because we are going to put up state-of-the-art apartments, a satellite city, and you're going to be the first beneficiaries. To date, that has never happened. They were promised, all right, we are going to try and cushion you with 17.9 million shillings. It's been so many years, and that money is even too little given the times. Inflation, 17.9 million shillings, Madam Speaker, even 1 year ago, is not the same amount today. But somehow we don't seem to learn. It keeps happening again and again and again. How I pray, Madam Speaker. You see, Uganda Land Commission, as we speak, is being examined by the committee I chair, COSASE, the Auditor General's report. Same problems everywhere. Naguru-Nakawa is just a snippet of the challenges this institution has across the country. But you see, when we make recommendations and action is never taken, we'll be in a vicious cycle. So my prayer, Madam Speaker, is that this debate will not just be to make ourselves feel good for the cameras, but that action gets to be taken. People.
Ronald.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, it was in my area of jurisdiction. That's where now they're constructing a state-of-the-art hospital for Aga Khan. Right Honorable Speaker, the former sitting tenants had stayed on that land for over 40 years. And they had equitable interest on the land. Right Honorable Speaker, these people were evicted at night, psychologically tortured. And they also made an MOU to that effect, which to me, I believe, is effective. Therefore, it is important that they should be compensated and not just given ex gratia. Right Honorable Speaker, things have changed. That land is very costly. If someone had received a building, a low-cost house during that time, it would be 7 times. Information, let me first complete. I will give you more time. I will give you time. Right Honorable Speaker, secondly, I was the whistleblower when actually OPEC was selling off that land. I came out and warned the government that I was going to resettle the people back on that land. And that when I was called by the Prime Minister's office, and they told me to come down for they had constituted.
Kawalia. After Kawalia.
Thank you.
After Kawalia. Then you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also take this opportunity to thank the committee for the wonderful work. But this has portrayed a bad image to the governance of this country, most especially when it comes to land issues. Madam Speaker, in 2013, there is the Kampala Physical Development Plan which was passed, and it approved that place, the Nakawa area, to be a purely residential area. When you look at most of the companies who are allocated land, most of them are business-oriented. Madam Speaker, the same laws that we have in this country, for example, the Physical Planning Act also gives the local authorities power to be consulted when it comes to subdivisions. We have seen that land being subdivided, but when you read into the committee's report, you don't see any single day when Kampala Capital City Authority was consulted when they are going to subdivide this land. So we need to interest ourselves when. Madam Speaker, there are serious officers.
Can I get to understand? Is that land under KCCA or ULC?
It is under the jurisdiction of department.
There are two offices, ULC and KCCA.
Yeah, it is KCCA. ULC, Madam Speaker, let me explain this.
Don't mislead this house.
I'm not misleading.
The land is under ULC.
I understand that the land is under ULC, but ULC is supposed to write to Kampala Capital City Authority to seek for change of user for that property. And at the same time, when it comes to subdivisions, they are supposed to be done at KCCA Land Zone Office.
I'll come back like this. Let me first. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Honorable Speaker.
A lady.
A lady.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to commend the committee for the report.
That's Honorable Chan.
Honorable Chan Joyce,
Okay.
for people with disabilities. I would like to commend the committee for a good report and recommendations that they have come up with. Right, Honorable Speaker, the land in question, Naguru and Nakawa in particular. I grew up in Nakawa since when I was young. The issue of Nakawa started in 1998. Right, Honorable, when the demolition came, people were thrown out. The people that were thrown out migrated to Mutungu, Kasokoso, Mbuya, and some of them, most of them have died as I talk now. Their children have still remained waiting for the compensation of these properties. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am very happy that the committee has recommended the ex gratia of 17 million to each tenant. But I am made to understand that ex gratia means that a token of appreciation. I only implore the House that this money be increased a little bit to suit the current market of now. Because when these people receive this money, they will go and buy land and then construct. And the other thing I want to, the Attorney General to come out clearly and tell us is, there were some individuals or companies that made an MOU with the OPEC. And when OPEC was terminated, these companies are now demanding government to compensate them. A case in point is multi-consultant design. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm well aware that when you are in my land, and I've given it to you, when you want to involve the third party, you must first consult me. To be involved in the agreement, I want the Attorney General or the Minister of Land to tell us whether they were not in the know of these individuals. Because I read in another report of the 10th Parliament that they were denying these companies that they went into agreement with the OPEC without their knowledge. And now they are terminating their lease. And these people are running to court. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Kahonda. Honorable Kahonda. Is that Kahonda?
Thank you, Madam Honorable Speaker. For recording purpose, I want to pronounce my name properly. I'm Honorable Wandwasi.
Wandwasi Robert.
Yes, MP
Okay.
for Mungo South Constituency in Mbale.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, it's terribly surprising that the ULC, the Uganda Land Commission that we've put in a lot of trust in, that was supposed to be the custodian of the public land. Madam Speaker, it is reported, in the committee reported that during the time of interrogation, they didn't have the inventory. Madam Speaker and honorable members, to me, this puts the government at a very, very high risk. The people who are supposed to take care of our land, as we talk, did not have the inventory. What were they pretending? What they were? In my opinion, Madam Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I would wish to move in the same spirit that the ULC commissioners be retired in public interest, Madam Honorable Speaker. If we were to save the government land in our country, just in the public interest.
Thank you. Christine.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee for the recommendations made. Madam Speaker, matters about land in this country are very crucial. Cutting across the entire country. Right Honorable Speaker, the observations that have been made for the Nakawa-Naguru land makes us know that land grabbing and mismanagement is happening across the country. It is very important that, Madam Speaker, that the district land boards need thorough training on matters about land. Madam Speaker, even as we look at this recommendation, I support the recommendation of identification of government land, registration, and having that land surveyed. Madam Speaker, I want to make a slight amendment that would set a time frame for time. When you reflect on the recommendations that the Minister of Education also made in relation to protecting school land through surveying, it's not being done. So I implore this Parliament that maybe we make a recommendation of 1 or 2 years for all land-related matters to be sorted out so that land belonging to government can be protected. I beg to submit.
Attorney General, I want you to interest yourself on the PPDA, whether it has a provision for the sale of government land. PPDA Act. And if it is not there, then we need to see what to do. Celiasi?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want also to thank the committee for coming up with this great report. But Madam Speaker, I want just to amend on recommendation, because when you look at this country, government money is being spoiled, wasted, and when you go to Nakaseka, even Nakasongola, we are suffering a lot with roads because there are no fund for maintenance. Where the court ordered that these individuals should pay this money, where the government again paid instead of them. They are supposed to pay, and we should put the timeline. Maybe 2 months, these individuals should pay this money so that be used in other sectors, for example, in road maintenance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Members, I'm coming back. Don't waste your energy to stand. I am coming back.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And you.
Thank the committee. Madam Speaker, I want to mention that this country is faced with an uphill task of fighting corruption. Several anti-corruption campaigns, including trekking very long journeys in the fight of corruption. But Madam Speaker, we seem to be very good at rhetoric and poor at practice. We don't walk the talk. And we should, at this point, try to investigate the factors that underpin this discrepancy between principle and practice. Madam Speaker, in renowned countries where corruption is fought, if anybody is mentioned in a corruption scandal, that person, like Australia, for example, that person is dented enough. You don't need to be convicted to leave office. Madam Speaker, and a situation where the most senior technical person at the finance ministry, Dr. Gobi, is mentioned in this report. Madam Speaker, where our ministers have turned themselves into false prophets, delivering prophecies from the president that are false. Madam Speaker, something must be done. Or else, Madam Speaker, this parliament risks becoming a mere collection of supine non-entities, rubber stamps, and political bootlickers. I beg to submit.
Honorable Mbwa Kinkizi.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the committee for the good report. And I do appreciate that the spirit was to set up a satellite city. But Right Honorable Speaker, I remember in the 10th Parliament, when the president had instituted a committee to investigate, headed by our old Muzei here, Moses Ali. I remember even ministers who were on that committee had started making some small portions of trying to create that satellite city into a slum. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think to me, Honorable Namuganza has a responsibility, and she must tell this House how it happened. But Right Honorable Speaker, I cannot agree with members who are saying the matter should be referred to the IGG. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember when President one time mentioned that if IGG decides to harass those thieves, some of them, they will run away not to invest in Uganda. And I think to me, she was not emotionally, the intelligence. Because you cannot go in a meeting of night dancers, then you start blaming cannibalism. So, Right Honorable Speaker, in a nutshell, I'm saying that technical people should be held responsible. Because when we talk about even some of the commissioners, 1 microsecond, this is a maiden speech. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter we are talking about has taken over and over 8 or 11 years. But some commissioners have they are there even in either 1 year or 3 years, but we are just generalizing. Can't we try to look out for those people by the time this land was given out, and we dig them where they are and we arrest them? Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, we are not sending this to IGG. What we have done is conclusive. We are only going to ask executive to give us a treasury memorandum on what they have done within 2 months. Kinkizi, Rwanda, Islands, the fisherman. Kinkizi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, King Macbeth said, I know what is legal, but not what is right. Madam Speaker, I'm meant to understand that a number of players who are supposed to protect the Constitution, the legal regime of this country, are the ones who have continued to malign the establishment of the law to their interest. Madam Speaker, when you look at the committee recommendations, it is this time, Madam Speaker, we have seen the committee presenting very good reports, and we want to thank them. Madam Speaker, corruption in this country is being engineered by the ones supposed to protect it, to annihilate it. And the first one, Madam Speaker, we are talking about ULC should retire, should do what? But Madam Speaker, in the Luchiga Runyankwele, there is a saying, another is producing urine, and then you start bumping on the bishato, that the clothing they are putting on, you are just trying to have the defense of alibi. And this, at this moment, Madam Speaker, I want to suggest that, first of all, you have made us fear. Madam Speaker, with due respect, you mean our recommendations cannot stand because a minister, Madam Speaker, a minister cannot be removed by the Parliament when he's doing wrong things? No, we need to either review the law and empower the Parliament, which approves the ministers, to make sure we do something to make them work. Otherwise, we cannot continue recommending, and then it is at the preserve of the president to leave that minister in the place, because we shall be meaningless in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, with due respect, the people who are concerned, who did wrong things, who are mentioned, should be put to book, because our people are suffering. Madam Speaker, you remember, there is one time when I was to be chased on the committee because I mentioned this matter. Honorable member can testify. It is at this moment, Madam Speaker, we should now start biting, because our people whom we represent, because this is the House of Representatives, Madam Speaker. How can we pretend over these people who are the ones depleting our resources, and they continue to blame us? Madam Speaker, I want to bring another issue. Look, the other day I saw a person speaking on television. The Parliament has no role. They are the ones who are making final statements, and then we are here trying to protect them. We need, Madam Speaker, my prayer is, Honorable Minister has mentioned, whether you go to IGG or where, you should be interrogated. We need to have a comprehensive report on who did what, and then they face the justice of this country. Yes. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to put a disclaimer that I happen to be a victim of one of the pieces of land here in Kampala, where we woke up one morning and we found our whole flat was down by people who alleged to have got a directive from the president to take the land. Right Honorable Speaker, I want us, Parliament, maybe to request the president to make work easy for us. Because whoever you meet in such scandals, they will tell you it's a presidential directive to bring people down. Right, Honorable Speaker, we saw what happened in the last parliament. We saw what happened when a population of thousands of people were chased out of land, and everyone was, the ministers, you would ask by then of land,
Honorable Procedural, just to lay your fears, the presidential directives are always in blue letters. That's one. Two, when you get that blue letter, act within the law. That's what the Attorney General says.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And it is what I wanted you to, and it's good that you've emphasized it. I thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, even our ministers, especially the ones for land, please be conscious of the people. You don't know how much it hurts when you write that letter and they take someone's family down with children and they are pushed away, yet yours are in flat sleeping well. I want to request you that sometimes, even when a letter comes, please advise the president well for the case of those families. It is hurting. I have experienced it. Madam Speaker, whoever this has not happened to will not know what it means. I pray that whoever has been found guilty or whoever has been mentioned has to clearly explain and state out for the people to know the right issue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Attorney General, one thing I need you to note, even all the schools, Honorable Attorney General, the other thing I want you to note, all the schools have been encroached by the same people. All the land of all the schools have been encroached. I have just my neighbor there, a playing ground has been taken. I want this committee to continue with those school lands and find out what is happening.
Yes.
Yes, Fisherman.
Motion.
Then Taylor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the 9th Parliament, I chaired a select committee investigating land belonging to public schools in Kampala. And I recall the LOP was one of the members after demolition of Nabagereka Primary School. And we discovered that actually almost 90% of land belonging to these schools, including government schools, is under threat. And in many of these transactions, we were having a look at a number of presidential directives. Unfortunately, all these letters were ending with passing the responsibility back to the minister or to the responsible officer. Therefore, the presidential directives in themselves actually not directives. They're actually seeking for advice, but in most cases, some of these people end up taking that direction. So my prayer.
Allow me guide the House. Yes. In this case, there is what they call purported presidential directives. There are no presidential directives.
Madam Speaker, thank you for that guidance. And I was referring to the others that we looked at, which were not purported. But Madam Speaker, right from the word go, and I'm a physical planner by profession, you cannot have a satellite city. It's right from the word go. You cannot have a satellite city. You cannot have a satellite is here. So from the word go, there was duping.
Okay.
But Madam Speaker, every institution has a time when it can be remembered. Let this parliament be remembered for
Honorable members, listen to somebody from the fishing.
last parliament had its peak, and that was the age limit. Let this parliament have its peak as the celebration of the 1 year, which is our birthday. Let this be our peak by censuring those who are responsible. And actually, our hands are itching, and that is the only way how we can actually help the president and this government have the right officers in the right offices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have the floor, honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, my attention has been drawn to page 14 and 13 of the report, where the report seems to create an impression that tenants became tenants by virtue of signing a memorandum of understanding with the company. There has been a bit of cries from different corners of people who are genuine tenants but are not appearing in the report, on which those who signed the memorandum are included. Right Honorable Speaker, I would invite this Honorable House, using all the resources available, to properly investigate if there are further tenants who are not included but they are genuine tenants. It is so painful to be left out. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the honorable members who have been implicated in the report seem to create an impression that they are innocent. Why don't we give this country one gift for people to learn that if you are faulted, you step aside, pave way for investigations. When they are complete, you come back and reassume your office if you are exonerated.
Information.
Thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, this business of the front benchers inviting the president to launch fake programs must stop.
Information.
Who is disorganizing Taylor?
Right Honorable Speaker, with your protection, this business of the front benchers without doing due diligence on projects in this country and maligning my dear president, implicating him and creating an impression that he's part of the land grabbers must stop, and whoever does so going forward must be held accountable. Thank you.
Katuntu, Honorable Katuntu, Honorable Baka.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, I only have 4 points to make.
Yes.
The first one, and I think is most important, I'd like to remind the whole House that land as a factor of production is not elastic. It is not expanding. The population is expanding. The crisis of land grabbing, brace yourselves, it is going to continue. So this is not a very, very simple matter. This is just a symptom. People everywhere are looking for land, both legitimately and illegitimately. And if we don't start addressing the real problem now, even tomorrow there will be another ad hoc committee about land, about officers, about politicians, about everybody. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank the committee for this report, but most importantly, you as the presiding officer for having brought this business to the floor. 2, what is the policy of this government? From the report, it's clear that government wanted to establish a satellite city in Nakawa. And I imagine that was the policy. Today, I'm seeing land being allocated to hospitals, schools, nothing to do with the original policy. Supermarket, So we've moved away, right, Honorable. According to the documents which are here, was the purpose opaque.
Yes.
And that's very serious, because can the government tell us whether the allocations now conform to the satellite city policy? Or we've now diverted, soon you'll find somebody having a farm there.
Honorable Katuntu, the letter which was written by the president on what should be in that land has never been vacated.
That's the truth. The letter has never been vacated because, yes, this land belongs to ULC, Uganda Land Commission. But fiscal planning for that area is KCCA. Do we have approved plans in accordance with that policy to all those people who are purporting to be developing this land?
No.
You have to relook at even those who are occupying the land currently. Thirdly, right, Honourable Speaker, due diligence. Before the government puts pen to paper, somebody must have had the due diligence. May we know who did the due diligence of OPEC? Because that is not here. Was this company allowed to take over this land without due diligence? And if somebody misled the government, he should be held to be responsible. Right, Honorable Speaker, now we are looking at another one called Virginia. And from the letter exchange and the report, looks like there was no due diligence about Virginia. And yet we now have people saying that there is a presidential directive. And I'm going to address the issue of presidential directives too. Colleagues, as long as there is no due diligence, the president's name is going to always be brought in shoulder deals. Because the first person who runs to State House comes out with a presidential directive. And now we are learning from this report that even ministers are talking about verbal presidential directive. If your minister goes and says, I've been directed by the president, and is your agent, whom am I not to believe it? But the OPEC, right, Honourable Speaker, there is no due diligence for Virginia, and yet there is an allocation. Unless there is even a presidential signature to that allocation. Why the president was forced to. Presidential orders in law, presidential orders are not law. Let me repeat, in law, presidential orders are not law. In the US, presidential orders are called executive orders, and they carry a weight of the law because they are written, they are instruments. However, because our constitutional regime runs what we call an executive soul, all the authority of the executive rests in the president. That's when the president makes those presidential orders. But there are smaller things where I think the president should not be getting over of allocating a half an acre of land. And we are seeing a presidential directive, give cartoon to this half an acre of land. It's not correct. Because many crooks in town are taking advantage of it and actually dragging the president's name in this particular transaction.
Honorable Katuntu, even if such a letter is there, somebody must act within the law. Somebody must act within the law.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker, and that's not debatable. That the learned attorney has explained it. When a president gives a directive, it is you to implement it within the law. And if you find that it is not implemented within the law, you write back to the president, sir, you directed this, but the law does not allow me to do this. But that's what I imagine if you had a senior civil servants are technical advisors of the president. Last, right, Honorable Speaker, about the third parties, like Morocco. Lastly,
Lastly, about the third parties local. Right Honorable Speaker, government has no contract with local. We had no obligation. The obligation we had was with OPEC. And
Honorable members, can you listen?
And after OPEC had reported, we cannot now go and start looking for those people who are defaulted to OPEC, and we are giving them good money. You cannot do that. We are spending good money to sort out problems which are not ours. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Hello.
Honorable Baka.
Thanks very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me join my colleagues by thanking the committee for the wonderful work done. And I want to say, I want to support those ones who say we resort the entire land back to government. And
Honorable members, can you listen?
Right Honorable Speaker, let me give you the background of Naguru. I was
Bring your point.
staying in Nakawa and studying in Naguru.
We know the background of that.
I was the chairman of the background of this. Right Honorable Speaker.
Baka. Honorable Baka. Honorable Baka.
I'm going to the point, Right Honorable Speaker.
What is your amendment?
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, even the issue of OPEC was designed just to confuse us. Before OPEC came in, we had floated 3 plans as the chairman LC2. We had the plan for the low income, middle, and the rich. And this KCC had a plan, had approved them.
Do you have an amendment to the report?
Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of Naguru-Nakawa and OPEC just came to confuse the people. First and foremost, who was OPEC? Was OPEC a foreigner or somebody from within? And after that, what is happening in Nakawa and Naguru, which I used to know? Right Honorable Speaker, in order to save time, I think we better revert the entire land of Nakawa and Naguru back to the government and replan afresh. Even the tenants of Nakawa and Naguru up to now, they are.
Solomon Silwanyi. Silwanyi Solomon.
Motion.
Solomon Silwanyi.
Motion. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, all of you sit down.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the party I support most, the National Resistance Movement, has lost support in the last elections in Uganda region because of one reason of land grabbing. Right Honorable Speaker, we are not going to stand here, and I'm not going to stand here in Parliament and keep quiet when the people of Uganda are losing land and property. If we are to restore sanity in this country, we must give the right people the land that belongs to them. This business of having rich bourgeoisie coming and they take over land and they take over property of the poor and they divert from the initial plans of government. Right Honorable Speaker, this Parliament should not condone such. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, okay, I take the information. Let me take the information.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Solomon.
Honorable member, I'd like to inform you about Nakawa land. I remember there's a man who used to own a school called Nakawa Vocational School. It's called by the name Boma. The minister must be aware. Honorable member, when the minister told that man called Boma that he was directed by the president for the man to hand over the school, the man got his time and met the president.
Honorable.
The president assured the man that he did not direct the minister to get the land free of charge. Right, Honorable Speaker, up to now, that minister has swindled 2 billion shillings supposed to be paid to Nakawa Vocational School owned by the man called Boma, and the man used to train the persons with disability.
Information.
Right now, the issue is in court, and we are directing that man to take that minister head on. Right, Honorable Speaker, thieves are in this country. The Minister of Land.
Which minister is that?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Land by then, Honorable Betty Amoni. Right now, the man is so annoyed. The man is so annoyed. The man has not been paid. Yet the president said that man must be paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, thieves are taking over this country, and we need to take it very seriously. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we should stand as Parliament to be counted that this is a Parliament that will not condemn, that will not be, that we are not part of the people, of the members of Parliament that supported land grabbing in this country. Because the only resource, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have in this country that the people are remaining with to date. Honorable Silas, my time is getting over. I'm informed. Right Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable
Okay,
I want to thank Honorable Silwanyi. He's my brother. And it is wisdom for you to give me time. My point one, the spirit now we have seen it, traced it up to Lubowa. We don't know where it is going next. Yeah. So can you tell us also, I want to get this from the Attorney General. From the Attorney General. On the issue of Shimoni, for instance, how did Shimoni vacate this place? Was it through a directive or a legislative process or a given law? Madam Speaker, we are under pressure to have people interdicted and also to have people censured with immediate effect. That is what we need to do as a Parliament.
Further information. Madam Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Silas Agon from Kumi. I would like to inform our colleagues that in our cabinet we have black angels, and one of them is in the house today. Those black angels have treated the good name of the regime to an extent that wherever we go, some of us who put on yellow shirts, not this one who put on red, people are beginning to run away from us. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to agree with my colleagues that those black angels, including one who is here, must carry political accountability. Political accountability, for having organized a land bonanza to distribute land among themselves. And why don't those black angels just tell Ugandans that we are ready to steal land at once and stop? Because you saw at Naguru, you are stealing in other places, and you have become now immune. But as I finish, Madam Speaker, these black angels, we should name and shame them and carry like a honorable Namgan on the super square for Uganda, so that Ugandans can know that who still cooked by
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. I will see.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Early in the morning, Right Honorable Speaker, we had a more tranquil environment, and we discussed matters almost similar to what's on the floor. During the discussion on the Bujagali exemption, we received almost similar indictments of negligence of duty, a no-care attitude towards public duty. And it is
Honorable members, we're in one house. Stephen Mago. Honorable Chivumbi, come back. Come back. Musasi, you cross the floor.
Right, Honourable
Yes.
Speaker, now that the House is full and was halfway at the discussion of the tax bills, my basic sense is that members are here to take action on their public duty. The report is very informative, but of course runs short of raising a red flag on how the presidency has become a subject of exploitation by individuals that have been given a duty to execute on behalf of the country. Right, Honourable Speaker, we were discussing Bujagali, we are discussing Naguru, subsequently we shall discuss the coffee deal. The thread is the same. It looks to be the same. And this House of Parliament is enjoined to raise up the occasion and terminate the thread of persistent deliberate fraud carrying through on all public projects and programs. And until we take action and send a strong message, we shall continue debating in turns and no action taken. Right, Honourable Speaker, I would like to invite the Attorney General to take cognizance of the existence of Article 239 and its implementation. Land Attorney General, it's a duty of government, by extension Parliament, given the abuse that has been visited through Uganda Land Commission on public lands over the country. Naguru is just a small tip of the vast iceberg. And right, Honourable Speaker, one of the amendments that I wanted to move relating to ULC is an investigation into the activities of ULC. ULC has a very big problem. Just removing an individual will not solve the problem. For those of you who have been in this House of Parliament for a while, have known over, I think, 1, 2, 3 registers removed, the same vice remains. Is really ULC bedeviled that they cannot really make over their troubles? Right, Honourable Speaker, I think we need to make an investigation to go to the core of the problems of ULC. They have given away public land in local governments. They have actually participated in defrauding the public. But what I want to speak too is part of the gap, probably because of time, the committee never came out to bring to bear, is removing the veil on some of the directors of these companies. If there was enough time to remove the veil, you will be shocked. They're the same people that are really grabbing land in the countryside and evicting people. When you see some of these companies whose names are coached in phonetics, you believe that they are being, I think they were registered somewhere in Greece. The owners are around and they have a track record of land grabbing. And because they have gotten out with the evil, it's no longer a problem for them. But, Mr. Speaker, walking the talk and acting on the recommendation of this committee will be a huge step forward by this parliament to send a very strong message, but also as an advice to the president, and the president needs to be helped to safeguard State House from being a clearinghouse for fraud. Mr. Speaker, that the president does not have all the time to look at all these documents. People walk to State House with foreign investors. As long as you pick somebody with another color, they look like investors. And the president being desirous of getting investors, as long as you're another color, you just pick any fraud from any street in Europe or America, as long as they are white. Get an appointment. You say, these are investors. They have grabbed public land and sold it, and they have walked out to the bank smiling. This parliament, right, Honourable Speaker, owes the public a huge duty to stop this. Second last, right, Honourable Speaker, the ex gratia awarded at 17 million over 10 years ago should be subjected to a GDP deflator. My friend, the Honourable Musas, knows how this is done. Probably 17 millions 10 years ago could be about 50 million now. I don't think it's right. As long as it is ex gratia at 17 million 10 years ago, the financial people know how to deflate it and bring it to current value. Otherwise, on the day it became a government assurance, to the time we're discussing it without being effectual, it needs to be brought to the current value. And right, Honourable Speaker, we need to be firm. If this is a government assurance, then in the budget we are discussing, we should really put money for these people to be paid off and erase that ghost. Otherwise, I'm very sure some of the beneficiaries are long dead. Others are frustrated. We are talking about that served this country at various levels, some of them aged, others sick. We must terminate their demand because we are the Parliament of Uganda. If possible, Minister of Finance is here, but the process is still ongoing to commit. It's not a lot of money. It can be availed to have this government assurance cleared and terminated. Finally, to my dear sister, the Honorable Minister, you can do yourself justice and jump before you are pushed. You would have sent a very strong message to your prudence as a servant of the people, and we begin anew. When an inquest is made and you exonerated, probably the appointing authority could think about your prudence and get you back. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest challenges I've had in this House, on 2 terms, I have been in the committee on appointments. Some of the people that are sent by the president are very difficult to vet. They have a checkered record, and when they come and they are pleading to be placed in public offices, and we end up in this kind of mess. Parliament, especially the vetting committee of Parliament, to which I'm a member, must raise game. Otherwise, we have individuals, not necessarily on the front bench, but in the various offices with a checkered record over time. and they're being recycled. And the problem continues because impunity has been incubated and accepted. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition and Attorney General, as you've heard, under Article 239 on the function of Uganda Land Commission. We need to make sure that we handle that. And then the ex gratia, they were given 15 years back. We need to see how we can improve on that. Can I hear from government? Can I hear from government? You are the Prime Minister.
Right
You are the
Honorable,
one to know who should
Right
talk.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much, and I thank the members of the committee and the honorable members for their contribution. I want to call Honorable Namuganza to come and say something, then we can conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. First of all, I discovered that the report which has been read and it was referring to the letter I wrote to Uganda Land Commission, which is the basis of the recommendation that I should leave office, was missing on that report, but I have gotten the copy and I would like to read it and lay it on table. On the 24th of January 2020, I wrote a letter to Uganda Land Commission requesting to allocate 10 acres of land in Naguru to construct modern children's hospital and a dialysis center. And this was after we had had a meeting with His Excellency the President, with the managers of this hospital, and they had made requests. Honorable Speaker, I request that
raise the.
Can I repeat? Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I was saying that when a report was commissioned on 24th January 2020, being the basis of my abuse of office. But on that report, this letter has not been attached. But I was, and the honorable members, that since I have a copy of the speech, I mean the report, and it makes part of the report, I read it and lay it on table.
The letter is from the president?
No, Honorable Speaker, they were referring to the letter I wrote.
The letter you wrote to ULC?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's not on the report.
Okay.
It's not attached.
Please read, please go
Because
ahead.
somebody can wonder what is in that
Please
letter.
read.
Yes. I stated, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, that last year in June 2019, a request was extended to His Excellency the President on the above, that is the allocation of 10 acres of the children's hospital and dialysis center, these children with swollen heads. And that this request had not been recommended because at that time, Naguru land still had and I told the committee that this is not a new subject matter to Uganda Land Commission. Because when we met the president with Uganda Land Commission. Honorable colleague, can you please listen to me? We met the president with Uganda Land Commission. So I was informing them, since this is not a new matter to you, this center will need the 10 acreages of land to be allocated. And they will be constructed by Princeton Children's Medical Center in partnership with Azad. As indicated.
Honorable members.
Madam Speaker, proceed. Yes.
Honorable members. Letter.
Madam Speaker, procedure.
Yes, so thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a procedural issue.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister had the opportunity to appear before the committee. She did not tender in this letter. What precedents are we setting here now that witnesses come and begin tendering letters here? Madam Speaker, are we proceeding well?
Honorable members, according to the documents I have, that letter was tendered in the committee.
And it's not here.
What is missing? Saying it was a presidential directive. What is missing is where is the letter that gave you powers to write that letter to ULC, and that's what brings the influence peddling.
Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I think what honourable members should appreciate is that this letter being read by the minister.
Honorable members.
This letter, the impression that the honourable minister wants to create is that the committee did not put into consideration that letter. That letter was brought to the attention of the committee. And in writing the report, the committee made reference to that letter. But that letter did not answer the concerns of the committee. That is to say, the origin of the so-called presidential directives. So the letter being read, Right Honourable Speaker, was actually put into consideration when the committee was considering the report. I think that must be understood from that context. So there is no injustice that was occasioned on the side of the minister. The documents that we had were put into consideration in writing the report.
Thank you. Honorable members, let's allow the minister to finish. Let the minister finish. Has the minister finished?
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker.
The honorable members, the way it is nice to chair a house where people are rowdy. I wish one of you could sit here and see yourselves the way you are.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, okay. Honorable members, listen to the Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you once again. Right Honorable Speaker, we've heard the report. Executive is going to take up the matter, is going to take it up. And I think after two months, whoever will be found guilty, action will be taken against that person. I thank you.
Honorable members, the allegations on the committee that they didn't consider everything. Can I have a clarification from the chair of the committee? Just for transparency.
Madam Speaker, before the chair comes in, Madam Speaker, and to the recommendation which I want to tender. Then the chair responds on it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the land we are talking about is 42 acres, 142.5. The original land, but the committee report has reported mainly on the 82.5. They have not talked anything to do with the 60 acres, whether the people that received the 60 acres really deserved to have received the 60 acres. No, nothing has been mentioned about the 60 acres. Right Honorable Speaker, the original purpose of this land was to build residential spaces for our people. And Madam Speaker, this Parliament, one of the biggest recommendations we must make, that the purpose of the land must not be lost. We must return to the original purpose of the land. Madam Speaker, recently we were in the Budget Committee, we were informed that government regained its stake in the National Housing Corporation. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to amend the recommendations to state that the 142.5 acres must return to the original purpose, and the National Housing Corporation be given opportunity to develop and build low-cost housing for the people that used to stay in that land. No supermarkets, no hospital.
Honorable members, I had a question that I was asking. Attorney General, whether the first question was there was no vacation of the first directive, meaning everything that was done there was null and void. Honorable Nanda, I wanted to amend the recommendation.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, we have got a problem here in Parliament, not a Parliament in Uganda, where people tend to hide behind the president. Under the recommendation, because when you're a minister, you are the one to advise the president. Not the president to advise you. You say it is possible, it can be done, this is the law to follow. So, Madam Speaker, why I'm raising this, we have an experience when we are investigating issues of CHOGM, where Vice President wanted to dodge coming to the committee, hiding under the pretext that he was part of the presidency. He said, you are not part, you must appear. And indeed, he appeared. And you know the consequences. He ended up in Rosira. And if a vice president can go to Rosira for his misconduct, who is a minister just? Who comes here, waives premium, comes and say he acted on behalf of the president, and he wants to dupe the Parliament, and that the president was on direct. So, Madam Speaker, the recommendation I want to put in this report, that all those who acted on the presidential directives, which were not right, should be held personally.
Another amendment.
We are going to hear from the chair.
Right,
but
Speaker,
I need a clarification. I also need a clarification from the Attorney General. Attorney General, when court slaps a cost on you as a person, as KK, do you transfer it to government? Send it a strict liability?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Ideally, you shouldn't, but what has been happening is because the suit is against Attorney General, they bring the suits against Attorney General, and then they say the Attorney General has been found, the defendant has been found in contempt. We have tried to deal with it now by, in such cases, we ask for third-party notices to be issued to those people to whom the court is directing the contempt, because we have had an objection to the court now that is unfair to say that government is in contempt because it's abstract. Would like you to tell us who exactly in government is in contempt of the order. But ideally, the contempt should be purged by the contemner, him or herself.
So the issue of government paying money on behalf of these people, was it correct or wrong?
By the reading of the order said the defendant, and the defendant was Attorney General, but ideally, it should have been paid by the contemner themselves. So it should have been the contemner themselves paying the money.
Should have been who?
The person who committed the wrong.
So why did government pay on their behalf?
It's before my time. Someone
Okay.
made that decision.
Chair.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, there are issues that have come up and I thought I would clarify, Right Honorable Speaker. One, on the issue of the letter that Honorable Namuganza refers to, it is true, it's on record. What is not on record? In that letter, she alludes to a meeting with the president where she got a presidential directive. So to the committee, this presidential directive remained verbal, and there is no way we could have taken it as an authentic directive. But her letter is on record. Now, to make matters worse, in the beneficiaries, right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Hello? Yes? Yes? What is the problem?
Right. Now, right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, can you finish?
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, what confused the committee further on this directive, the beneficiaries alluded to in the minister's letter denied ever to have written either to her or the president. Now the committee wondered how the president could have even thought of directing for those people to benefit. The signatures were differing. The signatures on the request as attached on the file were differing to the signatures of the beneficiaries. So that's why it left us in suspense, and we concluded that these were not genuine requests. The other matter, right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, it is on the issue of the satellite city. We highlighted
Thank you, Chair. The Land Attorney General could be really enjoined in this clarification. For the representation of the committee and the clarification by the chairperson that the Honourable Minister purported to have gotten a presidential directive and presented names of companies that denied ever requesting for this land in any form. Is there another meaning, Land Attorney General, of fraudulent misrepresentation?
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg for indulgence that I finish on these clarifications. The reason, Right Honorable colleagues, the reason, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the reason we thought we can retain some and cancel some is for one reason. When we assessed, we realized that there are some applicants who were genuine. Now, but on further examination, we realized that others were completely fake. And actually, Right Honorable Speaker, we lifted the veil to know who the applicants were. And some of these were clearly, and some of these were fronts, were clear fronts.
Honorable members, listen to the chair. If you want to amend that, you will amend.
Actually, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, maybe you listen to this statement and you can make your judgment. We examined these companies, we sent for files. We found some companies were genuine and had all the financials and what it takes. We lifted the veil and asked for the names of these owners of the companies. It came out clearly that some were genuine, renowned businessmen. Actually, if the Speaker allows, we can tender that document of the names. We also found, especially for those that we recommended counseling, that these were clear speculators who have never been in business. Now, the committee weighed, if we cancel, we are only creating another bonanza for technocrats to steal again from another category of people. That's how we recommended. That's how.
Honorable members, listen.
That's how.
Honorable members, listen.
That's how. It was our recommendation, Honorable Speaker. It was our recommendation, and it is still our recommendation that government, Right Honorable Speaker, if I can state this and finalize.
Clarification, Right Honorable Speaker.
I think, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues.
Honorable colleagues, listen.
Honorable colleagues, I think you need to listen. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you need to listen to this. In the lease offer that is entered between the ROKT and the ULC, they put a minimum of 5 years for someone to have developed that land. So we recommended that for those whose titles are retained, they are supervised strictly to ensure compliance with the plan of KCCA, and failure to do that in 5 years, then they cancel the land. Thank you very much.
Procedure.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Attorney General, would you need to guide us on that? Members are saying that the ones who did not have the the committee is saying the ones who did not have the financials didn't have everything. Actually, the brokers, where you're looking at somebody coming to get land, and when you check his account, he only has 10 million. 10 million?
Right Honorable Speaker, now, the people that we recommended for cancellation, one, some, when we compared, at the time of payment, they were proposing business plans between $18 million, $50 million. On their accounts, they had 10 million or less.
Procedure.
Now,
procedure.
Honorable members, listen.
Procedure.
Yes, you need this information. The coffee man, you're going to speak next.
So, the other issue, when you look at our recommendation for cancellation, was on the legal basis that a company is a company limited by guarantee. It's not supposed to do business, but it applied for business.
Honorable members, when you look at a company like Fenalo,
procedure.
Fenalo is a church.
Procedure.
Was that placement for a church?
Procedure.
Motion.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I move under Rule 59 of our Rules of Procedure. N. Right, Honorable Speaker, having debated this matter, I move a motion that this matter should be closed since we have a coffee bill that people are waiting for, and we proceed to a coffee bill that Ugandans have been waiting. And Right, Honorable Speaker, that's why even Parliament is still full at this moment, because we have our area of interest. Right, Honorable Speaker, I propose you put a question that the report be adopted with amendments. Thank you so much, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Is it seconded?
Yes, Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by Honorable Bois that the question be put and the report be adopted the way it is, with all the amendments, mostly on the ministers. I beg to move.
Honorable members. Honorable members, the motion has been seconded. It was proposed, has been seconded. The amendments have been made. We need an action in the first sitting of the next session. First sitting of the next session. We need, when is the next session? We need an action taken in the first sitting of the next session. We need a response, Treasury memorandum. Honorable members, we need a response from government on the first meeting of the next session. There are other things that they are supposed to do in terms of cancellation, the rest you can do. Honorable, yes, Honorable Katuntu. I mean, Honorable Nathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have made amendments which have been captured. And Madam Speaker, I think the clerk is aware. Maybe if we can remind us.
We will extract the amendments.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Speaker,
we will extract the resolution of this House and send to every individual.
Thank you very much. But Madam Speaker, we have seen things bordering forgery and that's fraud. And the people who are involved are here on the front bench. And this House is not meant to have fraudsters on the front bench. Wouldn't it be procedure right that a notice is put that action by Parliament to deal with fraudsters who are members on the front bench start immediately?
Can I seek some clarification? Madam Speaker. Madam
Yes,
Speaker.
Honorable Elijah.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Nandala has talked in the parables. You are now giving a general blame to the front bench. Can you be specific and name the people you are calling for this?
I think he's meaning Imbwa. Are you meaning Imbwa?
Madam Speaker, I don't think Honorable Imbwa is in this report. But there are those who are in the what? In the report. So the report will be extracted, and I'm sure all these members know them. And they also know themselves. So it is, they also know themselves. And they're also looking at me.
Honorable members, just for record purpose, the revised recommendations. One was from Honorable Mpuga. Now you're going to miss the recommendations. The amendments. Honorable Mbua. Honorable Mbua. The amendments that we are making, honorable members, I am actually happy that you're taking a lot of time on this, and you will fail to debate in the next. But you're taking my time. The amendments that we have is to investigate ULC by the same committee. The 17 million ex gratia to be revised to the current. Honorable Shabe, the purpose of the land should be considered and returned to its original use. That the entire transaction be cancelled. All those who acted on alleged presidential directives with disregard of the law must be held personally liable. That is from Honorable Mafabi. Honorable Amero, the PSST should be held responsible. I made a correction. Of Honorable Amero was talking like a woman from Uria. Now I made a correction. You said he should be retired, but I said let's follow the law. I now put a question. That the report of the ad hoc committee on Naguru-Nakawa land allocation be adopted by this house with the amendments. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, can we go to the next report? But before, honorable members, before we go to the next report, there is a document to be laid by Honorable Musa Sisi.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table for financial year 2021-2022. I beg to lay.
Honorable members, free sitting, feel free to sit anywhere, apart from this one seat of the speaker. I refer that to the budget committee and must be handled as fast as possible. Honorable members, we had a controversial issue here. And saying the presiding officer must have been bribed, compromised, But I want to tell you one thing. It's good to have a honorable members, we received a complaint in this house, and the complaint was about coffee agreement. We tasked the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry to investigate the perceived unfair commitment to this country that was on the agreement. To my surprise, when the presiding officer committed this, it was not out of any force. It was because of the love for this country. The presiding officer got so disappointed because of being perceived to have been bought, not to have this presented or directed. I was not directed by anybody. I am not a commodity to be bought. You're lucky that you have presiding officers who are not needed. Honorable Chairperson, Tourism, can you come and present your report?
Motion for adoption of the reports of the Sectoral Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the investigation of the alleged unfair terms.
Honorable members, kindly listen to the young chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I read the report of the committee, I would wish to thank you for the support you gave us throughout this process. I would also like to appreciate the commitment of the members of the Committee of Trade who slept at midnight every day trying to Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the report of the Sectoral Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the investigation of the alleged unfair terms in the MOU between the government of Uganda and Vinci Company Limited. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Tourism, Trade and Industry has the honor to present its report on the investigation pertaining to the government of Uganda and Vinci Coffee Company Limited Memorandum of Understanding that was signed on 10th February 2022. The background: Uganda is a leading coffee exporter in Africa and the second largest coffee producer in Africa, exporting over 6.5 million bags between April 2021 and March 2022. Coffee holds a strategic position as Uganda's leading forex exchange earner in the past 20 years, contributing to approximately 20% of the foreign exchange earnings. The rationale: the Sectoral Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry derives its mandate from Article 90 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and the rest of the details are there. For the interest of time, I may not be able to read them. Honorable members and Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Dr. Abed Bwanika was concerned that the provisions of the agreement would alienate the people of Uganda that are involved in the coffee production and will give monopoly of purchase and export of coffee from Uganda to one company called Uganda Vinci Company Limited. 2, has provisions which exempt Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited from paying all taxes in Uganda, including income tax, pay as you earn. C, has Company Limited, giving them special tariff in electricity and has provisions obligating government to provide infrastructure, yet Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited is going to pay zero tax to the government of Uganda. E, violates the laws of the Republic of Uganda, including the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the Coffee Act, the laws and the policies in regard to the liberalization of the economy. F, seek to render the people of Uganda who survive on coffee production and trade out of the economy, out of business, and they are going to be rendered slaves in their own country. In response, Right Honorable Speaker referred the matter to the Committee on Trade, Tourism and Industry to study the agreement and make an analysis. Honorable members, the methodology is on page 4. We met various stakeholders. We met the petitioners, Honorable Abed Bwanika, Honorable Namuga Goreth, Honorable Lumu Richard, Honorable Joyce Bagala, Honorable Katabazi Francis, Minister of Finance, Office of the Attorney General, UCDA, Public Procurement and Disposal Unit, Uganda Law Society, Uganda Uganda, Uganda Quality Coffee Traders Association, UGACOF, Buganda Culture and Development Foundation, Ankole Coffee Producers Cooperative Union, Kawacom Uganda, and so many stakeholders as seen on that page. Honorable members, on page 6, the committee findings, observations, and analysis. The first phase of the structure adjustments began in 1981 under President Milton Obote, who in exchange for debt relief following the global oil crisis, ceded control of the coffee sector to the World Bank, IMF, and the USAID, which began setting prices and managing capital investments in crops, machines, and transportation. The first round of structure adjustments did little to mitigate Uganda's foreign debt, which continued to grow in the 1980s. Uganda then began a second round of adjustments in 1990 under the Washington Consensus, where President Yoweri Museveni entered into the World Bank Agriculture Sector Adjustment Credit Program by repealing guaranteed cooperative unions' monopoly over the trade. The committee observes that the structural adjustments that the government of Uganda led to the liberalization of Uganda's coffee industry. However, the agreement reintroduces a monopoly into the coffee industry, which is against the principle of liberalization. Honorable members, on page 8, in March, when you look at the total of 478,023 bags of coffee valued at $80.99 million were exported. During the same period in March, Italy maintained the highest market share of 32.39% compared to 38.02% in the month of February 2022. It was followed by Sudan, 24.98%, Germany, 12.30%, Belgium, 5.69%, and the United States, and so on. Honorable members, on page 9, of 20 export companies in the month of March 2022. I don't know if they can project the table for the interest of time. Yes. The table on page 9 is a table of all the companies that have been exporting coffee. From the figure above on page 10, the committee observes that coffee exports have been growing over the years. Also, table 1 shows high levels of competitiveness amongst the players in the coffee market with a total annual export capacity of 6.5 million. And therefore, the committee rules out any possible intentions of increasing exports through this agreement. The registered, on page 10, the registered coffee processors in the country and value addition. We thought we'd look at value addition because it seems to be the core reason as to why this agreement was signed. Value addition involves taking any product from one level to the next. For farmers, value added has a particular importance in that it offers a strategy for transforming an unprofitable enterprise into a profitable one. Furthermore, the committee was informed that currently Uganda has 47 licensed coffee roasters and incubators 2022 spread across the different regions in the country. The committee observes the bigger challenge we have as a country is that much of the coffee that is produced locally is exported. Only 5% of the coffee produced in Uganda is consumed locally. If we had high local consumption, in the fluctuation in the coffee prices at the international market would not affect us as much. The committee also observed that the already existing 47 local processors are in the business of adding value, namely roasted coffee beans, roasted and ground coffee, instant spread dried coffee, as proposed in the Vinci Coffee Agreement, in clause 3 of the agreement. Specifically 3.12, this being done without similar incentives as those proposed in the Vinci Agreement, in the Uganda Vinci Coffee Agreement. Honorable members, below is the table. This is proof on page 11 that we already have companies in Uganda that are not enjoying the same benefits, but are doing exactly what Vinci intends to do in this agreement. And they have been licensed by UCDA. On page 11, honorable member, on page 12, honorable members and honorable speaker, we have previous government interventions and investments in the coffee value chain. Government through UCDA in conjunction with the UDC have conducted 2 feasibility studies to partner with the private sector, which is Soluble Coffee in Wakiso and a Turkish company, to increase the export of processed coffee to Gulf cooperation countries and other countries. However, there hasn't been any specific dedicated budget available for coffee value addition interventions. The committee observes that insignificant amounts of funds have been invested in the coffee value chain as follows: financial year 2021-2022, Rural Industrial Development Project under the Ministry of Trade was able to secure 5 coffee hullers, each at 70 million, and limited number of roaster and grinder, which are of low capacity. Previous efforts in establishing soluble coffee plants, we wanted to look at if UCDA or if any other company had ever come to Uganda to set up the same plant Vinci intended all their feasibility studies. A number of feasibility studies have been carried out by private sector to invest in soluble coffee plants in Uganda since 2006. While feasibility studies have recommended that the proposed business are feasible, actual implementation has not taken. 13, you can look at all the feasibility studies that have been done and in the different years. The most recent being the Lecto Foods PVT Limited, India, in 2017. After continued failure to take off by the various companies listed above, UCDA engaged Deloitte to undertake feasibility study, which would consolidate the findings of all the past studies with a view to assess viability of instant coffee plants in Uganda. The study concluded that the existing prices of 2004 green coffee and soluble coffee, the plant was viable. However, the main problem was establishing a market outlet. The identification of a strategic investment and export market partners was the most crucial factor for success. The committee observed that most of these feasibility studies remained on paper. Various reasons were given for not taking off, such as lack of government guarantee for funds to be borrowed, for example, in the case of Coffee Marketing Board and SEDA SA, where $8.8 million was required to kickstart the project. On page 14, honorable members, analysis of the agreement between the government of Uganda and Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited. The background, briefly, On 29th April 2015, Government of Uganda through the ministry responsible for finance planning and economic development executed a project implementation agreement, herein referred to as the agreement, between the Government of Uganda and Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited. In this agreement, the government was represented by Mr. Keith Muhakanizi, the then PSST, while Mrs. Enrica Pinetti signed on behalf of Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited. Honorable members, on page 15, paragraph 2, I'm trying to save time, so I'll be referring you to the pages. On 21st December 2015, the government and UVCCL executed an addendum number 1, to the project implementation agreement dated 29th April 2015, wherein UVCCL was granted a number of tax exemptions in addition to those that had been granted under the project implementation agreement of 29th April 2015. On 17th October 2017, government and UVCCL executed another addendum number 2, the project implementation agreement dated 29th April 2015, wherein the government amended the obligations of UVCCL, empowering UVCCL to buy and clean green coffee beans and export the excess green beans upon satisfaction of the installed capacity of the coffee processing facility. We're just giving a background of the different changes and the different agreements that have been signed in the past. Lastly, on the 10th day of February 2022, Government of Uganda, through the ministry responsible for finance, planning and economic development, executed an agreement herein referred to as the agreement between the Government of Uganda and UVCC Limited. The government was represented by Honorable Minister Matia Kasaija and witnessed by Mr. Ramadan Ngovi, the PSST. Honorable members, on page 16, this agreement that was signed in February 2022 that had been contained into the project implementation agreement of 2015 and the addendum no 1 and addendum no 2 to the project implementation agreement of 2015 in relation to the project. Page 16, 6.1, analysis of the terms of the agreement. We started with the ownership of Vinci Coffee Company Limited. Honorable members, Uganda Vinci Coffee incorporated on 9th January 2014. The company had an initial share capital of $10 million divided into 1,000 ordinary shares of $10,000 each. Below, you can see the shareholders of Vinci Coffee Company Limited. When you look at the table on the screen, Mr. Hisham and so on. But when you look at that table, Hawk Limited owns 96% shares, I might say. So if you have the director of Hawk, that is practically the largest shareholder in this company. The issue of Hawk, we have two contradictions, honorable members. We have a Hawk that was registered in Uganda in 1998, Hawk Limited, and we have the directors with us here. We also have a Hawk they claim. The Hawk that was registered in Uganda in 1998, the shareholders are Mr. Rajab Katunda, Mr. Zuberu Katunda, and Mzee Kambi Shindo. Well, we don't know where they come from, but this company was registered in 1998. Honorable members, when you look at the data below, the directors of Vinci Coffee Company Limited are Mrs. Enrica Maria Pinetti, and so on. There are 5. So without wasting time, honorable members, those are the details we have so far about the ownership of Vinci Coffee Company Limited. 6.172 on page 17, the scope of the project. According to the agreement, UVCCL presented itself to government that it has the capacity to undertake the establishment and operation of a coffee business, including the development of a coffee processing facility at Kampala Industrial and Business Park, Namamve, at which company determines. Clause 3 of the agreement requires UVCCL to design, finance, construct, operate, and so on. Honorable members, those are the clauses. I believe you have them. I want to go straight to the observations. The committee has examined the above provisions and makes the following observations. Failure to sign the agreement. There were various issues concerning how Vinci director, who was Mrs. Penetti, signed as a witness and not a director. So we thought we'll look into this. Honorable members, on page 18, the representative from UVCCL, Mrs. Enrica Penetti, signed as a witness and no one signed on behalf of Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited. The committee notes that under article and memorandum of association of UVCCL, it is only a director, a secretary, or a person appointed by the board who has the right to authenticate any document affecting the company. This means that if the agreement was to bind UVCCL, it had to be signed by the director, secretary, or any other person authorized by the board. The committee also notes that for a document to bind UVCCL, it must bear a seal of UVCCL, which seal is supposed to be affixed in the presence of a director, secretary, or any other person authorized by the board. On page 19, honorable members, it is a non-legal practice, a non-legal principle that a person who does not append a signature on a document is not bound by that document. The committee notes that the intention of a party to be bound contractually is one of the major elements of a binding agreement. Section 10(1) of the Contracts Act defines a contract as an agreement made with the free consent of the parties with the capacity to contract for lawful consideration and with lawful object with the intention to be legally bound. The committee is therefore of the considered opinion that the agreement between Uganda and UVCCL, having not been signed and sealed by Mrs. Penetti, can be challenged as not binding on UVCCL unless where government can lead evidence to show that UVCCL conducted itself in a manner that led to it to believe that the agreement was binding on it, as was held in Reviel Independence LCC versus Anotech International UK Limited in 2016. However, this might not be possible in the circumstance of this case, since UVCCL has not undertaken any activity under the agreement. UVCCL very tedious. On page 19, ambiguity as to the commercial operation of the plant and conflict with the lease agreement. Honorable members, the clauses are there. I believe you have them. For the interest of time, allow me to go to the observations. The committee observes that whereas the effectiveness date is known and clause 5.2 purports to suggest that the agreement will run for 10 years from the actual commencement of the operation of the project, the date on which the plant will be operational cannot be ascertained. The committee also observes that whereas government obligation start running from the effective date, the obligation of the company to start running from a date to be determined by the company, it's the obligation of the company to start running from a date to be determined by the company when they commission the plant. The committee further observes that whereas the company is allowed to start constructing the factory within 1 year of the effective date, there are no timelines provided for the company to finish this plant within a particular time, neither are there guarantees or penalties for non-delivery of the intended plant and their obligations on the company. This means that the company can take as long as it wants benefits granted to it under the agreement without government ever getting any benefit from the plant. It is also not clear as to whether the plant, page 21, as to whether the plant will be deemed to be operational and it is operating at the initial, it is also not clear as to whether the plant will be deemed to be operational when it is operating at the initial operating capacity of 27,000 metric tons or at the fully installed capacity of 60,000 metric tons. This uncertainty means that the agreement could run for more than 10 years, since the determinants of when the operation of the plant is to be deemed to have commenced are not determined and are left to the company to determine. The committee further observes that this agreement has no termination clause the committee is concerned that even where a forced merger event occurs as required in terms but can merely be modified. This seems to have been deliberate attempt to frustrate any possibility of terminating the agreement by either party. The committee is further concerned about the provisions in clause 5.3 on the continuation rights under this agreement. Honorable members, the clauses are there. Clause 5.31 vests the factory and all the assets in the company during the substance of the agreement and even during its termination. What we are trying to explain is this agreement gives Vinci company the authority, even after it has terminated, to carry everything away. This provision reverses the principle of leases, which provides that any property established on land reverts to the owner of the land upon termination or expiry of the lease agreement. This therefore means that government has no reversionary interest in the land leased to the company and cannot therefore take it back. In other words, government cannot take back the assets stroke property on the land upon termination or expiry of the agreement. The company is allowed to take away the machines according to the lease agreement which was signed on 31st August 2018 between Uganda Investment Authority and Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited. This creates a contradiction between the lease agreement signed between UIA, who are the custodians of this land, and UVCCL, and the agreement signed between Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and UVCL, which is not the interest of the government. So now we have two contradicting agreements. The agreement signed by UIA when they were giving Vinci the land, they clearly stated that when Vinci is leaving, they'll just take machinery. But we have a new agreement signed by the ministry, giving it the authority to take everything. This is what we're trying to explain. In the same vein, the committee is concerned about clause 5.32, which continues the agreement. Consents granted under the agreement, as well as the rights due to the company in the agreement, even where the agreement is terminated. The concern of the committee is that due to the fact that termination in itself will not end the agreement, while at the same time termination of the agreement is redundant and has no legal effect. This means that even if this agreement is terminated, the benefits under the agreement are maintained to the company as if the agreement was not terminated. This will allow the company to continue operating as if no termination was made and continue enjoying the rights under the agreement and utilizing the consents as if the same had never been terminated. The committee is therefore of the considered opinion that the provisions of the agreement, specifically clause 5.2 and 5.3, lack a specific termination clause and performance guarantee in the agreement, makes it impurged. Provisions fall within the doctrine of unconscionable bargain. Honorable members, on page 23, in summary, therefore, clause 5.31, 5.32, 5.36 are unfair, unreasonable, unethical, unwarranted, morphological, and ambiguous. Thus cannot be allowed to stand under any reasonable circumstances in a democratic society. Page 23, honorable members, 6.175. The MOU is not sincere in the quality of the premium goods. Honorable members, if I can explain, the MOU, they state that this factory or this company, while operating at full capacity, they will be, they estimated to have 60,000 metric tons at full capacity. Now, when we're interacting with the farmers, the conversion of green soluble, like sugar cane and sugar, the conversion of green soluble beans to green coffee beans to soluble coffee is 3:1. Now, when you say you're going to operate at 60,000 metric tons, it is not clear in the contract. But if this is true, it means of green coffee beans, because the conversion rate is 3:1. Honorable members, The committee was informed by Uganda Coffee Private Sector that the conversion rate of green coffee to soluble coffee is 3.1. This means that UVCCL requires about 180,000 metric tons of green coffee. The committee further observes that Uganda's average annual export for the past 5 years is about 5.2 million bags, which is equivalent to about 309,000 metric tons. This implies that UVCCL at full capacity will take 58.2%, which is equivalent to 180,000 tons to get the 60,000 of Uganda's coffee production. The committee notes that the stated reason for UVCCL's desire to ring fence is to ensure uninterrupted supply of high quality soluble beans. The committee further observes that since coffee is not constantly available in equal volumes throughout the year, different seasons and weather patterns, Clause 4.22, which gives the company priority supply, would possibly imply that no other person would be able to access coffee volumes for export in the first half of the coffee year. The committee also observes that the project description states production of instant spray dried, that in soluble coffee processing, there are two methods. Honorable members, when you're processing soluble coffee, there is spray dried method and freeze dried method. Before I read, just hope you understand. Spray dried method, they boil this coffee to degrees of 180 temperature. And in that process, they destroy the aroma. And this coffee cannot last more than between 4 and 8 months on the shelf. On the other hand, freeze dry is a method. They all have different equipment, but freeze dry method requires much more expensive equipment. Freeze dry processes the coffee at minus 53 degrees, preserves the aroma, and this coffee can last between 2 to 20 years on the shelf. So, honorable members, the committee observes that the project description states that the production of instant spray dried coffee, when you look at the agreement, in spray drying, the coffee extract is sprayed into a stream of hot air at the top of the tall cylindrical tower. As the droplets fall, they dry, becoming fine powder by the time they reach the bottom. The powder may then be texturized into granules to facilitate dosage and dissolution. Spray drying, on the other hand, exhibits certain possibilities of losing some aromatic compounds. Due to high temperature operations, spray drying is the most commonly used and cheaper drying process. The shelf life of this coffee produced under spray drying is between 4 to 8 months maximum. And all the already existing factories in the country doing value addition are applying the method Vinci wants to apply. Freeze drying is energy intensive and expensive due to application of low temperature and pressure. Delicious and cut into granules. The frozen granules are then dried at low temperature and under vacuum. The quality and aroma, the quality of the aroma and flavor are protected by very low temperatures and gentle drying conditions. Freeze drying maintains the original flavor and has the best aroma recovery. This coffee processed under this method has a shelf life of between 2 and 20 years. And this is research you can even Google on your mobile phones. The committee observes that in clause 3.12 of the agreement, UVCCL intends to apply spray drying method, which produces low value and grade end products, since it cannot preserve the aroma and flavor and has a shorter shelf life. Honorable members, the committee was informed that it does not make economic sense for UVCCL or any company to purchase coffee, specifically screen 18 and above. Honorable members, when you look at the agreement, they have also ring-fenced screen 18 and above. This is the most valuable coffee bean because it has a lot of aroma. These are very big beans. The committee was informed that it does not make economic sense for UVCL or any company to purchase coffee, specifically screen 18 and above, at premium price, as indicated in clause 4.22 of the agreement, and use a cheaper method of processing, which not only downgrades the value, but also causes the coffee to lose certain aromatic compounds due to the high temperature operation, thus making operational losses. The committee observes that spray drying method can only make economic sense if it is used to process low-grade coffee beans, as opposed to screen 18, and thus finds no merit in clause 4.21 using spray drying method. By implication, UVCL is hoodwinking government with a hidden agenda of exporting unlimited volumes of the premium coffee green beans as stated in clause 3.1 without officially adding value as the company purports to do. Honorable members, this company is saying they're coming to Uganda to add value. But in the agreement, they have given themselves a provision to also export the green beans we are fighting. Now, it does not make economic sense. I'm just trying to help you understand, summarize. It does not make economic sense to ring fence the best quality, yet you can downgrading it, which means they intended to export the best quality and process the low quality. The committee, in its considered opinion, does not think it makes scientific sense for an investor to buy at premium price, screen 18 and above, and use the cheapest and least preferred method in making instant soluble coffee. This means that if UVCCL uses spray drying method, when the coffee is exported, it will fetch much lower price from the international market, and hence losses are prone to be made. Honorable Member, on page 25, we are now accessing the capacity of UVCCL to deliver on the project. The committee observes that whereas agreement in 2015, that it had the capacity to deliver on the project and had been granted all the necessary factors for it to start constructing the factory. The committee was informed whereas government has spent colossal sums of money to grade, fence, backfill the land allocated to UVCL at a tune of 7 billion and had relocated the power lines over the proposed factory site. UVCL had not commenced nor undertaken any activity envisaged in the agreement. Those are the pictures we took of the site made of iron sheets. So you can look and see, we took an aerial view of the land so that you can know there's nothing happening. The committee observed that UVCL could not prove its capacity to deliver on the project and withheld vital information from the committee relating to the feasibility study. We were interested in feasibility study because we were aware so many feasibility studies have failed. It had alleged, the committee relating to the feasibility study, it had allegedly undertaken as well as architecture and engineering designs of the plant to enable the committee access its readiness to deliver on the project as had been agreed upon in the agreement. UVCL did not adduce any evidence or information to show that it had participated in the coffee value chain. People were asking if it had experience. Coffee value chain in Uganda or elsewhere, thereby casting doubt on the ability of UVCL to deliver on the project. Honorable members, on page 27, the committee observes that in 3.2 of the agreement, that it was understood by both parties that the company had undertaken feasibility studies and market survey. However, during the committee's interaction with the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Minister Excise, who is in this case the party representing government of Uganda, confessed to have never seen a copy or content of the feasibility study and market survey of the said documents. Pursuant of Rule 208 of our Rules of Procedure, the committee further made an effort to secure a copy of the said feasibility study and market survey from the Vinci Coffee Company Secretary, who deliberately failed to avail the documents to the committee, and up to date is still on bond, and the feasibility study has failed to appear. It is therefore a considered opinion of the committee that a feasibility study and market. The committee was informed that UVCL did not pay for the land allocated to it by Uganda Investment Authority, and UIA, Uganda Investment Authority, had instead waived payment of the premium of $80,000 per acre, equivalent $2 million by UVCCL. The committee was further informed that UVCL had sold land that had been allocated to it to finance its activities on 3rd August 2018. So we gave them land equivalent to 25 acres in our industrial park, and they requested for permission to mortgage that land to get money to set up the factory. In that letter, and the attachments are here. At the time of this project, the committee had no way of establishing where the land had not been already mortgaged because both parties failed to provide the committee with the land title. The committee observes that whereas Mrs. Enuka Peneti requested for mortgage approval on 30th August 2018 and was granted approval on 3rd September 2018, this approval was irregular because it should have been done by the board of UIA, but unfortunately, the evidence submitted, and we have the evidence here as well, by UIA indicates that the approval was done using 3 emails between Ramadan Bukoma and Aja Basil. These emails were exchanged at 2 a.m. on a Saturday in the night. And what we are saying, the normal procedure would have been to go to a board and get official approval. But the approval was done using 3 emails, and we have the content of those emails with us. The committee was guided by Uganda Coffee Development Authority that the cost required to construct and operate a 60,000-ton coffee processing factory to undertake the activities as those envisaged by UVCL was about $440 million US. The committee also observed that at the time this agreement was executed in February 2022, UVCL did not possess a valid investment license since the one that had been issued to them in 2014 expired in 2019 without being renewed. This means that UVCL was not eligible to receive the tax incentives and other benefits granted to investors in Uganda. The committee also notes whereas UVCL was required in the lease agreement to pay $10 US as rent per annum. No evidence was adduced to the committee that UVCL has ever complied with the rent obligations. Furthermore, the committee did not receive any evidence proving that UVCL has met obligations in paying annual park service charges ever since the lease agreement was signed, equivalent to 0.5% of the premium. The failure of UVCL to meet its obligations under the lease agreement throws further doubt on its capacity and commitment to finance the project. The committee observes that whereas UVCL has share capital of $10 million US, the money required to construct a factory envisaged in the agreement is estimated by UCDA to cost $440 million US. Given its limited share capital, cannot be in position to borrow a sum which is 44 times the value of the company. The committee was therefore not convinced that UVCL had the capacity to deliver on the project, and this explains why it has not commenced construction or operation of the coffee factory since the first agreement was signed in 2015. Land allocated on page 29, honorable members. Clause 3.25 of the agreement obligates government to avail land to UVCL in Namamve Industrial Park. The committee notes that on 4th June 2014, UIA allocated 25 acres of land in Namamve and executed a lease agreement for the same. The lease was for an initial period of 5 years, but extendable to 49 years upon fulfillment of the conditions provided in the lease. The lease had also provided that it will only be extended for the full 49 years upon satisfaction of the Uganda Investment Authority that there is establishment on the demised land developments which are ready for occupants. According to a letter dated 3rd August 2018 addressed to the then PSST, Mahakanzi, UVCL requested for an extension of the lease to the full 49 years, citing that the land allocated to it was swampy and required a lot of works. At the bottom of page 29, honorable members, I'm trying to be fast. Following a letter, a new lease was executed on 31st August 2018 between UIA and UVCL for 49 years. The lease agreement also waived payment of $80,000 US per acre, totaling to $2 million US for 25 acres that was payable for the leasehold. The lease also required that it will only be extended for the full 49 years upon satisfaction of the Uganda Investment Authority that there is established on the demised land developments which are ready for occupancy. Currently, the only structure there for occupancy is the Askari's house. The committee was informed that since UVCL was granted a lease, it has not undertaken any activity on the land. The committee was also further informed that all the activities carried out on the land were carried out by government. The committee observes that UVCL was not eligible to benefit from the 49-year lease extension since it had not complied with the building covenants under the initial lease agreement. This means that the lease was irregularly extended. The committee further observes that UVCL has not, even after the extension of the full 49 years, done any construction works on the site to date. On page 30 at the bottom, project support, the agreement makes provisions for various support to be availed to UVCL by government. These are examined below for the legality and appropriateness. Tax support, honorable members, you remember in the agreement, if you have read it, several taxes. Support was given to this company, import duties, excise duty, corporation tax. For the interest of time, I will not read them. I'll go straight to the observations. The committee interacted with the Minister of Finance, this is page 32, Finance, Attorney General, and Solicitor General, who opined that all the tax incentives granted to UVCL are provided for under the various tax laws and are therefore lawful. The committee has examined the project support prescribed in the agreement in light of the views received on the matter and is of the considered opinion that some of the provisions in the agreement conflict with provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda 1995, the Income Tax Act Cap 340, the Value Added Tax Act Cap 349, the Excise Duty Act 2014, the Stamp Duty Act, the National Social Security Fund Act Cap 222, the National Coffee Act 2021, the Local Government Act Cap 249, and the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Article 2 of the Constitution declares that declares the Constitution to be the supreme law of the Republic of Uganda and provides that the Constitution as having binding force in Uganda. On the other hand, Article 79 of the Constitution relates to the functions of Parliament and directs that Parliament shall have the power to make laws on any matter for the peace, order, development, and good governance of Uganda. Honorable members, clause 2 of Parliament to have the power to make provisions having the force of law in Uganda except under the authority conferred by an act of Parliament. Honorable members, for the interest of time, let me go to the observations. The committee observes that the exemptions granted under clause 4.11 to 4.13 have the effect of shielding UVCL from paying taxes prescribed by Parliament while exercising functions under Article 79 and 152 of the Constitution. This act of shielding the application of various tax laws on the activity of UVCL has the effect of fettering the discretion of Parliament to impose taxes as well as overriding the statutory requirements of paying taxes by individuals and entities as Parliament has prescribed by law. It should be noted that whereas the Constitution recognizes that Parliament may allow a personal authority to vary tax, it has imposed under Article 152(2) of the Constitution. This power can only be exercised by a person upon whom Parliament specifically granted such power under the specific tax law. By inference, therefore, a person who imposes or varies the tax without authority of Parliament does so unconstitutionally, illegally, and irregularly, and such an act infringes upon and renders redundant the performance of the functions of Parliament to impose taxes as guaranteed under Article 152(1) of the Constitution. Furthermore, clause 4.2 has rendered redundant and amended by infection the provision of various laws imposing tax on the activities of UVCL. For instance, paragraph A, which exempts the payment of income tax. These sections of the Income Tax Act impose a tax on a person who or entity which earns income in any year of income. Honorable members, for the interest of time, the committee observes that whereas the minister responsible for finance indicated that the tax exemption was granted under the Income Tax Act, the committee disagrees because these exemptions could not be accessed by UVCCL, since such exemptions are only accessed where taxable person earns income in a year of income which entitles such a person to an exemption. The committee is aware that UVCL has not commenced any activity, neither has it earned any income to warrant the grant of exemptions under the Income Tax Act. Furthermore, the agreement granted the exemptions of UVCL was signed in 2015, and yet the provisions under the Income Tax Act, which grants exemptions on the income of a person or entity processing agricultural produce, was introduced in 2020, 5 years after the agreement was executed. This means that the exemptions could not be accessed by UVCL at the time because it did not form part of the exemption regime under the Act. More so, Section 21 AF of the Income Tax Act, which the AG pointed out as the basis, the Attorney General, as the basis for granting the exemptions to UVCL, does not apply to UVCCL, since the provision requires the recipient of the exemption to possess and have invested capital of $10 million US, and UVCL has not yet invested the requisite funds. In this regard, therefore, honorable members, the committee finds that the grant of the tax waiver to UVCL under the Income Tax Act was irregular and illegal, since the provisions of the law under which the waiver was granted did not apply to UVCL at the time of grant. Honorable members, the committee observes that whereas government is empowered to meet tax obligations under Section 40A of the Tax Procedures Code, the section impunged by the minister does not apply that the circumstance of Section 40A, which is produced below, honorable members, you can read. You can, for the interest of time, I will not read all those. The provision bars, this provision bars on page 37, bars the entering into commitments by votes without authorization of Parliament. The provisions read together with Section 40A would require government to only meet commitments which have been approved by Parliament. Since the commitments in the agreement between Uganda and UVCL were not approved by Parliament, then the government cannot and should not meet those commitments. Secondly, the committee observes that the matter in issue was not about who was supposed to meet the tax obligation of UVCL, but relates to the legality of the award of the tax exemptions. The committee notes that the minister responsible fell short of responding to the committee's quest in understanding how this tax was waived and the authority under which it was waived. The committee further notes that the VAT Act does not grant any person, not even a minister, the right to waive a tax. In that regard, therefore, the minister acted irregularly and illegally in granting the VAT exemptions to UVCL. Honorable members, for the interest of time, page 39. Page 39, honorable members. The committee is concerned that 4.13, specifically the exemptions of payment of social security contributions, local service tax, work permit fees, and charges not only contravene provisions of the above laws and Article 79 and 152 of the Constitution, it also amounts to amending that the provisions of the above laws by agreement. We are saying the committee is further concerned that the amendment will also remove a safety net for employees of the project provided under the NSSF Act. Since the agreement does not provide who shall meet their contributions, the provisions will also deny the relevant local government income arising from the local service tax. The committee, for the reasons advanced in paragraph 2 above, rejects the opinion of the minister to waiver on the waiver granted to UVCL over the payment of social security contributions, local service tax, and work permit fees, since the matter does not relate to the payment of the tax. The committee is of a considered view that the minister was not granted by the relevant laws the right to waive any of the provisions above of the above law and in the manner prescribed in the agreement. The committee observes the limitations and determination of various tax obligations by agreement has been litigated upon in a number of cases, including the case of KM Enterprise and others versus URA. Honorable members, you can read that case for the interest of time. Page 41, the committee further observes, by inference, therefore, clause 4.1 and 4.13 of the agreement cannot settle tax liability between government and UVCL, even if it purports to do so. These provisions are therefore illegal, unlawful, and of no legal consequences. Since the imposition, collection, and payment of tax is a statutory matter and not a matter of agreement or conjecture. Furthermore, the committee observes that clause 4.14 of the agreement also infringes on the exercise of the functions of Parliament in Article 79, and that one obligates government to stabilize tax attaching to the company, and further required that any new taxes introduced by government which affect the economic benefits of the company shall be notified to the government, which shall take steps to amend the agreement to resolve the economic benefits, including reimbursement of the company, the costs that may be incurred by the company as a result of change in law. The committee finds that clause 4.14 has the effect of barring Parliament from exercising its mandate in Article 79 and 152 to impose taxes on UVCL where Parliament does so. Such taxes do not apply to UVCL, and the tax obligations are to be met by government. Honorable members, page 42. Page 42, we gave an example of a case to help you understand our points. Honorable members, for the interest of time, on page 43, the committee is therefore of the considered opinion that government, in prescribing clause 4.14 in the as in Uganda, are statutory and not contractual as guided by the above court decisions, and should not have included such a provision in the agreement, well knowing that such a provision was declared illegal and of no legal effect in the cases mentioned above. This makes clause 4.14 of the agreement irregular, unconstitutional, and illegal. The committee is aware that over the years, government has provided numerous incentives to various eligible investors. These incentives in form of tax holidays and exemptions are prescribed by law. Under the specific law applicable to the tax being exempted, and not in agreements as is the case in this matter. Honorable members, for the interest of time, page 44, coffee supply. And this was one of the most important issues because of the term monopoly. Clause 4.2 of the agreement, honorable members, you can read. I'll go straight to the committee observations. The committee has examined clause 4.21 and notes that a provision creates purchase of superior quality beans in Uganda. Whereas the word monopoly is not defined in Uganda, monopoly was defined in a case of the State vs. Dollar Board of Trade 107 Minnesota 506, consists in the ownership or control of so large a part of the market supply or output of a given commodity as to stifle competition, restrict freedom of commerce, and give the monopolistic control over the prices. Based on the above definition, the committee expressly finds that the agreement creates a monopoly where giving priority supply of premium quality coffee to the company, limiting licensing of coffee exporters until the company meets its demand, which is unlimited, granting the company powers to determine the price of coffee. The committee observes that 4.2 creates a monopoly in favor of UVCCL to the purchase of superior quality coffee beans from Uganda by restricting government from registering any contract or acknowledging any agreement for the export of coffee beans. This means even if you have an agreement that is existing now, they will not give you a license to export and meet that obligation, much as they may say your contract is still valid. The committee observes that clause 4.2 creates a monopoly in favor of UVCL to the purchase of superior quality beans of Uganda by restricting government from registering any contract or acknowledging any agreement for the export of coffee. The committee observes that this means that no export of superior quality coffee beans shall be allowed by government until the quality required by UVCL is attained. Further still, a monopoly is created in favor of UVCL since it controls prices, it pays for the coffee beans supplied to it. The committee notes that the supply of premium coffee beans screen 18 and above in Uganda is limited, Since such coffee beans constitute between 3 to 6% of the total coffee production in Uganda, the committee was informed out of the total 390,000 tons of coffee, about 23,400 tons of the superior quality beans, which are restricted by agreement. The supply of these high quality beans is much sought after, since they fetch much more money internationally and domestically. Therefore, restricting access to such beans to UVCL alone will amount to restraint of trade and will therefore contravene Article 42 of the Constitution, since it will bar all other persons in Uganda except UVCL from accessing and trading in such beans. Honorable members, for the interest of time, the committee observes, you want me to go to findings? The committee observes that this matter has been litigated upon in the case of SPIDAG. You can read that. The committee was informed that the livelihoods of farmers and all persons engaged in coffee value chain are likely to be affected by the agreement, owing to the fact that the coffee requirements of the agreement represent approximately 15% of the total coffee production and 100% of the coffee beans. The committee was informed that allocating 100% of premium quality coffee produced in the country will mean that other players will not be able to access that category of coffee. This is the screen 18 and above, thereby affecting the economic activities and livelihoods of various persons participating in the coffee value chain. The committee is concerned that the current exporters of the coffee beans who have long-term agreements with various international organizations are likely to be affected by the agreement, since they will not be able to access premium coffee to be supplied in fulfillment of their contractual obligations from coffee, and expose the players to untold suffering, losses for which government will not be able to atone for in damages. The committee finds this matter disturbing and a threat to the economic and social well-being of the people of Uganda. The committee also observes that a monopoly is a threat to the already existing 47 licensed processors of coffee, with possibilities of causing unemployment, loss of tax, and in the worst case scenario, shutdown of operations. Honorable members, the creation of a monopoly under clause 4.2 infringes on the East Africa Competition Act 2006, where in section 5.1 of the ESC competition prohibits anti-competitive concerted practices, and more so if such practices have or are intended to have anti-competitive effect in the relevant market, as is the case in the present scenario. Honorable members, for the interest of time, page 48. The committee observes that Article 8A of the Constitution was infringed upon by the agreement when the execution of the agreement was concluded without the input of coffee farmers, who are the owners of the coffee beans which are being granted to UVCL under the agreement. The committee interacted with coffee farmers through their cooperatives, who affirmed that they were not consulted by the minister prior to execution of this agreement. The committee was also informed by UCDA that it was also not consulted during the formulation of the agreement. The Minister of Finance and the AG also confirmed that they had not consulted the coffee farmers, since there was no legal obligation to consult them. The committee observes that the non-consultation of coffee farmers, who number about 12 million, was contrary to Article 8A, which now entrenches the democratic principle of consultations in our Constitution. Furthermore, Article 26 of the Constitution was infringed upon when government not owning any coffee beans entered into an agreement committing and pledging the coffee beans owned by farmers without their consent. The committee observes that unlike minerals and other natural resources that are held in trust for the people by the government, coffee is owned exclusively by the farmers. This means that a farmer has the right to determine how and to who he or she sells his or her coffee to. The agreement therefore interferes with the exclusive rights granted to farmers over their coffee by Article 26 of the Constitution by pledging the coffee to a single entity without consent of the farmers. The farmers' proprietary rights have been affected by the agreement irreversibly. Honorable members, for the interest of time, page Honorable members, apart from the legal challenges identified above, the committee is also concerned that clause 4.21, page 49. Page 49, the second paragraph. Apart from the legal challenges identified above, the committee is also concerned that clauses 4.21 infringes and reverses the national coffee policy of 2013. Subsect. The aim of this policy is to lay a strong foundation for the long-term competitiveness that is socially, environmentally, and economically sustainable, and also ensure that Uganda coffee flourishes throughout the world. The implementation of the national coffee policy is guided by 6 principles, and they are all there. But the one we're interested in is B. The subsector shall operate under a liberalized market environment with the framework of a regulatory body. On page 50, honorable members, the argument infringes and reverses the national coffee policy, specifically the principle that coffee production, processing, marketing shall be undertaken by the private sector as individual farmers, farmer organizations, and business companies, since it has now transferred the purchase of high quality beans to be exclusively provided by a single company. Furthermore, the creation of a monopoly has infringed upon the principle that coffee subsector shall operate under a liberalized market environment within a framework of a regulatory body. Connected to the above, clauses 4.21 and 3.14 have reversed the government policy which favors value addition to coffee by allowing the export of raw coffee beans. The committee notes that the third National Development Plan focuses on agro-industrialization and value addition, and the government has taken deliberate strategy to add value to coffee. Then, as stated and provided for in the agreement, is a policy reversal in light of the fact that government should be looking at establishing more soluble coffee plants to supplement the plant to be established by UVCL rather than allowing UVCL to export raw coffee beans. Honorable members, page 51. Page 50 at the bottom. Clause 4.22 of the agreement also poses some challenges since it infringes on the price determination mechanisms established in the National Coffee Act. Clause 4.22 not only allows UVCL to determine the price of coffee beans, but also allows UVCCL to pay a price which is lower or between the price approved by a relevant authority for a particular consignment or the prevailing international price for each grade of coffee. This provision will not only exploit farmers by being paid a lower price than the one they can obtain from selling their coffee beans elsewhere, but also contravene specific provisions of Section 5G of the National Coffee Act, which provides as one of the functions of UCDA, page 51, the obligation is to prescribe quality control standards for the sale and marketing of coffee, issue indicative prices at which the coffee may be traded, and protect coffee farmers. When various stakeholders have been explaining this agreement, they have been telling you that this company cannot determine the price. And they quote UCDA to be the one to help us determine the price. But when you look at the act, UCDA can only give indicative prices. This is like the way a newspaper can publish the dollar rate internationally, but you find different forex bureaus with different rates. Therefore, UCDA does not have the mandate to set the price. And for them to use UCDA as a shield is inconsequential. Honorable members, the committee also notes that the National Coffee Act prescribes 2 types of price discrimination, being the indicative price issued by the National Coffee Development Authority and the price determined through auction under Section 35. The committee observes that allowing UVCL to determine the price for coffee beans not only contravenes the above sections of the National Coffee Act, but also amends by infection the price determination mechanisms prescribed by law. The committee also observes that whereas farmers are being promised premium prices, the agreement is silent on the method of supply of coffee beans to the factory. This therefore opens the window for possible contracted brokers by UVCL, since the factory will need constant supply from different regions of the country, thus reducing the margin on the farm gate price. Honorable members, as I conclude, the committee is also concerned that designating UVCL as a price determinant will distort the coffee prices in Uganda by disregarding the forces of demand and supply, both locally and internationally, in determining coffee prices. Honorable members, without wasting time on the findings, allow me to go straight to the recommendations. The committee makes the following recommendations. 1. You want me to go to the findings?
But you have the document. Can't you read the document? Go to the recommendations.
Honorable members,
go to the recommendations.
The committee makes the following recommendations. That in light of the violations of the various laws as highlighted above, specifically Article 279,
answered, capture everything that is being that is not read.
Findings. Proceed.
In light of the violations of the various laws.
Madam Speaker, these microphones often speak better than this.
Which one?
And the sound we normally get here is better than what we are having today. Is there a way you can ask, Madam Speaker, your team to rectify this as we finalize on this important report? Thank you.
Patrick, even when I speak, you can't hear. Use this one.
Recommendations, honorable members.
Honorable member, maybe you remove the mask. Maybe they can't hear. First, sanitize.
Honorable members, the committee makes the following recommendations. That in light of the violations of the various laws as highlighted above,
The problem with the finding,
specifically,
we can summarize it. We can summarize the findings. You see now, this one is not mentioned anywhere. And this one, and it is short. It is only here.
If I could ask, so why are you standing? Why are you standing? Was this report uploaded? You don't know how to read? You just want to, don't be lazy in reading. Don't be lazy in reading. I am not going to the chairman continue.
Honorable members, page 54, recommendations. The committee makes the following recommendations. That in light of the violations of the various laws as highlighted above, specifically Articles 2, 79 and 152 of the Constitution of Uganda, Sections 41, 71, 19 and 21 of the Income Tax Act Cap 340, Sections 4 and 5 of the Value Added Tax Cap 349, Sections 41 of the Excise Duty Act 2014, Section 7 of the National Social Security Fund Act Cap 222, Section 54 and 59 of the Uganda Citizenship and Immigration Control Act Cap 66, and Section 80 of the Local Government Act Cap 243, the agreement executed between the government of Uganda and Uganda Vinci Coffee Company Limited is unconstitutional, illegal, void, ab initio, and unenforceable at law. The government is directed to terminate this agreement and report to Parliament within 6 months from the date of adoption of this report. Upon termination, government should through proper due diligence, due process, and proper stakeholder consultation before further business can proceed, thus initiating fresh negotiations. The government should consider extending appropriate incentives to the already existing 47 local companies that are doing value addition. Government should fast-track capitalization of UDC to enable the corporation to invest in soluble coffee plants. There is urgent need for a competition law to promote vigorous competition and prevent anti-competitive business practices. Lastly, the officials who committed government to such illegalities should be penalized as a deterrent mechanism to stop similar occurrences in the future. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to submit. However, right Honorable Speaker, before I take leave, allow me to clarify on a matter that was in the media concerning the committee meeting the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Uria Museveni. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you are aware that some observations, findings, and recommendations of our report leaked in both print and social media, which is consumed by everyone, including we, the members of Parliament, and the President. The President therefore invited the committee, and we sought guidance from the leadership of Parliament, who authorized us to go and meet the President as a key stakeholder, since coffee is a major strategic resource of the country. The President was of the considered opinion of the following. The President, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to inform the House, the President agreed with most of the issues raised by the committee, but however, emphasized that the biggest problem has been addition. The President, in conclusion, strongly recommended that a review of the agreement between Vinci and Government of Uganda be done in not more than 3 months, as opposed to termination, as termination could have reputational damage on both the country and the investor. He said the mistakes were made by our people and not the investor. These are the views of the President and not the views of the committee. I beg to submit.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, by the time, I want you to understand this. I want you to understand this. By the time the President concedes on all the 28 findings and says, give us 3 months to review. Review can be termination. Not workable. That can lead into termination. I want you to understand this kind of thing. It's not just because one would have opted not to accept. But the fact that he accepted Cecilia, can I hear from you? By the time the president said that, that means this house had done a lot. And I really want to thank the committee for the good work you did. But I also want to thank the presiding officers for standing very firm to ensure that the report comes. But at the same time, as we said in this house, we need an action report. Now, if it is said we need an action to be done and presented in this house, we want to see what is happening. We want to see, maybe Attorney General, you're here, you have something to tell us? But wait. Honorable members. Attorney General first. Honorable members, the way you start shouting like you're in your homes. Honorable members, I want you to appreciate one, the first agreement was signed in 2015. And that was signed by the Attorney General then. This is the first agreement. The addendum 1 was signed The addendum 1 was signed in 2017. Incidentally, it is not Kiriowa. It is their third addendums that saved this country. It is the addendums. The first agreement was the one finishing the country. Chair, am I lying? Now, can I hear from Dr. Bedi? Dr. Bedi, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as a petitioner, I want to ask right away that...
Can we give you a mask?
My mask. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate you for giving me an opportunity as the chief petitioner. I also want to appreciate you as a presiding officer for standing on the side of the people of Uganda. This parliament, the 11th parliament, the Committee of Trade, we will go in the history of this nation. That when the people of Uganda wanted our support, we did not stand only, but we ran. I want to appreciate the most able chairperson. Thank you. and your committee for the work well done. Right Honorable Speaker, coffee is a heritage for the people of Uganda, and it is God-given. Coffee is a strategic commodity. It has been at the center of our economy before independence. The contribution of coffee to the economy of Uganda is undisputable. What we don't understand, Right Honorable Speaker, is how the government of Uganda can decide to surrender our heritage to people other than Ugandans. We don't understand that. What we don't understand, Right Honorable Speaker, how a government can go ahead and commit our coffee without our consultation. Coffee in Uganda is not a property of government. It is a property for the farmers, for the traders, for the processors. The least the government would have done, if they wanted to enter an agreement, they should have consulted the stakeholders who own the coffee. Right Honorable Speaker, all of us understand the need for a soluble factory for Uganda. Nobody should educate us on that. We understand. I grew up in coffee. I was taken to school by coffee. What we don't understand, the majority of us here, why is it that if we want to invest in this horrible coffee factory, the first people to think about, they are those other than the Ugandan people? We know, Right Honorable Speaker, that we people.
Chairman BC, you're next.
We know, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have a number of Ugandans, companies, that are involved in processing coffee. They have done whatever they could in their means. The best government should do is to come out and support our people so that they will put up the soluble coffee factory as Ugandan people. Right Honorable Speaker, what the people of Uganda don't understand, how a government can sign an agreement that seeks to downgrade our coffee. You get the best quality coffee, which is screen 18 and above, and you want to produce instant coffee of low grade. We don't understand that. We don't understand how a government that stands for the people of Uganda can give an individual company to determine the coffee price in this country. We don't understand that. The people of Uganda, they don't understand when the government, their own government, seeks to give an individual company priority procurement, priority powers to export against their own people. We don't understand that. Right Honorable Speaker, the people of Uganda do not understand how government can come up with an agreement.
Can you summarize?
On coffee clause. They include a clause in this agreement that gives access to this company, bank instruments. The two are not the. As I conclude, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me conclude. Let me conclude. Right Honorable Speaker, this agreement is satanic. This agreement contravenes the laws of the Republic of Uganda. This agreement is wicked in nature. This Parliament, on behalf of the people of Uganda, we should stand on the side of the people of Uganda. And I want to pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that this report, this wonderful report, be adopted fully with the recommendation. And I only want to add on one recommendation. That immediately the registrar of lands prefers that is in the name in Inamavi. That should be made so that we can protect the people, the property of the people of Uganda. That should be immediate. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that the full report be adopted. I thank you so much.
Honorable Bugisu Cooperative Union.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I want you to listen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to start by commending the committee for a very good report done. And I've been discussing with either my younger brother or equal brother, Abdu Katuntu, that these people who wrote this report, the committee, you are more than lawyers. And I want to ask my brother, the Attorney General, that these people have tried to really, anywhere we are going to fault them as much as you apply any law. Madam Speaker, the only thing which the committee left out in the recommendation is when they discovered that the lease which had been given for 5 years had expired. There's no way they would, the issuing office, I think Uganda Investment had a way to cure that defective lease. Basically, what they would have done is to cancel it. So, Madam Speaker, at an appropriate time, this will be dealt with by canceling that lease because even the extension is illegal. And Madam Speaker, I came here to talk to the Attorney General. As I told you yesterday, this Attorney General is an intelligent man. I advised him to keep in his lane, because I don't want him to spoil his good knowledge he has and his intelligence. But I have seen him being reported on, and under Article 119, there's no agreement in this country of whichever nature can go out without the Attorney General making his input or praising it. So Attorney General,
You still have time to help us to understand what was the role you played as far as this addendum was concerned. Madam Speaker, I come from Bujagali, the producers of Arabic coffee, and they produce 70% of Arabic coffee. I've been consulting my vice chairman. Tomorrow, we're going to deliver here 600 packets of roasted coffee to confirm that if we empower locals, they have capacity to do what we're going to do. And the coffee is the leading foreign exchange earner for this country. And if you make a mistake to give it to somebody who is not a Ugandan, in short, you have sent your forex outside of Uganda to that country in Italy. And Madam Speaker, if you look at the shareholding, there are shareholders, 4 of them, each of them having 10 shares. And there is one which is called Hawker is it like a Hawker Limited, having 960 shares. And when you go to the shareholders, the all 4 are there shared as the directors, rather, the directors. But there is a one called the Penit, who is not anywhere as a shareholder, but is even a managing what? Director. And in his, I'm not so sure if he knows how the tree of coffee looks like. And if he knows, if he are given a license in 2014 to come and make a factory, where the government of Uganda has invested to clear for you the land over 7 billion shillings, and up to now, you have put nothing, then you don't know what coffee is. And how do you come here and tell us you have capacity to bring a factory of $440 million to change the livelihood of the people of Uganda? So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask government that such agreements are very dangerous for the people of Uganda. Coffee touches the livelihood of the people of Uganda, touches the economy of Uganda, and I think it's the only thing we're mending with. Because the fish is more or less gone. Cotton is about to get finished. Land is also. So, Madam Speaker, although you know the agreement, you know the law you passed, but I want to state the second is coffee. The politics of oil is on the table, but the politics of oil is on the table, while the politics of coffee is under the table. I want to ask these people of Uganda now that we bring the politics of coffee on top of the table, because that's the only way we can help ourselves to leave poverty. Madam Speaker, how can you come here and say you are exempt from income tax? Under what law? The only person who can exempt you is the Parliament of Uganda. So where did somebody get authority to become Parliament? In short, what they were saying, they were signing this agreement, they would come here and tell you appropriate money to pay for the taxes of those people where they never paid. Where did the Minister of Finance?
Chairman, maybe for just information, all the taxes were exempted.
That's what I'm saying, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was giving President, but all the taxes, the only person who is entitled to exempt or waive is Parliament. Even NSSF, I have never seen in the act of NSSF that if Panet comes to Uganda, we will not pay what? NSSF. Everybody must pay. What it meant is that the people of Uganda were going to pay that NSSF by coming to Parliament, appropriate money, and remit it to what? NSSF. All this, you see, it is a cost to the people of Uganda. I am stating here that not only the coffee growers were going to be affected, even you taxpayers were going indirectly to be affected because your money was going to be passed over to Penet. In fact, we gave her land for free. All Ugandans who have got land in Namave have paid for it. She never paid a premium of 2 million. I'm sorry to mention her because she's her. We have paid.
You mention her name, not her, because there are so many her.
Oh, Madam Speaker, you are her.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'm not good at pronunciation, but I'll try. She's called the Penet, something like that, the Penet Italian. One Penet Italian was given land for free. She never paid even a premium. The land has been drained and drained at over 7 billion shillings, and herself has not brought even a single shilling. The same land has already been mortgaged, because if they have not mortgaged, there's a letter permission granting her to mortgage the what? The land. What type of investor is this one? Who comes without even a shilling and comes and gets our land and a mortgage on day number 1? So, Madam Speaker, I want to state that this agreement really violates all the rights of the people of Uganda, including the president himself. His rights have also been not violated. If he said he wanted to look at it for 3 months, we want to help him that today is a day to make a decision for him. This agreement is not the best for the people of Uganda. The committee, Madam Speaker, if we had the way, we would have really remunerated them because they have saved the people of Uganda, given the pressure. And Madam Speaker, I know you have the capacity. The pressure. Madam Speaker, even you also went under pressure with your colleague, the deputy. We want to congratulate you for standing up. And I want to state that I liked the statement of saying that the presiding officers are not needed. And I want also to say that the people of Uganda, you should learn to vote people who are not what? Needed. Because if this committee was needed, we would have had a problem by now. Madam Speaker, I have got a friend of mine here, whom I forgot the name, to know him as a neighbor. He has promised that they want to bring Coffee Marketing Board back again. But I want to give you a small history about Coffee Marketing Board. Coffee Marketing Board was the one which was marketing coffee for all the farmers in Uganda. Madam Speaker, the coffee which was being marketed, the government then decided that we needed to also process it to final product by roasting. Equipment was imported in this country and installed in a Bujagali coffee plant for partly UPC and partly UPC. I've known why I've said that. When there was a process that there was going to be a turnkey to process coffee in Uganda to that stage. On a Friday, Coffee Marketing Board was closed, yet the day on which to determine the Taniki was on Monday. And that is during the time when we had come from the bush and said we have come to make people of Uganda stronger. Instead, we're locking down what would have been good for them. Madam Speaker, and my mother is there asking.
Can you summarize, Honorable?
I want to summarize. Equipment had been brought in. Equipment had been brought in when the liberalization law came in 1991. That's when the Coffee Marketing Board was closed. And the date was closed, all the equipment was ready to start operation. If that equipment is still there in the Bugolobi, you don't need to ask this lady to come. Just go and open that Bugolobi and the equipment will start operating. Unless somebody has taken it, you are not so sure. If you are not so sure that somebody has taken it, but I can ask you, Madam Speaker,
thank
you have capacity. You have capacity. You know the equipment. Madam Speaker, you want to give me the equipment. Then be okay.
Can I have King Kizzy? King Kizzy?
Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. And I want also to join the colleagues to thank you very much for standing with the people of Uganda. Speaker, Honorable Nandala has said it all. But surely, at this time at this moment in time, we need to praise people who deserve praises. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee for ably presenting a very, very, very good report that is representative of the facts. Madam Speaker, people should know that in 2018, this parliament sent a committee of budget to go and see what is happening in Amave in relation to this company. And Madam Speaker, that's when we highlighted the issue of mortgaging of this lady, mortgaging land to get money. So we meaning that this company came here to get a small resource, then start trading from it, and then as they advance to get money to make ends meet. This is just a gimmick to hoodwink the Ugandans in the name of coffee processing and business. Madam Speaker, someone who can say Kaberuka does not grow coffee. Madam Speaker, I'm a coffee grower, and my fees was paid from coffee.
Okay.
I was, Madam Speaker, imagining today in newspapers and social media, stories are running, police guarding my friend Besje's home. I want to bring my point. Listen, he is protesting against the rising prices of commodities. Now, prices, government has said the prices are a result of international factors, including war in Ukraine, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, is another war that all of us are going to protest against, including the police that is going to catch us because the police was paid for by the money from coffee. Madam Speaker, I want also to believe that even Attorney General, where he comes from, but now he has amassed resources. If he was representing the people, he was a member of parliament, probably he would have felt the way I am feeling.
Madam Speaker, we need now, because Madam Speaker, me and you and others have constituencies. The Attorney General constituency is the appointing authority. And Madam Speaker, it is at this time where we need also to look at when we are approving people, we need to keep them on their lane. If you mess up, we get rid of you. Because Attorney General is supposed country. Madam Speaker, when you look at these ministers, I'm sorry to say, I have seen addendum number one, which was signed in 2015.
Signed by who?
Signed by Case Makanizi and Matia Kaseja. And the other one was Case Makanizi with Penetti. And now this one with Attorney General, because the other one, Attorney General didn't sign. This one now, Attorney General said that this one is really very good. Madam Speaker, I want to say, we need to do something. And I want to thank the committee for the recommendation. But Madam Speaker, the 6 months given, they are too much. In that period, something can happen.
No, they are not giving them 6 months.
In their recommendation, they are
3.
So we need even to give them 1 month. 1 month, because this is our resource. Madam Speaker, we are not talking about gold. We are not talking about oil. We are not talking about whatever. We are talking about what we cannot determine what I do at my home.
Okay.
And then you put a curtail. Madam Speaker, my people from Chinchizi West Kanungu district have sent me here and thank you, first of all, for ably standing with Ugandans. And they are all over watching. Those ones in the West corner, they are watching this parliament today to see how we determine the issue of coffee in relation to Ugandans. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. But also, we need to have Kaseja here. We need to have Attorney General and tell us what is his role. Speaker, thank you very much.
Kivedi, Mitiana, if you're from Bugisu, just sit down. Actually, the whole East has been represented. Kibedi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm on the floor. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, I have seen a list of shareholders, but in that list there is a shareholder called Hack with 60%. Hoka with 60%. 96%. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, but we don't know that person. Who is he, the person we are giving our coffee? Honorable Speaker, Hoka. Who is Hoka? I'm saying that, Honorable Speaker, where does Uganda Environmental Authority get permission to give investors land and allow it to be mortgaged? How can we really give investors land and then they mortgage that land and yet they come reporting that they have enough capital to start up a business in Uganda? Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the person we're talking about, Madam Vinci, she does donate She does not appear.
Honorable members, let's not repeat.
She does not appear as a shareholder, but we are seeing her as a managing director. So I wonder where does she get all those powers to be a managing director, and yet she's not a shareholder. Right, Honorable Speaker, the person we're talking about was given roads. Where has she reached with the roads which was given to her?
Thank you. Kisoro. Kisoro.
Honorable Speaker. Hello. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will address my mind as to whether there is an agreement or there is no agreement. Attorney General, to look at the implications of Article 119, which reads as follows. Subject to the provisions of the Constitution, no agreement, contract, treaty, convention, or document by whatever name it is called, to which government is a party, or in respect which government has interest, shall be concluded without legal advice from the Attorney General, except in which case, and subject to the such conditions as Parliament may prescribe. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this Parliament has never prescribed the law to empower the Attorney General and how the Attorney General's chambers operates. Even in section 6 says, until the Parliament makes such a law referred to in the clause 5 of this article, the Attorney General may, by statutory instrument, exempt any particular category of agreement or contract, none of the parties of which is foreign government or its agency or an international organization from the application of the clause. And to the best of my knowledge, Attorney General has not complied to both. Can I conclude? So in this case, do we have agreement? There is no agreement. Secondly, Article 21 of the Constitution talks about discrimination. You cannot treat one agency against another in discrimination. And is government trading? What is it trading in? Does it a commodity? Does it have a commodity? Is the coffee a tradable commodity? And does government have a commodity to trade in? Can you trade in what you don't have? So what was it selling? So, and if they wanted to do it, then Article number 1 of the Constitution and Part 8 and Article 8 of the Constitution applies, because government of Uganda does not have a tradable commodity. So it means there is nothing they are selling. Attorney General, I would suggest that we thank this committee and we take this one as a working document, because there is no document, there is no agreement to work on. But this one should be a good research paper for the documents that have no legal implications, but political implications. I thank you.
Abe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, Honorable Mine Mpaka, and the group and the committee for the good work. Well done. Right Honorable Speaker, there is no doubt that coffee is one of the commodities that can boost our economy. It is very paramount that we use this moment and this report to plan better for coffee and cater for the interest of all the companies that deal in coffee. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to note that the intent that government had to look at having a Uganda branded coffee was not a bad one. The intention to have exportation. Honorable Speaker, I need your protection. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I need your protection. As I conclude, it is also paramount. It is paramount, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Right Honorable Speaker, your protection, please. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the protection.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. You continue the same, I'll put a question. Learn to have respect for each other. Even if she's supporting what government did, learn to have respect. You people, honorable members, if you want to make that kind of noise, National Theatre is very, very near here. National Theatre is very near. I am going, honorable members, I think that's why I need to have you trained. Decorum. Have respect. Are you done?
No, Right Honorable Speaker, I was rudely disrupted. And I would like to conclude and say, Right Honorable Speaker, I really want to plead that we take the 3 months to have a review. But while having the review, we need to put into consideration the consultation made by all the stakeholders and have all interests catered for. But all in all of us are speaking the same language. Right Honorable Speaker, I even move that we adopt the report. I thank you.
Honorable Chivumbi.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity in a special way, not only to thank, let me take this opportunity in a special way, not only to thank the Committee of Trade, but Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, let me thank all members of this Parliament. In the spaces, even where some of us don't attend, members of the 11th Parliament have stood their ground. In a special way on this coffee, I would like to thank members of the NRM party. In a space where we were not, you represented and stood for the people of Uganda. And you brought this coffee to this point. Secondly, in the last couple of days and weeks, I've been having meetings in the Finance Committee and in the budget. There hasn't been a more proud time for me than the members I've interacted with. And today, it has been more special, especially for the chairman of this committee. A culture is emerging in this country and in this Parliament where people stand above board and above partisan lines. And we are putting Uganda first. But 3 fundamental things I would like to say. 1, in this country, it is high time we defined an investor. Somebody comes here with nothing. We give you land. We give you tax holidays. We give you water. We give you free electricity. We give you contingent liability to go and borrow. So who is an investor in this case? Is Uganda the investor or those people?
So Honorable Chiriowa, with the due respect to the Attorney General, you need to now redefine who an investor in this country is. I think we are getting a wrong definition of an investor. Secondly, we need to fish out how many agreements are of this nature. Because it seems that every day we will be dealing with an agreement like this one. We are having Rubowa, similar terms. We are having rice, similar terms. We are told this Bennett has gone to Sango Bay. We have been told the same person is in two roads. We are told the same person is in Rubowa. What is so special about Bennett? We need to ask about this person. Lastly, I don't want to speak for a long time. Right, Honorable Speaker, I come from a region and I'm a chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentary Caucus. One of the regions that fundamentally produces a lot of coffee in this country. A special program is underway in Uganda called the Mwanyitekolachi Terimba, led by the Kingdom of Uganda. Uganda Coffee Development Authority has worked with the Kingdom of Uganda to rejuvenate coffee production in Uganda. And we can boldly say, in the next, there is going to be immense wealth in this region because of that program in Uganda. We want to proudly stand up here and say, and speak now for the caucus, Honorable Chiriowa and the government, we are not going to accept this agreement. And you know, Uganda is at the heart of this country. When we say no, Uganda will say no.
Procedure.
Therefore, right, Honorable Chiriowa and Anna, the best thing you can do.
Honorable, all the people of Uganda are the same. There is no tribe which is superior.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm not discriminating others, but I'm only now speaking for this central.
You want to say people in Teso cannot talk and the country believes? I'm saying you want to say that people in Teso cannot talk and the people of Uganda believe?
No, they will listen. Right, Honorable Speaker, they will listen. But what I want to emphasize, okay, let me correct the statement. What I want we will be at the forefront of rejecting this agreement in a more fundamental way.
No.
And
it is Parliament of Uganda, members of Parliament of Uganda.
Okay. Parliament of Uganda.
Order.
Madam Speaker. In rejecting this agreement, we will be part and parcel of you. The last thing I would like to urge this Parliament, and very heartily, I've seen the agreement. Now you want to lose my brother, Honorable Chiriowa. But when he traced this agreement, he did not start it. Okay? He found it along the way. And when we start all the rotten agreements in this country, they have not started with him. What we need to dissect clearly in this country, who are the civil servants?
Honorable members, some order in the house. Honorable Katuntu, I want you to stand up and read for me Rule 88 and Rule 89. No, I need order in the house. When somebody is speaking, give somebody respect.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Rule 88, order in the House. The Speaker or the Chairperson, after having called the attention of the House or the committee to the conduct of a member who persists in irrelevance or tedious repetitions either of his or her judgment or of the arguments made by other members in the debate, may direct the member to discontinue his or her speech. And that's 88. 2, the Speaker or Chairperson
shall order any member whose conduct is grossly disorderly to withdraw immediately from the House or committee for the remainder of that day's sitting, and the clerk or the sergeant at arms shall act on such orders as he or she may receive from the speaker or chairperson to ensure compliance with this rule. And Rule 89, Right Honorable Speaker, colleagues, is about naming and suspension of members. If the person
you can leave it there. Members, I want you to learn one thing. We act according to our rules. If a member is making a presentation, why do you disorganize? Wait for your time. Wait for your time. Don't imagine a person seated here does not have powers. I am just reminding you that I have the powers. I will suspend you out of the house. Chivumbi, finish.
Right Honorable Speaker, the point I was trying to make, that it seems it doesn't matter who is in the office, but there has been a culture within the civil servants that are not doing a good job. Let's trace this to the technical people who advise our front bench. Because beyond the Attorney General, there is a whole chamber. Did they do the job? So do we need to retool the entire human resource in this country? Because fundamentally, we are seeing one agreement after another, wrong, both in law and in fact. And the country is making a loss. Lastly, the last point I want to make is this thing of it is high time in this country that a comprehensive review on exemptions, and I want to urge Parliament in this budget, we put a fund for government to come here with a comprehensive review of all exemptions so that for once we can pronounce ourselves. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition. Leader of Opposition.
Right Honorable Speaker, before I come.
Leader of Opposition.
Order. Right Honorable Speaker, through you, can I request for a minute from my love? Thank you.
Lob, then you'll speak for 2 minutes.
It's okay.
For 1 minute.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to re-echo our submission of the committee in due regard to the following, and we'll be brief. What is the view about a contract or an agreement that is not in consonance with the Constitution? It is void ab initio. That's the law. Remedies. Can you revise it? Can you review it? Or it is void and void as it is. Therefore, this is what we are here to dissect. Therefore, in our view, we've discovered the following. That one, if we follow the investment code, this person doesn't have the capacity to fit into an investor. Do you even go to recommendation number 2, whereby you want to review and even revisit and sit in agreement again with that person? The answer is no. Thirdly, the powers to waive and to tax belong to this House. Taxes were waived in contravention. Contract or the agreement is void ab initio. It doesn't hold water in fact or in standard. Thank you very much. Honorable.
No, can I have 1 minute? Then Attorney General.
Our law, 10 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
You see.
I thank you. I'll begin with the niceties of the day. The chairperson and his team for an immaculate job We thank you and congratulate you. Honorable Speaker, the second issue from me is again for our own housekeeping. I did ask the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker on the floor of the House whether he had allowed the members to go and meet the President. And unfortunately, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker did not offer that clarity you have offered. And I cancelled then, and I still want to cancel, that if we want to protect the integrity of this House, Right Honorable Speaker, nobody should go and meet no one without the tacit and the direct approval of the Right Honorable Speaker of the House. So that the Speaker is in charge of the business and the conduct of business in this House. 3, and related, Right Honorable Speaker, the President should be well advised that it is his right to interact with any committee of Parliament, conduct any business. And therefore, he should be advised that if he wishes to participate in that business, he should request the Speaker to be one of the witnesses wishing to give evidence to the House. So that the President does not put us in an awkward situation.
But which kind of characters do you have? How do you put your law on procedure? For heaven's sake. Lob, can you finish? No, you cannot put a lob on a procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, the point I was making is that the President has a right to interact with the committees of Parliament, to give evidence, to give views. In the past, Right Honorable Speaker, this government used to have a prime minister in the past, and it was the job of the prime minister
in the past
to close that gap.
There's a prime minister here.
No, I was speaking in jest, Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
Advising the prime ministers to pick up their duties. If there is business in the House to which the President has interest, the prime minister has an obligation to advise the President of the business in the House to register his interest. Because what you're trying to protect are the committees of Parliament to work without undue interference, especially after they have done their work. Thank you. Then second, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee is observing very well that the report, the agreement for including the stream of the land is void ab initio. I am afraid in the conclusions, they're talking about regularization. Once you have declared an undertaking illegal, regularization never arises. So we will seek the clarification of the chairperson, or at best the Land Attorney General, whether the law has since changed that you can actually regularize an illegality, so that we can see how to proceed. 3, Right Honorable Speaker, the lease that was expired, as ably observed by the committee, I don't think we need to really provisions of Section 170 of the RTA, the Registration of Titles Act, is very unequivocal on how to protect public interest or personal interest. We ask that as one of our resolutions that a caveat be entered, because candidly, the committee is saying, and we are in agreement, that indeed there is no agreement. When there is no agreement, what to do is now to protect whatever is public property. Part of the protection is to actually put a caveat on the title. Any attendant issues, including an attempt by the company to try and litigate, those are other matters we leave to other arms of government to deal with. for us, we would have executed our mandate of protecting public interest. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Mwanga has partly navigated on what is becoming an inherent challenge, probably in the Aegis chambers. The Private Public Partnership Act came into effect in 2015 and has since heralded so many undertakings by government and private persons and companies. Do we ask that one of our resolutions is to ask the Land Attorney General to lay before Parliament all existing PPPs for the attention of Parliament, Honorable Speaker? There seems to be a darker room in the Aegis chambers where particular ungodly undertakings are done on behalf of the people of Uganda. And whatever is not godly, you can nomenclature it. I'm just saying ungodly. But Honorable Speaker, then we can have occasion as Parliament, as part of our gatekeeping, to interest ourselves in some of these undertakings by government on behalf of the people of Uganda. But Honorable Speaker, again, to bring clarity to this conversation, the committee is observing that the agreement was potentially not signed. So are we talking about an existing agreement? Because again, we want to say we can regularize. Does it exist in a form, in a function? So we need to really have that cleared. Right, Honorable Speaker, so that we can conclude on it as we take leave of the subject matter. Lastly, Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee observes that some of the witnesses were a bit elusive, and actually some refused to appear before the committee of Parliament, which is contempt of Parliament. May we ask the chairperson to clearly inform Parliament who these contemners are, so that we can really take charge as Parliament, because some of them actually report to Parliament. So if you are a witness and you are invited and you decline to appear to give evidence in a matter before Parliament, but Honorable Speaker, we do not have to really show around our weight, but we can actually exert our powers as Parliament. I would like to ask of the chairperson to help Parliament understand who these contemners are, that we can take action on them. I would like to, Speaker.
Maybe we also need to find out if those people did not appear, did they send a representative?
Thank you.
Yes, because if I don't appear to a committee, I can be able to send my attorney to represent me in that committee, unless they didn't send completely.
Madam Speaker, finally, I would like to appreciate Dr. Wanika and the petitioners. It was a matter that began in the shadow cabinet, but I am happy the House embraced it. That should be the spirit of this House. Because eventually when we enter this building, we become the representation of the aspirations, of the desires and the frustrations and the dreams of the people of Uganda. And therefore we must discard all partisan banter and legislate for posterity. I thank you, and I would like to ask of this House to adopt this report with these amendments we are debating.
Thank you, Honorable Love. Can I have Attorney General? Can I have Attorney General?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and members, we have received and read the report. I have read it and noted its contents. I would like to thank the committee chair and your committee for the work you have done, and the Parliament for its oversight role. We have listened to the concerns. We have noted the concerns both of Parliament and the people. We shall take the recommendations that have been given. We shall review them and report back to Parliament on the actions taken.
Can you continue?
We shall report back to Parliament as required on the action taken in respect to these reports. To answer your question, the law has not changed. If it is null and void, it's null and void.
Yes.
We shall get the PPPs, we have no problem with that, and have them laid here.
Order, Madam.
However, as I close, Right Honorable Speaker, opinions. We shall look at all the recommendations given.
When Lop was speaking, you're all seated and listening. Don't imagine, listen. I am saying listen. Don't imagine you own the house. Can't we hear from him? Because it's going to help us. It's going to help the house.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, like I said, the law has not changed. If it is found to be null with the law. We thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and members, and we shall be happy to come back and report to you on the action taken on the report. Thank you.
Honorable members, you've heard we want an action taken. If it is null and void, it is null and void, and there is no agreement. And in the circumstance, I now put a question that the report of the sector committee on tourism trade industry on investigation of alleged fair terms of the MOU between Government of Uganda and Vinci Coffee Company Limited be adopted with its amendment and addendum. Those in favor say aye to the contrary. The ayes have it.
No.
The House adjourned to tomorrow at 10.
Don't